Chapter 1 Starvetto Death and Cold. In Thea 15 in and off the Wanfang Kingdom in the frigid borderlands, a frail woman clad in tartar garments shivered in the snow. Dongfang Taotao, the steamed daughter of the northern general's residence, had lost all strength to stand. The soldiers escorting her stood nearby, rubbing their hands together for warmth while complaining amongst themselves. How dare Dongfang Taotao might suck a neutragia's act, Shetralai deserve a sure fate. If it weren't for the alliance of the law towards women and her father's military achievements, no 10 lives would suffice Dotana for her crimes. The mistake has made Dave for siegers to endure this journey in the depths of winter, but that I may return to the capital we will have miss at the New Year's Eve celebrations. What's the point of celebrating New Year's? Everyone in the court and the palace is trembling in fear. Perhaps this stripe is a blessing in disguise, otherwise we might incur the wrath over superior Satan a moment. If she hadn't committed a blunder, she would have at least secured 5 husbands on 3 concubines by now. Sure, what are you saying? Even now, despite the difficulty of finding a husband, I've never seen a man willing to marry her before downfall. Dongfang Taotao felt a bit of pang in her heart as Gaziden tot swirling snow, her consciousness beginning to offered. In her days, Zimi to return to a childhood, Nessa leading her grand furthest embrace, savouring sweeter's manthoske who highly watching her further practices wordsmanship. Finally, she heavily closed her eyes. She must be Bino, a soldier behind Dongfang Taotao quietly inquired of his companion. With the weather this cold, and after occasionally with insufficient clothing and food, Shezarilla cannot survive. Shasbiansen to the frigid wasteland returned to the capital and report back, the captain of the guards commanded coldly. The troop of soldiers turned at the horses and galloped back towards the capital. On the continent where the Wanfang Kingdom lay, the severe climate had exacerbated the long-standing imbalance of the population, leading to an increasingly dire situation over the centuries, with a millet mile ration now reaching 501. Women were often plain in appearance, while men were typically handsome and charming. Although men still held political power, women's status was elevated regardless of famine's noblest standing outside. Atham, he must serve her his wife and obey her commands. The inly restriction imposed by the court on women was that upon reaching maturity, they must marry at least 5 husbands on 3 concubines, with no limit on the number of marriages. After the zodiac figures dies are appeared, an opulent carriage approached Dongfang Taotao, a woman clad in Afric's fur coat descended from the carriage with the assistance of her attendants. She approached Dongfang Taotao, bent down, and felt for her breath. After a few minutes, she straightened up, took her handkerchief over by her attendant, meticulously wiped her fingers, and disdainfully tossed her handkerchief onto the ground. Farther, she has no breath left. The woman turned to the carriage and said, I just find a lie over she should never have come into this world. A low, sombre voice replied. Then the sound of the carriage wheels crunching over the snow faded into the distance. With the last flicker of life, Dongfang Taotao heard the hissing sound of the carriage and felt their final glimmer of hope extinguish. Shad had her half-sister was coming to rescue her, beauty turned to she was Merlathetos if she had truly died. Bitter tears flowed from the corners of Dongfang Taotao seas, the kill in her hearts a parsing the surrounding snowstorm. From the capital to frigid wasteland, the Munajivan Bajagar had long been exhausted. Enduring the Hashuni, she had never Shadatia, gritting her teeth to persevere, hoping to reach her destination. Along the way, though she had not been bending any strains, she was forced to calculate of frigid wasteland, her shoes should long since worn rough, leaving her feet blooded and raw. She called to not stop, nor did she wish to. Finally arriving at their destination, she had expected to find family waiting for her. Before departing, her sister had told her that reaching Pete would seem the conclusion. One heard her sister's son's gentle words turned so cruel. Had she truly never been meant to exist in this world? Yet the father Hadel was scarer shedder in life. Her stern grandfather had tirelessly journeyed to the capital each year, wishing to take her back to their ancestral home in Jiangzhou. Thou see hardle ways declined, and never go grind returneth follow injure without file. Had she followed her grandfather back to Jiangzhou those years ago, she wouldn't have been illiterate and reckless, nor would she have fallen prey to wicked individuals, ultimately single life. So cold, so hungry. With her lost but off strength, Dongfang Taotao peris, gazing at the snow for her, unwilling to accept the fate. She pitied Twazel just a dream. The snow fell heavier and heavier. At last, Dongfang Taotao emerged with swirling storm. Chapter 2 Awakening. It's so hot. Dongfang Tartoer Wokito Thuermth enveloping her. It felt taste Haivshura covered with our thick quilt. The air around here were manned infused with a faint fragrance of gardenese. Eoang Gladys awake. Their attendant, Bai Shu, shouted a Shu Shudut side Tuan formed the mouster. Dongfang Tao Tao slowly up and adheres, the surroundings feeling too familiar, and Shub adheres in disbelief. She found herself in her chilled bedroom. Moreover, her hand side no ziggen soft roast by She was dressed in silk undergarments covered with a thick brocade quilt. The room was warmy bjerkang a traditional heated bed, even in the depths of winter, it felt like spring within Yules. Dongfang Teo Teirais at hand, staring at the small palm in confusion. Dao Dao, you've finally awakened, her grandfather's voice was filled with joy. Dao Dao, grandfather will not akiao back to Jiang Jiao Nimori for moan, I will visit you for a year, hes aid, gently taking here istokek her pulse. Miss, you fainted from a crying yesterday. The master was extremely worried and kept watch by our bedside day and night, Bai Shu whispered. Dongfang Tao Tao stared blankly at her grandfather, slowly regaining her senses. She had been Rebben, back to him when she was 5 years old. That year, her father heard Eid in battle later border. Her grandfather, with white haramid black, had hand-led her furthers affairs at the border before hastily travelling to the capital, intending to take his and granddaughter, Dongfang Tao Tao, back to Jiao Jiao for her upbringing. In her previous life, she had fented from Kring, unwilling to leave her mother before Dejani. Her grandfather, unwilling to see her in distress, had returned alone. However, Dongfang Tao Tao, left in the capital, had been deliberately spoiled by his second father, Fu Buishu, ultimately causing her to commit a grave mistake at that to exile in the frigid wasteland. In this life, everything was still salvageable. Grandfather, let's go back to Jiangsu, let's leave it today, Dongfang Teo Teo said, extending her chubility link with her grandfather's, acting adorably. Dongfang Jing paused in surprise, uncertain whose granddaughter had suddenly changed her mind. However, seeing her earnest expression, he nodded. All right, Dongfang Jing replied indulgently. As Hai prepared to leave, her mother, Shen Yu, did not come to see him off. She was standing to her eldest daughter, Fu Rongrong, wo had caught a cold. In her previous life, her mother Shen Yu had also failed to appear before exile. She could not understand why her mother had never looked at her with affection. Uncle, while had Teto see Tao to go sister cried all night I stirred in das Forlanol today, Dongfang Teo Teo's second father, Fu Buishu, lament Hedasha came to see them off regardless of whether Tao Tao's father is present or not, it rather as my own daughter. Dongfang Teo Teo's father, Dongfang Wei, had recently lidded in battle for the country. Buishu, Tha's eyes were apart you still need to care for Rongrong, Dongfang Jing said bid farewell to Fu Buishu. Hide inside of the carriage, Dongfang Tao Tao munched on various delicious pastries. Her resentment towards Fu Buishu could not be concealed, but she was currently to owe top in front of him, so it was best to avoid him for now. Miss, Plessy ate slowly, the master has prepared plenty, Bai Shu said with a smile, taking Marie fruit from the food box. Burp Dongfang Teo Teo finally felt full, realizing how blissful it was to be satisfied. Dao Dao, if you keep eating like this, Wemigtas will rename around her grandfather tz powder acupove digestiveti. As the carriages slowly departed from the Fusidans, Thierm tzeta lead in her stomach, and Dongfang Teo Teo pinch her own cheek, the tingling sensation made her feel incredibly real and grounded. Embracing Thuem stove, she nestled in her grandfather's arms and fell into deep sleep. Suddenly, Sumiona halted the carriage. Chapter 3, Healing. A stately elderly woman knelt before the carriage, obstructing the path of Dongfang Dao Dao and her companions. Bai Ju took Dongfang Dao Dao from Dongfang Jing's arms. Dongfang Jing hastily descended the carriage, not even pausing to don his cloak. The kneeling Princess Yang Ting raised her gaze to Dongfang Jing and slowly spoke, I beseech you, esteemed Dongfang physician, to set aside past grievances and save my grandson. In a time when women of noble birth already enjoyed considerable privileges, aristocratic women were afforded even greater status. Aside from the emperor and their mothers, they were not required to perform acts of kneeling reverence. As the eldest princess, Yang Ting's noble lineage was undeniable, having married several influential lords, and now, in her advanced years, her standing in the kingdom of Wanfeng was exceedingly elevated. Her act of kneeling was both a plea and a command. A flicker of shadow crossed Dongfang Jing's eyes as he stepped forward, extending a hand to assist Yang Ting to her feet. The carriage turned and the group made their way towards the Duke's residence. It was only when Baiju carried Dongfang Daodao down from the carriage that she began to awaken. The plaque of the Duke's residence gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. In her previous life, the Duke's heir, Li Han, had begun his martial training at the tender age of 3, passionately studying military strategy, excelling in both the arts of war and peace. Later, at the age of 16, he had valiantly defended the borders of the kingdom of Wanfeng for many years with his remarkable feats, safeguarding the tranquility of the populace. Tragically, for reasons unknown, he had suddenly succumbed to a grave illness, retiring to a life of seclusion at the age of 25. Now, at just 14, what affliction could befall Li Han that would compel the proud Princess Yang Ting to kneel in supplication for medical aid? Nestled in Baiju's embrace, Dongfang Daodao observed quietly. After taking the pulse of the youth on the sickbed, Dongfang Jing furrowed his brow in contemplation for a long while before finally writing out a prescription. After meticulously instructing the physicians of the residence, he took his leave with Dongfang Daodao. The princess did not reappear, and the Duke presented 1,000 taels of silver as a consultation fee. Understanding that the Duke's residence wished to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude, Dongfang Jing accepted the silver and continued on his way with Dongfang Daodao. He had no desire to linger in a residence filled with descendants. Grandfather, was that brother very ill? Will he be all right? Dongfang Daodao inquired, blinking her large, glistening eyes. That child has been poisoned with a slow-acting toxin. Fortunately, it was discovered in time and is not life-threatening, Dongfang Jing replied, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Grandfather, you are truly remarkable. It was astonishing that such a proud woman as the princess would humble herself to beseech her grandfather. Dongfang Daodao felt a genuine admiration for her grandfather. Moreover, the person her grandfather had saved was none other than the future warrior of the kingdom of Wanfeng. As long as Daodao is willing, she too can heal and save lives like her grandfather, Dongfang Jing said earnestly, gazing at his delicate granddaughter. The study of medicine is exceedingly arduous, and many young men struggle to persevere, let alone a precious young lady. Yet, he was determined that the medical legacy of the Dongfang family would not fade into obscurity. Dongfang Daodao recalled her previous life, where she was utterly powerless, exiled and destitute, saved only by Zhao Ji, who sold herself to gather 10 taels of silver to prevent her from starving on the road. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, she vowed to grow stronger, no longer subject to the machinations of others, nor to rely on the assistance of others. She would become her own pillar of support. I want to learn. Dongfang Daodao declared, her soft, childlike voice imbued with determination. Very well. Dongfang Jing replied with a smile. The Dongfang family had been healers for generations, and the establishment of the Xiancao Pavilion was the pinnacle of medical organizations in the kingdom of Wanfeng. Each successive head of the pavilion had been capable of performing miraculous healings, deserving of the title of divine physician. Dongfang Daodao inherited the exceptional medical talent of the Dongfang lineage, possessing extraordinarily keen senses and an impeccable memory. Dongfang Jing had always intended to subtly cultivate Dongfang Daodao to inherit his skills. Now, it seemed fortuitous, having been compelled to save the grandson of a former enemy. The weight that had settled in Dongfang Jing's chest was finally lifted. However, he pondered the future. If Daodao pursued medicine, what would become of her when the time came for her to consider marriage? Chapter 4 Dongfang Chu. After much contemplation, Dongfang Jing resolved to bestow upon Dongfang Daodao a new identity. Dongfang Chu, his great-nephew, was but 5 years of age when his mother tragically succumbed to complications during childbirth, and his father, unable to bear the grief, passed away 6 months later. Dongfang Chu was subsequently entrusted to the care of his second uncle, and after 5 years of nurturing, he met an untimely demise in a drowning incident a fortnight prior. As Dongfang Jing was preoccupied with the arrangements following his son's death, the matter of Dongfang Chu's household registration remained unresolved. Should Dongfang Daodao pursue a medical career under her feminine identity, the presence of suitors would impede her ability to focus on her studies and could result in unnecessary disturbances during her consultations. After weighing the options, Dongfang Jing decided that Dongfang Daodao would assume the identity of Dongfang Chu upon her return to Jianzhou, publicly stating that she remained in the capital to keep her mother company. Daodao, from this moment forth, you shall be known as my great-nephew, Dongfang Chu. Is that agreeable? Dongfang Jing's expression was filled with reluctance. "As you wish, grandfather," she replied, for he was the only relative in this world who truly cherished her, and she chose to trust him unconditionally. In the land of Wanfeng, women were indulged and lived freely, surrounded by numerous attendants. Even those who were illiterate and accomplished nothing faced no reproach. In stark contrast, men were required to engage in all aspects of life personally and learn the ways of serving their wives. A gentleman was expected to master the 6 arts, and both embroidery and culinary skills demanded diligent study. Moreover, they were to uphold male virtues from a young age. As Dongfang Daodao embraced the life of Dongfang Chu at the Xiancao Pavilion, she need not pursue embroidery or culinary arts, but to avoid revealing her true identity, she could have no attendants by her side. In Dongfang Jing's heart, he could not bear the thought of his beloved granddaughter enduring even the slightest hardship, yet, for Taotao's future, he acknowledged that without a father or elder brother to protect her, and without a mother's tender care, she would have to rely solely on herself in the days to come. Thus, acquiring various skills and broadening her horizons would ultimately prove beneficial. Henceforth, at the Xiancao Pavilion in Jiangju, the young Dongfang Chu began earnestly adapting to her new identity and life. 10 years later, at the grandest tavern in Jiangju, Fushan Tower, Dongfang Chu was engrossed in savoring delectable dishes. Possessing heightened senses, she was particularly discerning about her culinary experiences, and this establishment barely met her standards. "Young Master Dongfang, my heart is in great pain. Do take a look at me." Your noblewoman adorned with an elaborate headdress approached Dongfang Chu, swaying her ample waist. Dongfang Taotao's delicate brows furrowed as the crystal shrimp dumpling she was about to savor slipped from her fingers and landed on the table. Discarding a few pieces of silver, she hastily rose to escape, unable to wipe the grease smudged at the corner of her mouth. "Divine Dr. Dongfang, my wife's health is in disarray. I implore you to render your assistance." A burly man had long been stationed at the entrance, blocking her path. Seeing no way to evade him, Dongfang Daodao turned to the approaching noblewoman and offered a respectful bow. "Lady Zhang, I have already alleviated your palpitations. Please refrain from jesting with me. Divine Dr. Dongfang, I beg your pardon. My wife holds no disdain for your less than stellar reputation and wishes to have you as her husband. She was merely teasing you just now," Lady Zhang's husband remarked amiably. He too was reluctant for his wife to marry this Dongfang Chu, for in Wanfeng, a man's good name was a prerequisite for marriage. As a physician, he could not avoid interacting with female patients, which led to a tarnished reputation. However, the young boy's exceptional medical skills had cured his wife's ailment, a condition that had perplexed the finest doctors across the nation. Consequently, she became infatuated with this remarkably handsome youth, vowing to marry him despite his dubious reputation. "To be candid, my lady, a master once foretold my fate. My Dongfang lineage is flawed, rendering me unfit for marriage." Dongfang Daodao sorrowfully declined. With a heavy heart, she departed, leaving behind a crowd lost in their own thoughts. Upon returning to the Xiancao Pavilion, Dongfang Daodao hurried to find her grandfather, reassuring him that the sons and daughters of the Dongfang family were eager to wed. Chapter 5, Untreatable Daodao. Next month you will come of age. For a decade, Dongfang Jing had rarely uttered this name. Dongfang Daodao pondered to herself, something unusual must be afoot. Surely, her grandfather does not intend for her to wed Dongfang Chu. Sipping her fragrant pu'er tea, she quietly awaited her grandfather's continuation. "You have been away from the capital for 10 years. It is time to return and pay a visit to your mother, and while you're at it, to marry 5 husbands and 3 consorts." But Dongfang Daodao spluttered her tea. "Grandfather, it has been a decade. I am now Dongfang Chu. Suddenly revert to being Dongfang Daodao and marry 5 husbands and 3 consorts is simply unfeasible." Dongfang Daodao protested childishly. "The court mandates that a woman must marry at least 5 husbands and 3 consorts upon reaching maturity. Other families typically arrange these matches for their daughters before they come of age. You have devoted yourself to the study of medicine in these years, growing increasingly independent. When it comes to matters of marriage, you should certainly choose for yourself." It seemed that the thought of Shen Yu never having visited Dongfang Daodao in the past decade crossed his mind, with even the sporadic letters being penned by Fu Bosch. Dongfang Jing expressed his discontent. "Your mother has neglected you for 10 years. It is likely she will leave your marriage arrangements to that smiling tiger of a second father of yours." Grandfather, my household registration documents are with my mother. How can I take charge of my own marriage? Dongfang Daodao recalled Fu Bosh's machinations in her previous life, worry clouding her features. Return to the capital swiftly, acquire a residence, retrieve your household registration documents from your mother, and establish yourself as an independent household. Be cautious with your personal seal. Without your own stamp, any marriage arrangements your mother agrees to will hold no weight. However, Dongfang Daodao contemplated returning to the capital to repay Fu Bosh's family, yet she was reluctant to leave her grandfather behind. In her previous life, her grandfather's health had always been poor, and upon hearing of her exile, he had succumbed to the strain, passing away. As she hesitated, a knock echoed at the study door. Knock, knock, knock. Baizhu gently rapped at the door. Master, young Master Lu Jin of the Lu family from Minzhou seeks an audience with you. Grandfather, is he not the wealthiest man in the kingdom of Wanfeng? Dongfang Daodao queried, puzzled as to what had summoned the god of wealth. He is the grandson of the Grand Princess. I shall not meet with him, Dongfang Jing replied sternly. Years ago, Yang Ting knelt in the marketplace, forcing me to save her grandson. Now her grandson has come to my door, truly believing me, Dongfang Jing, to be a fool who repays kindness with kindness. After being jilted by the Grand Princess, Dongfang Jing had faced immense difficulty in his marital prospects. Ultimately, after numerous tribulations and relying on his remarkable looks, he married a noblewoman with a multitude of consorts, and after many years of marriage, they bore but one son, Dongfang Wei. His wife, disdainful of his past rejection, maintained a cold distance from both him and their son. Young Dongfang Wei believed that his father's medical pursuits were the source of his mother's disdain, and disregarding his father's admonitions, he resolutely abandoned the healing arts for martial endeavors, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Dongfang Jing attributed the misfortunes of both father and son to the Grand Princess's rejection and vowed never to treat her descendants. Grandfather, it appears that the current master is me, Dongfang Daodao murmured, and since he was indeed the wealthiest, and his grandmother had been remiss towards her grandfather, she had already formulated a plan in her mind. She then rose to proceed to the main hall. Curiosity piqued, Dongfang Daodao sought to learn more about Lu Jin. In her previous life, he had been a minor attendant to Fu Rongrong. The court dictated that the wealth of such attendants belonged entirely to their mistresses. He must have been utterly enamored with Fu Rongrong, she mused. Pushing open the door to the main hall, she beheld a distinguished young man seated in the guest's position, exuding an extraordinary presence, his attire understated yet exquisite. A personal attendant stood beside him, arms crossed, his countenance dark and menacing. Such a striking figure willing to serve as an attendant, one might think it better for him to offer more in medical fees rather than relinquish all his wealth to Fu Rongrong, making his arduous journey worthwhile. Apologies for keeping you waiting, young master. Dongfang Daodao suppressed her thoughts, adorned with a smile as she took her seat at the head of the table. You must be the esteemed physician Dongfang Chu, truly a young prodigy. I am Lu Jin, here to seek your medical expertise. Lu Jin inclined his head respectfully. Is it you seeking treatment personally, or are you here on behalf of a friend? If he had travelled such a distance for a consultation, it would certainly delay her coming-of-age ceremony, which would necessitate a different fee. It is I who seek treatment personally. Lu Jin glanced at Baizhu beside Dongfang Daodao, sipped his tea delicately, and fell silent thereafter. Chapter 6, Consultation Fee. Dongfang Daodao gestured for Baizhu to withdraw. Baizhu dismissed the nearby servants and exited the front hall alongside Lu Jin's attendant. To be candid with the esteemed Dongfang physician, I have reached the age of marriage, and my father is currently arranging a match for me, and it is for a legitimate wife. Lu Jin took a delicate sip of tea, pondering how best to articulate his thoughts. Is it not an audacious display for the son of a wealthy family to boast of his prospects at Maizian Cow Pavilion? If my grandfather were to hear of this, he would surely have the person thrown out. Dongfang Daodao silently scoffed at the notion. However, I cannot bear to touch a woman, nor do I harbour any affection for her. I beseech you, esteemed Master Dongfang, to devise a means to conceal this matter and thwart the proposed union without tarnishing my reputation. Young Master Lu, you jest. I, Dongfang Chu, am a healer, not a matchmaker. If you prefer the company of men, you are free to remain unmarried for life and spend your days with the one you cherish, without regard for societal expectations. There is no need to journey so far to Maizian Cow Pavilion. My young men, though they have faced numerous matrimonial obstacles, have never indulged in such inclinations. Dongfang Daodao chuckled in exasperation, concluding that this individual must possess a grave affliction, one beyond remedy. Master Dongfang, you misunderstand. I harbor no such inclinations, I merely dislike being touched by others, regardless of their gender. I wish to request that you prescribe a few remedies for me, to simulate a terminal condition, yet without causing any actual harm to my health. This way, the noble ladies of the capital will keep their distance. Lu Jin explained, unhurriedly. Ever since he could remember, he had abhorred being touched. As the future head of the Lu family, he was exceptionally astute, and his family placed great expectations upon him. The finest tutors in the Fenghuan kingdom had been summoned to educate him, and his family's pride in his exceptional abilities rendered his peculiarities largely overlooked. Lu Jin had originally believed his aversion would gradually dissipate after marrying and serving his wife, yet a recent incident, when his intended had deliberately brushed his fingers while presenting him with a pouch, had resulted in his immediate and uncontrollable retching. Thus, the marriage was rendered impossible, and he had no choice but to flee the capital under the cover of night. On his journey, he deliberated repeatedly and resolved to seek out Xiancao Pavilion for a remedy, postponing the engagement, willing to expend any amount of silver to safeguard his reputation. The healer's duty is to cure and save lives. Your request is indeed within my means. The anger within Dongfang Daodao subsided somewhat. She glanced at Lu Jin with a mischievous spark in her eyes. However, it may prove somewhat challenging. Pray, do enlighten me, Master Dongfang. Your complexion is vibrant, and your health is robust. To feign a chronic and incurable ailment, you would need to consume a specific concoction for a month, adjusting the dosage according to your physical condition. Upon the completion of the month, your feigned affliction could be maintained for 3 years, after which, without further medication, you would naturally recover. Would it be possible for Master Dongfang to accompany me back to the capital? After the month has passed, I shall certainly arrange for someone to escort you back to Jianzhou. As for the consultation fee, would 2,000 taels of silver suffice? Lu Jin asked softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Years ago, Dongfang Jing had provided a remedy that cured his cousin Li Han of a peculiar poison, and it was rumored that the young master's medical skills surpassed his predecessors, requiring a month to fabricate a guise of illness. It seemed that this young master of Dongfang was quite the opportunist, calculating his gains with keen precision. The consultation fee is 5,000 taels of silver, non-negotiable. Furthermore, I shall keep your secret of postponing marriage concealed. You will have no ties to my Xiancao Pavilion. I shall accompany you to the capital as your attendant, and upon arrival, you must settle the fee in full. Dongfang Daodao intended to return to the capital, and this arrangement would conveniently allow Lu Jin to escort her, enabling her to remain incognito after their arrival. Master, you have taken my dowry. It appears that for the next 3 years, it will be quite difficult for me to find a wife. Since Lu Jin had taken charge of the Lu family, he had managed all business interests throughout the Fenghuan kingdom. This was the first time he had found himself so thoroughly at the mercy of another. He scrutinized the youth before him carefully, with soft, handsome features that did not appear effeminate due to the vitality of youth. His striking phoenix eyes seemed to contain a multitude of stars, captivating anyone who dared to gaze into them. Unaware of Lu Jin's appraisal, Dongfang Daodao absent-mindedly tapped her right index finger against the table, contemplating how to persuade her grandfather. Chapter 7, The Unhealable. The day has grown late. I shall not impose upon young Master Lu for dinner. Dongfang Daodao clasped her hands in a gesture of respect. She opened with a demand for 5,000 taels, neglecting even to prepare the evening meal. It is no wonder that her grandmother rejected the marriage proposal from the Dongfang family. Such parsimony would hardly endear a wife to her husband. This young master of the Dongfang clan, though possessing a handsome countenance, may find his prospects for marriage rather bleak in the future. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to prepare the travel permit for the scholar. I, Lu, am staying at the VIP Inn. Should the young master be ready, we may set forth at any time. I apologize for the inconvenience today, Lu Jin said with a smile, concealing his true feelings as he stood to take his leave. Unbeknownst to Dongfang Daodao, Lu Jin had already branded her in his mind as miserly, and she busied herself seeking out her grandfather. What, you wish to become a scholar's attendant and return to the capital with a certain Lu? Dongfang Jing exclaimed in vehement refusal. Absolutely not. He had no desire for his cherished granddaughter to be entangled with the Yang family. He had heard that Lu Jin had trafficked the land since the age of 13, expanding his commercial empire. In a mere decade, the Lu family had transformed from affluent merchants in Minzhou to the wealthiest family in the kingdom of Luanfeng under his stewardship. Lu Jin was not only the grandson of Yang Ting but also the head of the Lu clan. His intellect and cunning were beyond the grasp of ordinary women. If he were to spend time with Dao Dao, what if he exploited her innocence, tarnishing her reputation in the process? Grandfather, I am accustomed to wearing men's attire. It is more convenient and safer for my journey to the capital. However, if I enter the city under the guise of Dongfang Chu, I cannot simply allow that identity to vanish upon arrival, can I? Dongfang Daodao understood her grandfather's reluctance to associate with the Yang family, yet entering the capital and establishing a residence required funds. Moreover, that Lu Jin suffers from a peculiar affliction, one that cannot be cured. He will never be able to marry. Dao Dao, speak cautiously, do not ruin another's reputation. Dongfang Jing suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for the boy. His granddaughter's medical skill surpassed his own, and if she claimed that the ailment was indeed incurable, then it must be so. Grandfather, I shall exercise great care and will not tarnish the patient's reputation. It was unclear what Lu Jin had done in his previous life to end up marrying Fu Rongrong as a minor attendant. In the kingdom of Luanfeng, women could take 5 husbands and 3 minor attendants, with no limit on the number of minor attendants. However, their status resembled that of servants, easily cast aside. A healer must possess a compassionate heart. Dao Dao, please prepare some prescriptions to alleviate that child's suffering. Then you agree, grandfather? Dongfang Taotao's heart soared, as if she had just heard the sound of gold coins falling into her pouch. Changing into a coarse garment, Dongfang Daodao gently applied medicinal juice to her skin, darkening her complexion. She gazed into the mirror and found her appearance not diminished but rather enhanced with a touch of heroism. Indeed, natural beauty is hard to forsake, she mused, realizing that handsome young men were plentiful, and she ceased to dwell on her appearance. With her small bundle slung over her shoulder, she set off to find Lu Jin. Lu Jin had anticipated that Dongfang Chu would not arrive until several days later, yet to his surprise, she appeared the very next day. You bear a striking resemblance to my personal servant, Ajin, Lu Jin teased. I've applied my makeup to mimic his look. We are now equally dark, Dongfang Daodao replied, uninterested in pleasantries. As her purpose was to exchange her services for remuneration, she produced a handkerchief from her bosom, approached Lu Jin, and placed it over his wrist to begin her examination. His pulse was steady and strong, devoid of any hidden ailments, allowing her to proceed with the prescription. Afterward, she took the handkerchief away. Lu Jin felt a stirring within. He had merely mentioned his aversion to being touched by others, yet she had taken it to heart and even brought a handkerchief for the examination. Young Master Dongfang, it is customary for physicians to use handkerchiefs when examining women, Ajin, Lu Jin's personal servant, remarked, puzzled by this peculiar Dongfang healer. I am averse to filth, Dongfang Daodao replied solemnly. Though she had always conducted her examinations under the identity of Dongfang Chu, she remained cautious of the male patient's reputation. Thus, she consistently used a handkerchief during her examinations and ensured that a servant was present, never allowing herself to be alone with a man. Chapter 8, Poetry and Painting. Ajin, from now on, the Eastern gentleman shall be known as Poetry and Painting, and he is my book attendant. Do not misname him, Lu Jin reminded, feeling inexplicably displeased. Yes, my lord, Ajin replied, puzzled as to why his master suddenly seemed discontented. Dongfang Daodao was anxious to return to the capital. She needed to reclaim her household registration documents, purchase a residence, and uncover the reasons behind the profound animosity that Fu Bosh and his daughter held towards her. The misfortunes of her past life were also shrouded in mystery. There were many matters she needed to clarify. My lord, I shall draft a prescription for your ailment at once, Dongfang Daodao declared, shedding any pretense and seamlessly stepping into her role as the book attendant. After penning the prescription, she promptly sent Ajin to procure the necessary herbs. Subsequently, she diligently instructed him on the preparation of the medicine. 2 hours later, the concoction was finally ready. The medicine prescribed by Dongfang Daodao was exceedingly bitter, yet Lu Jin consumed it with an unchanging expression, displaying an astonishing tolerance. "My lord, poetry and painting has brought some candied fruits, costing 10 taels of silver. They are exceedingly beneficial for your condition," Dongfang Daodao asserted with utmost seriousness, fabricating her claim. "Poetry and painting, this hardly seems like the proper method for a heist," Ajin murmured under his breath, unable to contain his disapproval. "Ajin, present 10 taels of silver to poetry and painting," Lu Jin instructed. Dongfang Daodao accepted the silver and joyfully placed a piece of candied fruit into Lu Jin's mouth, then blinked her sparkling eyes to gauge his reaction. This was her favorite treat, one she always savored after taking her medicine. Her swift and unexpected action left Lu Jin momentarily stunned. Before he could react, the initially bitter taste on his palate was overwhelmed by the tangy sweetness of the plum. "Very well, poetry and painting should rest well today. We shall set forth for the capital on the morrow," Lu Jin said, momentarily frozen before realizing he bore no aversion to Dongfang's recent touch. He suppressed his astonishment and calmly arranged the itinerary for the following day. On the second day, Dongfang Daodao and Lu Jin boarded a discreetly luxurious carriage, the enclosed space housing only the two of them. This arrangement made Dongfang Daodao quite apprehensive. Prior to their departure, her grandfather had repeatedly admonished her against being alone with Lu Jin. What was to be done? Lu Jin sat upright in the carriage, his eyes closed in repose, while Dongfang Daodao racked her brain for a way to exit the carriage without appearing abrupt. She lifted the curtain, gazing at the scenery outside to alleviate her embarrassment. Spotting passers-by on horseback along the roadside inspired her with an idea. "My lord, in truth, poetry and painting is adept at riding," Dongfang Daodao finally found a plausible excuse. "I presumed poetry and painting to be delicate and unable to endure the jolts of travel. If he enjoys riding, then let him do so," Lu Jin readily agreed, instructing someone to bring forth a slightly smaller white horse for Dongfang Daodao. In his view, Dongfang Chu's stature was indeed a bit diminutive. He marveled at what she consumed at the herbal pavilion. Approaching 15 years of age, she barely reached his shoulder. Once mounted, Dongfang Daodao felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. It was as though she had returned to the days spent accompanying her grandfather on his medical rounds, her heart filled with purpose, making the hardships of travel feel trivial. In her second life, she had resolved to reform herself, cherishing each day and striving for growth. And no longer was she the foolish girl subject to the whims of others. With the breeze tousling her hair, Dongfang Daodao sat confidently on the horse, her legs gripping tightly as she galloped forward. She longed to reach the capital swiftly, for in her previous life, she had drifted aimlessly, meeting an unclear demise. This time, she was determined to alter the course of her fate. The young man in red rode forth, vibrant and spirited, causing passers-by to pause in admiration. Lu Jin, momentarily lost in thought as he watched Dongfang Daodao's retreating figure, only regained his senses when she vanished from view. He then spurred Ajin to pursue her. Chapter 9, Zuihua Tower. It was not until Dongfang Daodao reached the city gate of Changju that she finally came to a halt. After a brief interval, Lu Jin and Ajin arrived on horseback. The three entered the city together, and it was already the evening hour. The golden hues of the setting sun cascaded down, casting a gentle glow upon Dongfang Daodao as she leisurely guided her horse along the streets, rendering her an ethereal beauty beyond words. Lu Jin found himself momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, Dongfang Daodao's stomach had long begun to protest, leaving her little time to appreciate the splendor of Changju. "Young master, having traversed the length and breadth of the land, you must surely know where the finest tavern in Changju resides," Dongfang Daodao remarked, awaiting Lu Jin's response, knowing that this affluent merchant would undoubtedly possess refined tastes in cuisine. "Poetry and painting, you are being excessive. How could a mere scholar be so gluttonous? The young master's silver is hard-earned," Ajin retorted indignantly. "Young master, have you ever tasted the silver silk noodles? I know of a place where they are exceptionally delectable," she added, "and at a reasonable price too." 3 years prior, when Dongfang Daodao visited Changju for a consultation, she had indulged in silver silk noodles in Chenjiar Alley, and for 3 long years, she had yearned for that taste. Now that she had returned to Changju, she was determined to satisfy her cravings. Very well, Lu Jin replied, harboring no particular obsession with food. He was willing to accompany Dongfang Daodao wherever she wished to go. Leading the two of them through a labyrinth of alleyways, Dongfang Daodao finally arrived at the stall of Lu Ji silver silk noodles. "Boss, 3 large bowls of silver silk noodles," she announced with a clear voice. "Certainly, esteemed guest, please wait a moment." The elderly vendor, his beard flecked with grey, began his preparations. "Cai, it's been several days since I last saw you. Where have you been off to for your fortune?" a fellow diner inquired between bites. "I accompanied our master on a trip to the kingdom of Chaoyang, where we procured a portrait by Master Wu Yuan from his early years. Our master was so pleased that he generously rewarded us with an extra 2 months' wages," Cai replied with a grin. "Pray tell, who is your master, and is the painting for collection or sale?" Jin, aware of Lu Jin's deep admiration for Master Wu Yuan's works, ventured to ask. "My master runs Tsuehua Tower, and the painting is indeed for sale," Cai noted, observing the fine attire of the three, particularly the distinguished demeanor of the gentleman seated at the head of the table, prompting him to seize the opportunity to conduct business. "If it would please you, I would be honored to escort you to Tsuehua Tower to meet my master." After a brief interval, Lu Jin and the others found themselves in the reception hall of Tsuehua Tower, where they were greeted by the proprietor, Cao Xingji. He was a man in his 30s, with a kindly countenance and adorned with a meticulously crafted golden hairpin, indicating his beloved status among his wife. "Esteemed guests, you have come specifically in search of Master Wu's paintings. You must be connoisseurs of art. This piece was created during Master Wu's travels in the kingdom of Chaoyang and differs somewhat in style from his other works. Truly a rare find," Cao Xingji remarked. "May we be so fortunate as to feast our eyes upon it?" Lu Jin inquired politely. "Please wait a moment," Cao Xingji responded, rising to retrieve the painting from the inner chamber. After a short while, he returned, cradling a brocade box made of pear wood. Gently placing the box on the table, he opened it and, with the assistance of his attendant, carefully unfurled the scroll, revealing it to the gathered company. The painting depicted a strikingly beautiful woman clad in brocade, seated on a stone bench by the lake, cradling a small boy of 4 or 5 years in her arms. Beside her stood a nurse holding an identical boy, their features remarkably alike, the only distinction being a flame-shaped red birthmark on the right earlobe of the child held by the nurse. Even Dongfang Daodao, a layperson in art, could discern the excellence of this masterpiece. However, her attention was drawn to the flame-shaped birthmark on the boy, which struck her as oddly familiar. "Has this painting been shown to any other potential buyers?" Lu Jin queried. "Having just returned to Changju today, I have not yet had the opportunity to present it to anyone else," Cao Xingji replied, eager to sell the painting for the highest possible price. "I offer 1,000 taels of silver. Might you consider parting with it, Master Cao?" Lu Jin stated, convinced of its authenticity as a work by Master Wu. "Young master, I had intended to hold an auction for this piece. Should you truly desire it, 3,000 taels of silver would secure the transaction," Cao Xingji replied, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he raised the price. Tsuehua Tower had been in operation in the kingdom of Luanfeng for several decades, regularly sourcing rare treasures from various countries. Depending on the nature of the treasures collected, the proprietor would periodically hold auctions, open to bidders regardless of their status, with the highest bidder prevailing. Occasionally, they would also accept commissions from clients to auction their collections, earning a commission in the process. "Under these circumstances, we merely came to pay a visit to Master Cao and have not yet seen the painting," Lu Jin remarked, his expression inscrutable, as he stood to take his leave. Cao Xingji, feeling uncertain, could not discern Lu Jin's intentions, yet years of experience in commerce had honed his instincts to sense a looming threat. "Young Master Lu, may I request a moment of your time?" he said, bowing sincerely. "Very well," Lu Jin acquiesced, as Cao Xingji placed the painting back into its box, taking it with him as they entered the inner chamber together. Noticing that her favorite Osman thus cake lay on the table, Dongfang Daodao sat down and began to indulge herself. Jin contemplated intervening but, recalling that poetry and painting was not truly a mere scholar, and that the young master would require his assistance, he chose to turn a blind eye. Being of a similar status as unmarried young men, he recognized that Lu Jin's demeanor and etiquette far surpassed that of Dongfang Taotao's family. If she did not learn to conduct herself properly, she would surely remain unmarried. With this thought, Ajin found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Dongfang Daodao and ceased to regard her lack of decorum. Meanwhile, Dongfang Daodao, oblivious to her surroundings, savored the sweet osmanthus cake while gently tapping her right index finger against the table. She strained to recall where she had seen a similar birthmark. Memories from her previous life surged forth. In her childhood, there had been an incident when she mischievously pushed Fu Rongrong into a pool, and upon discovery, a certain individual had immediately leapt in to rescue her. After saving Fu Rongrong, Dongfang Daodao seemed to recall seeing a red mark on his earlobe. At the time, being but a child, she had thought it was merely blood from an injury sustained during the rescue. In the following days, fearing punishment, she had closely observed the individual. To her surprise, he treated her as though nothing had occurred, continuing to dote on her, and astonishingly, the mark on his ear had healed without leaving a trace. Could it be him? According to the marriage customs of the kingdom of Wanfeng, it was common for twin brothers to marry the same wife. Surely, he had no twin brother. Dongfang Taotao's thoughts became increasingly tangled. The weight of her past memories bore down on her, and cradling her chin in her hands, she endured a throbbing headache, forcing herself to delve deeper into her recollections. Yet, she remained at a loss. Half an hour later, Lu Jin and Cao Xingji finally emerged from the inner chamber. Lu Jin's expression remained aloof, though he seemed to possess something concealed within his sleeve. Seeing Dongfang Daodao, furrowing her brow and with crumbs of cake adorning her face, he could not help but allow a slight smile to curve his lips. Poetry and painting. Dongfang Daodao was jolted back to reality by Lu Jin's voice. It is time for us to return. She wished to return to the inn, hoping that perhaps Lu Jin could help her unravel the mystery that lingered in her heart. Chapter 10. The physician. After returning to the inn, the three individuals retired to their respective rooms to rest. Dongfang Daodao, feeling a sense of dizziness, splashed her face with cold water in an attempt to awaken her senses. Though her pulse mirrored that of an ordinary person after her rebirth, she had developed an acute aversion to the cold, avoiding icy substances at all costs. Today, as the frigid water washed over her, a chilling sensation spread through her body, reminiscent of the blustery snow-laden landscapes of her past life. She vowed not to repeat her previous mistakes. Ignoring her discomfort, Dongfang Daodao sought out Xiang Lu Jin for clarity. When she knocked on Lu Jin's door, he was preparing to retire for the night, clad only in his undergarments. Assuming Dongfang had urgent matters to discuss, he hastily donned an outer robe before opening the door. The youth's cascading ebony locks framed his gentle visage, and the loosely draped robe lent an air of languid elegance to his tall frame, exuding an irresistible charm. Dongfang Daodao felt a flush creep across her cheeks and quickly averted her gaze, steadying her thoughts before initiating conversation. Young master, why did Cao Xingji suddenly decide to bestow upon you the invaluable painting today? A hint of admiration and curiosity graced her countenance. Upon hearing her words, Lu Jin's expression darkened slightly, as he discerned her subtle ploy. We struck up an instant rapport and conversed for quite some time. I see. So the scroll you possess was not a gift from Cao Xingji after all. Dongfang Daodao regarded Lu Jin with a mischievous glint in her eyes. It's nothing of significance, merely a painting acquired in exchange for a piece of information, Lu Jin remarked, his demeanor remaining composed, though he found himself intrigued by the thought of how this exquisitely crafted youth might react in a moment of indignation. Young master, I am truly curious about what sort of information could be deemed so valuable, Dongfang Daodao mused, taken aback by Lu Jin's unexpected cunning. She scrutinized him closely, pondering the possibility that he might have been under the influence of some intoxicant. Lu Jin's previously serene expression, under the unabashed scrutiny of Dongfang Daodao, inexplicably took on a faint blush. It seemed her gaze possessed an enchanting quality, capable of dismantling one's defenses and stirring his heart into disarray. He coughed lightly, regaining his composure as he turned his head away from her. If you wish to know, I can oblige. How much silver do you require? Dongfang Daodao clenched her fists, silently praying that Lu Jin would not ask for an exorbitant amount. She had been careful to stretch a single coin into two halves, and the idea of willingly offering silver for information caught Lu Jin off guard. I have no need for your silver, Lu Jin replied, his understanding tone providing a soothing balm to Dongfang Taotao's heart. Young Master Lu, with your purity of spirit, it is clear that you disdain the stench of money, she sincerely complimented. Har, Lu Jin chuckled at her earnest flattery. A man who had traversed the land in pursuit of profit was, in her eyes, a modest gentleman averse to the taint of commerce. To be candid with you, Dongfang Shini, I felt an immediate kinship with you at Xiancao Pavilion. Your recent assessment of me confirms that I have not misjudged you as a confidant. Surely, you too must find the clamour of coin distasteful, he replied, a hint of mischief lacing his words. How cunning! Not only was he exchanging a piece of information for a priceless painting, but he also sought to waive his medical fees. In that moment, Dongfang Daodao comprehended her grandfather's warnings against engaging with Lu Jin. With her desires at stake, she had no choice but to swallow her pride. Indeed, to find a kindred spirit in this life is worth more than a mountain of gold, she conceded, recalling the moment at Xiancao Pavilion when Lu Jin had been at her mercy. Today, however, he seemed intent on not letting her off easily. Noticing her lack of objection, he continued, such companions are rare. I hope, dear physician, that you will choose to remain at the Lu residence. Dongfang Taotao's mind momentarily faltered. What did it mean to stay at the Lu residence? Was it possible that Lu Jin had unravelled her disguise and intended to wed her? But that could not be. A man marrying would traditionally go to the bride's household. The notion of having the bride remain at the Lu residence seemed improper. Was he threatening to confine her to prevent any leaks of her identity? Surely not. Seeing the confusion in her eyes, Lu Jin elaborated, I have heard that you have no intention of marrying. Perhaps it would be best for you to reside at the Lu residence and tend to the health of my family members as well. This man was far too cunning. He wanted to secure her life with a mere piece of information. You would have the esteemed head of Xiancao Pavilion serve as your house physician. And when you marry, am I to be your maid of honor as well? This is utterly preposterous. Dongfang Taotao's temper flared, momentarily forgetting her original purpose of gathering information, and she felt an overwhelming urge to strike Lu Jin. Recalling her grandfather's words of caution at the sight of his dishevelled attire, she suppressed her anger and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Lu Jin watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile. He did not wish to place Dongfang Daodao in harm's way, thus, he resorted to this method to deter her from prying further into the painting's origins. The following morning, Dongfang Daodao approached Lu Jin's door with a bowl of medicine in hand. Young master, it is time for your medicine, she said eagerly. Typically, I am the one to prepare the herbal concoction. Why are you so diligent today, Shahoor? Ajin inquired, puzzled. Your hard work is appreciated, Lu Jin replied, maintaining his poised demeanor. Dongfang Daodao understood that extracting information from Lu Jin would require patience, so she resolved to remain by his side. She reassured herself that she would eventually uncover some clue to deduce the details of the information. If all else failed, she could forego purchasing a residence after receiving her payment and instead seek information from Xuanji Pavilion. Anger clouded judgment. She vowed to manage her emotions better and avoid a repeat of yesterday's events. Lu Jin accepted the bowl of medicine, slowly sipping its bitter contents. Noticing his frown, Dongfang Daodao produced a candied fruit from her right hand, waving it enticingly before him with a bright smile as she said, 50 taels. Lu Jin, momentarily dazzled by her smile, instinctively agreed, very well. Ajin, witnessing his master's acquiescence, begrudgingly handed over the silver to Dongfang Daodao. She took the coins and tossed the candied fruit to Lu Jin before turning to leave. Young master, this Dongfang Chu is simply too much. Ajin exclaimed, having never seen his master subjected to such playful mockery. It is quite all right. We shall prepare more silver notes, Lu Jin mused, examining the candied fruit closely. What time shall we depart today, young master? Ajin inquired. We will visit the Huai escort agency in the city to hire 30 skilled bodyguards to escort us back to the capital. Additionally, send a message via carrier pigeon to Uncle Zhang, requesting that he dispatch 30 elite guards to meet us. Changju is bustling, we shall linger here for a few more days. The elite guards were the most skilled fighters trained by the Lu family, seldom deployed in such numbers. Understood, Ajin replied, uncertain of his master's reasoning behind such arrangements, but having followed Lu Jin since childhood, he trusted his judgment. Perhaps a storm of bloodshed was on the horizon. Chapter 11, The Outing. On the second day, Dongfang Daodao took the initiative to approach Lu Jin, expressing her desire to extend her stay in Changju for an additional 2 days. Dressed in coarse linen garments, she then set out alone. Jin was preoccupied with selecting bodyguards from the escort agency. Disguised, Lu Jin ventured to the largest stationery store in Changju to procure writing materials, including brushes, ink, paper, and pigments. The shopkeeper, noticing Lu Jin's ordinary attire yet extraordinary demeanor, eagerly presented the finest Xian paper, pigments, and mounting tools for his selection. To the shopkeeper's surprise, the young gentleman opted for outdated pigments that few would choose in the present day. Though slightly disheartened, the shopkeeper maintained his courteous demeanor. Unexpectedly, Lu Jin concluded his purchases by acquiring the store's prized possession, a copper sparrow inkstone. What a peculiar young man, the shopkeeper mused. Upon returning to the inn with his acquisitions, Lu Jin quietly locked himself in his room. After arriving at the Tiger Might escort agency, Ajin explained his purpose to the chief escort and proceeded to select bodyguards. The only criterion was that they must withstand 10 strikes from him. After a day of sparring, he managed to select just 20 bodyguards. Ajin, drenched in sweat, felt exhausted, while the chief escort's face darkened. The Tiger Might escort agency was renowned in Jiangnan, yet only 20 individuals could endure this dark-skinned man's 10 strikes. Had it not been for Jin's advance payment, the chief would have suspected him of being an undercover opponent seeking to disrupt their operations. The young master had requested 30 capable bodyguards, but Jin had to lower his standards repeatedly to settle for just 20. Was the Tiger Might escort agency merely a paper tiger? Ajin pondered, yet continued to sift through the remaining bodyguards, ultimately selecting 10 to meet the required number. However, the remuneration for the escorting task could not be maintained at the original price. With a calm demeanor, he negotiated with the chief escort, ultimately saving the young master 500 taels of silver. Having completed the arrangements, he returned to the inn to report back to the young master, only to be informed by the innkeeper that the master had not emerged from his room all day and did not permit anyone to disturb him. This was a customary practice for the young master. Before any significant undertaking, he preferred solitude to contemplate various possible scenarios and devise corresponding strategies. It was said that he was exceptionally astute, capable of orchestrating plans with remarkable foresight. Yet, few knew that each major decision he made was preceded by exhaustive deliberation and sleepless nights. Since embarking on his commercial endeavors at the age of 13, the young master had never underestimated any adversary nor overlooked any potential pitfalls. Ajin had grown accustomed to the young master's behavior and proceeded to dine at a nearby tavern, intending to bring back some exquisite food for him. His mind was so occupied with thoughts of the young master that he scarcely recalled the existence of Dongfang Daodao. Naturally, he did not prepare any provisions for her. Meanwhile, Dongfang Daodao was indulging in delectable food and fine wine at an inconspicuous brothel in Xihangzhou. In the span of a day, she had become a distinguished guest there. Since she began making house calls independently, she had visited the local brothels in every prefecture she traveled to. In her past life, she had frequented such establishments under the guidance of a certain individual, but more so because the culinary offerings were far more exquisite and delectable than those found in taverns. After her rebirth, she longed to find Jiaoji. In her youth, she had been unable to venture out alone. Now, having gained the ability to stand on her own, she sought out Jiaoji each time she arrived in a new prefecture. Jiaoji was a refined courtesan bought by her grandfather from a brothel, tasked with being her personal attendant. As women of the Luanfeng kingdom held a noble status, they were surrounded by numerous attendants from a young age. Concerned for Dongfang Daodao's safety in the capital, her grandfather had selected Jiaoji from the brothel, nurturing him at Xiancao Pavilion for a year before sending him to the capital to care for her. Jiaoji was the only individual in her past life who genuinely looked after her, considering her well-being and protecting her. In this life, she wished to find Jiaoji as soon as possible, yet after 3 years of searching, she had found nothing. Today, with a mindset of merely trying her luck, she had come to this fairly unremarkable brothel. Most healers in the Luanfeng kingdom were men, who, for the sake of their reputations, seldom treated courtesans. The courtesans were often abandoned boys who had to make a living in such establishments, looked down upon by society, and when ill, received no medical care, leading to a rather miserable existence. To Dongfang Daodao, life held no distinctions of worth. Zhao Ji, originating from a brothel, had chosen to protect her with all his might when the world scorned her. Each time Dongfang Daodao sought out Zhao Ji, she diligently treated the ill courtesans. While she could not change society's prejudices, she could offer assistance to those in need within her capacity. Young lady, we are immensely grateful for your dedication to the children in our establishment, the brothel keeper expressed with sincerity. He then received a tray from a nearby servant and presented it to Dongfang Daodao with both hands. Young lady, this is your consultation fee. Brothel keeper, there is no need for this, Dongfang Daodao politely declined. The sumptuous feast before me is more than sufficient to cover the consultation fee. Upon seeing her insistence, the brothel keeper refrained from pressing further, carrying the tray filled with precious gems and jade, and prepared to leave without disturbing Dongfang Daodao's meal. At that moment, a small boy of 7 or 8 dashed through the door, clinging to Dongfang Daodao's leg and timidly pleading, "Sister, you are so kind, please take me away. I no longer wish to stay here. I can't eat enough, and I'm so tired every day. When I go outside to play, the other children throw stones at me." Before Dongfang Daodao could respond, the brothel keeper shot a glance, and a nearby servant swiftly removed the boy from the premises. "My lady, please excuse this child. He was just sold here by his mother and is still adjusting," the brothel keeper explained. "Alas, they are all pitiable souls, left to fend for themselves. They must endure hardships and acquire skills to find hope for the future. This child is somewhat fortunate. His mother sold him as a courtesan, allowing him to retain his good name," Dongfang Daodao lamented, fully aware that she could not save the boy. For males in brothels, the only escape was to become a servant to a woman. Zhao Ji must have endured a similar fate, enduring hunger, tirelessly training. He must have longed for the day he could leave this place. "Do not fret, my lady, everyone has their own path to tread and obstacles to overcome. Even the sons of officials in the capital face their own challenges," the brothel keeper, noticing the melancholy on Dongfang Daodao's face, could not help but offer solace. "Indeed, everyone has their own burdens," Dongfang Daodao echoed. Even in this life, where she was a woman of high status, possessing unparalleled medical and poison arts, she could not find the person she sought, nor could she unravel the mysteries in her heart and see the long road ahead clearly. "Thank you, brothel keeper, for your hospitality. I shall take my leave now," Dongfang Daodao said, her heart feeling unburdened as she stood to depart and return to the inn. Everyone has their own obstacles to face. When faced with difficulties, one must confront and resolve them. Chapter 12. Vanished Oriental Daodao, having indulged in a hearty meal, returned to the inn with a buoyant spirit. Noticing that the light in Lu Jin's room was still aglow, she felt compelled to remind him to retire early. Prolonged wakefulness could adversely affect the circulation of vital energy and the functioning of the organs. Given that Lu Jin was already exhibiting signs of increasing frailty during his convalescence, further sleepless nights would be detrimental to his recovery. If she could persuade him, she would certainly try. "Young master, excuse me." Oriental Daodao raised her hand to knock on Lu Jin's door. Before she could finish her words, Asian's door swung open abruptly, and he rushed toward her, pressing a large hand over her mouth. Oriental Daodao's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Asian. What could Lu Jin possibly be doing inside that had Asian so worked up? With her mouth covered, she had no chance to pry Asian's hand away before he swiftly pulled her into the room. "Shahur, do not create a disturbance. You are not to knock on the young master's door or raise your voice for the next few days. You must not disturb him," Asian instructed, releasing his grip. "Why has your young master suddenly become—" One was staying up late without a response to her knocking, while the other was mysteriously forbidding conversation. You, Asian found Oriental Daodao's words rather harsh but was at a loss for a retort. Oriental Daodao, feeling both weary and vexed, pushed him out of the room without waiting for him to finish. She had no idea what Lu Jin was preoccupied with. Her knocking had been rather loud, yet he had not made an appearance, evidently intent on avoiding contact. Let him be, everyone has their own habits and secrets. Oriental Daodao was only curious about the secrets of the painting and had no desire to pry into anything else. The following morning, Lu Jin's door remained firmly shut. Oriental Dao Dao, unwilling to encounter further obstacles, decided to explore the city of Changju after preparing herself. 3 years prior, she had come to attend to patients, constantly busy with consultations and prescriptions, leaving her with no opportunity to appreciate the city's beauty or savor its culinary delights. Now, with her freedom, she could indulge in leisurely exploration. As she opened her door, she found Lu Jin's door across the hall opening simultaneously. He appeared somewhat haggard, shadows under his eyes betraying his lack of rest. "Shahur, where are you headed?" Lu Jin inquired upon noticing Oriental Dao Dao's slightly pale complexion. "To the finest tavern in Changju." "Would you care to join me, young master?" she asked politely. "Then let us go together to Jinlu, I shall treat you," Lu Jin replied. "Your generosity is commendable, young master." Oriental Dao Dao bowed slightly. She was eager to relish the delicacies, and having someone else pay was certainly a bonus. It could even serve as an apology for his peculiar behavior the previous day. The proprietor of Jinlu personally escorted the three of them to an opulent private room. It turned out that Jinlu was an establishment owned by the Lu family. In no time, a plethora of signature dishes adorned the table. "The chef here is truly remarkable, every dish is simply delectable," Oriental Dao Dao exclaimed as she savored the food. Lu Jin observed her cheeks puffed like a squirrel's, recognizing her genuine delight. He smiled and offered her a piece of drunken shrimp. Indeed, the chefs at Jinlu are personally selected and trained by the young master. "We have Jinlu branches in several larger prefectures across the Wanfeng Kingdom, and they are thriving. My master often says that women have a penchant for fine cuisine, and one day Jinlu will be part of the young master's dowry," the Asian boasted proudly, eager to see the noble young ladies of the kingdom vie for his master's hand. "Then perhaps you should marry me," the Oriental Dao Dao said, her mouth full of drunken shrimp, her taste buds overwhelmed, leading her to momentarily lose her train of thought. The three of them froze in shock. A heavy silence enveloped the room, deafening in its intensity. Oriental Dao Dao attempted to clarify her blunder. "What I meant to convey is that if I were to encounter an extraordinary young lady, I would undoubtedly facilitate a match for your esteemed young master. Food can lead one astray. My young master is not yet engaged, so please refrain from such talk." "It could tarnish his reputation," Asian retorted, somewhat vexed. Lu Jin remained silent, his gaze lowered, lost in thought. In her previous life, Oriental Dao Dao's love for gourmet food had led her to. In truth, it was merely the exquisite dishes that captivated her. Wait, she recalled that there was indeed a Jinlu in the capital, but its cuisine was rather mediocre. "Young master, is the Jinlu in the capital as exquisite as this one?" Though Asian's wits were not as sharp as Lu Jin's, he had been a bystander long enough to perceive that Oriental Dao Dao was rather peculiar. A gentleman should excel in the 6 arts, yet she seemed to lack proficiency in any, and her culinary skills were non-existent. The sons of the Oriental family traditionally faced difficulties in marriage, yet she showed no urgency in seeking a spouse. Could it be that she had taken a liking to his master? Alarm bells rang in Asian's mind. This must not happen. Oriental Dao Dao, wishing to avoid further blunders, silently resumed her meal. Jinlu was indeed splendid. Lu Jin was affluent and generous. Marrying him would not be a loss. In her previous life, she had inexplicably married Fu Rongrong as a concubine, leading to a life of hardship that offered little hope for the future. If he could not be touched by women, perhaps marrying him would create a mutually beneficial arrangement. In her past life, Oriental Dao Dao, having indulged in various delicacies while neglecting her health and frequenting gambling dens, had become unrecognizable, her figure bloated, features distorted, and skin rough and sallow. Coupled with her scandalous reputation, no one dared to propose marriage. In this life, she believed she could live for quite some time. The court mandated the completion of a task involving marrying 5 husbands, and gathering 5 benevolent individuals in a short span seemed somewhat challenging. She dismissed such thoughts. In this world, only culinary delights were worth pursuing. If she truly adored Jinlu, she would strive to earn enough silver to purchase it. As they dined, each of the 3 harbored their own thoughts. After a satisfying meal, Oriental Dao Dao suggested a stroll through the night market to aid digestion. Asian, feeling as if he were facing a formidable foe, inwardly muttered, "Surely, this isn't an excuse to cultivate feelings with the young master. That won't do. My young master is in need of rest due to recent sleepless nights. Shahur, you may go alone," Asian firmly declined. Oriental Dao Dao sensed Asian's unusual behavior today and chose to ignore him, heading toward the night market on her own. Let us go together, Lu Jin said, stepping in the direction of the night market. With no choice but to follow, Asian trailed behind. The night market buzzed with activity, yet only a handful of women were visible, each surrounded by several young men who appeared to be their spouses or attendants based on their attire. Oriental Dao Dao halted before a candid hawthorn stall and turned to Lu Jin, exclaiming, "Young master, these are truly delicious, let us buy some." Asian, purchase 3 skewers, she commanded, reluctantly. Asian paid for them, his displeasure evident. Oriental Dao Dao ignored Asian's sour expression, munching and wondering until she suddenly spotted a crowd gathered ahead, igniting her curiosity. Disregarding Lu Jin and Asian, she dashed forward, skillfully weaving through the throngs, eager to reach the front of the spectacle. Chapter 13. The most beautiful. Before them stood a woman with a face as round as a plate and skin resembling wax, glaring with her willow leaf eyes. With her hands on her hips, she shouted at the frail figure opposite her, "Han Lili, how dare you steal my rightful husband, Yu Xiao? Lin Xuanshuang, what madness has possessed you?" "Of course, I have the right, for I am the most beautiful woman in Changju, and he is fond of me. Wow, today I have actually encountered the so-called beauty of Changju." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Dao Dao immediately scrutinized the delicate woman before her. In her eyes, this individual could only be described as mediocre in appearance, with unremarkable features, a commonplace physique, and an ordinary voice. She paled in comparison to the men beside her. "Is this it, the most beautiful woman in Changju? Then surely I, Dongfang Dao Dao, must be the most beautiful woman in Luanfeng Nation." Dongfang Dao Dao scoffed inwardly. Her mother had been recognized as a beauty in her youth, while her father was renowned for his looks, hailed as the most handsome young man. Dongfang Dao Dao had inherited the favorable traits of her parents. In her previous life, her stepfather had indulged her every whim, leading her to overindulge in food and adopt a nocturnal lifestyle, often frequenting brothels, and consequently, she had grown up to be hefty, with a waxy complexion and hollow, lifeless eyes, devoid of any semblance of beauty. Of course, in her past life, she had never cared for appearances, equally indifferent to the looks of others. Her sole concerns were the best places to eat and the most entertaining gambling houses. In this life, since returning to Jianzhou, she had immersed herself in the study of medicine and poisons, maintaining a regular routine and moderate diet, yet she still paid little attention to her own appearance, remaining blissfully unaware of her own beauty. Upon comparison today, it dawned on her that she might very well be the most beautiful woman in Luanfeng Nation. Lost in the delight of this realization, the corners of Dongfang Dao Dao's mouth involuntarily curled upwards. To Lin Xuanshuang, however, Dongfang Dao Dao's smile was exceedingly irksome. Was she mocking her for having her husband stolen? "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Lin Xuanshuang snapped. "Me?" Dongfang Dao Dao was taken aback by the sudden attention from Lin Xuanshuang, pointing to herself in disbelief. "Yes, I'm talking about you. If you love to watch the spectacle so much, be careful you don't end up unmarried." Lin Xuanshuang vented her ire indiscriminately. The men surrounding them bowed their heads, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. "Indeed, I probably won't get married," Dongfang Dao Dao admitted candidly. Not wishing to provoke the irate woman further, she simply acknowledged the remark and swiftly suppressed her smile, adopting a serious demeanor as she continued to observe the argument between the two beauties. Lin Xuanshuang was taken aback by the audacity of this woman. At that moment, Lu Jin squeezed through the crowd to stand beside Dongfang Dao Dao. Han Lili's gaze was immediately drawn to the suddenly appearing Lu Jin, unabashedly surveying him. Seeing this, Dongfang Dao Dao quickly reached out to pull Lu Jin back. His striking appearance and commanding presence were too attention-grabbing. It was better for him to remain hidden among the throng. Han Lili found it amusing that someone would try to evade her scrutiny. With a huff, she turned to leave. "Han Lili, are you guilty of wrongdoing and trying to escape?" Lin Xuanshuang intercepted her. "He is fond of me, you should cease your entanglement," Han Lili replied impatiently, shaking off Lin Xuanshuang's hand. Lu Jin stared at his left hand, firmly grasped by Dongfang Dao Dao, a tumult of complex emotion swirling within him. He disliked being touched by others, yet being directly held like this did not feel uncomfortable. It was a first. What was happening to him? A fleeting thought crossed Lu Jin's mind, only to be dismissed. Just then, Ajin pushed through the crowd to join them. He was taken aback by the scene before him, his mouth agape. When out in public, he must protect his young master. Thus, Ajin forcefully pulled apart their joined hands, nudging the people beside him and pushing Dongfang Daodao aside to create space for his young master. His master did not tolerate being touched by anyone, no exceptions. You speak nonsense, you must have coerced him. Lin Xuanxuang retorted indignantly. Indeed, I did coerce him into sharing my bed before marriage. I forced him to become my 18th little servant. What will you do about it? Han Lily's nonchalant words struck Lin Xuanxuang like a slap, trampling Hu Xiao's reputation beneath her feet. The man named Hu Xiao bowed his head deeply, his expression obscured, his body trembling ever so slightly. It was uncertain whether he regretted his choice at that moment. Smack! Lin Xuanxuang, in a fit of rage, raised her hand and struck Han Lily across the face. The crowd fell into stunned silence. In Luanfeng Nation, women were revered. A man striking a woman was a grave offense, and a woman striking another woman would also face punishment. Han Lily stumbled, falling to the ground, her head striking a rock, blood oozing forth. Dongfang Daodao was rendered speechless by the scene before her, as if her past experiences were replaying themselves. She wondered whether this Hu Xiao was as beguiling as Xiang Yu had been. Yet this time, the aggressor was Lin Xuanxuang, and the injured party was Han Lily. The officials are coming, everyone, make way. The commotion attracted the attention of patrolling soldiers nearby. When Dongfang Daodao saw Li Han riding in on a grand steed, her eyes widened in disbelief. In her previous life, the war god of Luanfeng Nation should have been stationed at the borders. Why was he in the small city of Changju? Li Han dismounted and approached the unconscious Han Lily, reaching out to check her pulse. Is there a doctor here? He inquired, raising his gaze. The noisy crowd fell silent. I'll give it a try, Dongfang Daodao said, suppressing her inner fear as she stepped forward to examine Han Lily. She did not wish for another woman to suffer the same fate she had. Kneeling beside Han Lily, Dongfang Daodao directly checked her pulse. Finding it normal, she then inspected the wound on her forehead, noting it was merely a superficial injury. Seeing Dongfang Daodao attend to Han Lily without hesitation, Lu Jin's expression darkened. Dongfang Daodao breathed a sigh of relief. Han Lily would only need a few days of rest, yet, Han Lily's injury bore a striking resemblance to that of Murong Shui. Why had Murong Shui perished on the spot? Noticing Dongfang Daodao's contemplative gaze, Li Han approached, concerned about the situation. However, her fair neck drew his attention, and upon observing her dark complexion and hands, he was taken aback. Dongfang Daodao suppressed her inner doubts, rising to inform Li Han of her findings. It was only then that she noticed Li Han's features more clearly. Though his features were exquisitely sculpted, akin to jade, exuding a unique charm, he also bore an aura of battle-hardened ferocity. So this is the war god of Luanfeng Nation, Dongfang Daodao thought, momentarily mesmerized by the figure before her. Doctor, could you please tell me the condition of the injured? Li Han inquired. The handsome youth before her was strikingly beautiful, even with his dark complexion, which did not diminish his allure, yet he seemed somewhat dazed. There is no serious injury, she merely needs her wounds bandaged, Dongfang Daodao replied, snapping back to reality and feeling a bit embarrassed by her earlier lapse in composure. She yearned for solitude, quickly turning to leave. The scene she had dreamt of almost every night for the past decade had unfolded before her once again, causing her deep-seated fear to resurface. Chapter 14, Love at First Sight. Lu Jin departed alongside Dongfang Daodao. The vivid scene of Dongfang Daodao unreservedly reaching out to take Han Lily's pulse lingered in his mind. He recalled that Dongfang Daodao had a penchant for cleanliness, never taking a patient's pulse without a handkerchief in tow. Yet this time, she not only rushed to diagnose Han Lily but also directly felt her pulse, showing no concern for propriety between the sexes. Could it be that he had fallen for Han Lily at first sight? The more Lu Jin pondered, the more agitated he became. Young master, this poet is usually discreet, but upon seeing a noble lady, his eyes were as wide as saucers, and he acted inappropriately. Ajin chattered beside him. Even Ajin sensed the unusual behavior of Dongfang Daodao, further exacerbating Lu Jin's already frazzled state. With her heightened senses, Dongfang Daodao caught every word Ajin uttered, yet chose to ignore him, exhausted by the incessant talk of propriety and marriage. As she walked with her head down, Dongfang Daodao strived to recall the condition of Murong Shui after her collapse in her previous life. Apart from a slightly pallid complexion, Han Lily's symptoms were indistinguishable from those of Murong Shui. Regrettably, in that life, she had been too preoccupied with pleasure and revelry, completely ignorant of the medical knowledge bestowed upon her by her family. It was indeed true that an abundance of skills could prove invaluable, potentially saving lives in critical moments. By now, Changju was deep into autumn, the biting wind cutting through the air. Dongfang Daodao tightened her garments and quickened her pace, feeling the chill acutely. In her hurried return to the capital, she had failed to pack sufficient warm clothing. The trio remained silent as they returned to the inn. In the dead of night, Dongfang Daodao was startled awake by a nightmare. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and glanced around, reassured to find herself in the inn, which brought her a modicum of calm. Since her rebirth, she had developed a sensitivity to the cold. Changju, situated near the north, felt particularly frigid at this late hour. Having spent a decade in the perpetually temperate Jiangju, she longed to return there immediately. At last, dawn arrived, heralded by a vigorous knock on her door from a woman. "Young master, open the door quickly." Dongfang Daodao, having tidied her attire, opened the door with little enthusiasm, revealing Lin Xuanxuang's round face. "Young master, I have come to express my gratitude for your candid words yesterday." Without hesitation, Lin Xuanxuang strode into the room. "Noble lady, it is improper for a solitary man and woman to share a room." "It could tarnish my reputation," Dongfang Daodao replied, not wishing to dwell on the previous day's events and hoping to usher her guest out. "Do not fret, I am not deterred by your reputation. I would gladly take you as my husband," Lin Xuanxuang declared, signaling a young attendant at the door to bring in her gifts of thanks. "This is your token of appreciation. I hold you in high regard, and there is no need for a dowry. I shall send someone tomorrow to propose," she continued, her demeanor bold as she prepared to leave. "Noble lady, wait, when did I ever express a desire to marry you?" Dongfang Daodao exclaimed, utterly bewildered. "What? I do not mind your less than stellar reputation, yet you refuse to wed me." Lin Xuanxuang's booming voice left Dongfang Daodao's head spinning. "Noble lady, you misunderstand, it is indeed a privilege to have your regard. However, I am already betrothed," Dongfang Daodao hastily attempted to deflect. "Is that so?" Lin Xuanxuang replied, sounding somewhat disappointed. "Then I shall not press you further. I would never engage in the despicable act of forcibly taking another's husband." With that, she removed a jade pendant from her waist and handed it to Dongfang Daodao. "This pendant was a coming-of-age gift from my mother, symbolizing peace and good fortune. I owe my safe passage through yesterday's troubles to you. Should you ever need my assistance, simply present this pendant at the Lin residence in town." Lin Xuanxuang spoke cheerfully. Dongfang Daodao, no longer inclined to refuse, accepted the pendant with gratitude. As Lin Xuanxuang opened the door to leave, a man in white suddenly knelt before her. "Xuanger, please forgive me, I have realized my mistakes," the man pleaded, his head bowed, obscuring his features. Dongfang Daodao could not discern whether he was Lin Xuanxuang's husband or a suitor. The once cheerful Lin Xuanxuang's expression darkened upon hearing the man's voice. "Do not let me see you again, Hu Xiao," she reprimanded coldly. "Xuanger, I was momentarily swayed. It will never happen again. I implore you, forgive me this once. I do not care for status, I only wish to be with you," he continued, raising his head to gaze at Lin Xuanxuang, tears glistening in his eyes. Lin Xuanxuang clenched her fists tightly, remaining silent. "Madam, I heard that Hu Xiao was cast aside by Han Lily this morning," one of Lin Xuanxuang's attendants remarked. In the kingdom of Luanfeng, a man had but one chance to marry. Once wed, regardless of divorce, widowhood, or being cast off, no woman would be willing to marry him again, as he would be deemed unclean. Any who did would face societal scorn. "Xuanger, we grew up together. I only wish to remain by your side, as your humble attendant," Hu Xia persisted, refusing to give up. Lin Xuanxuang remained resolute in her silence. Her attendant, observing the situation, dared not speak further. Though this matter did not concern Dongfang Daodao, she felt compelled to intervene, to prevent Lin Xuanxuang from forgiving the man who had betrayed his fiancé. In Dongfang Daodao's eyes, a man who could not withstand the allure of beauty today might very well be blinded by wealth or power tomorrow. If he could forsake you amidst the bloom of flowers, how could one expect him to stand by you during your darkest hour? Lin Xuanxuang continued to remain silent, prompting Dongfang Daodao to finally speak up. Noble lady, if you show compassion and accept him today, those around you will follow suit. Leave, do not let me see you again. Lin Xuanxuang seemed to have made a momentous decision, departing without a backward glance. Hu Xiao remained kneeling, casting a resentful glare at Dongfang Daodao, his eyes sharp as a poisoned blade. Liu Jin appeared at an opportune moment, extending a hand to help Hu Xiao to his feet. Young Master Hu, the situation you find yourself in is of your own making. If shifting the blame to others brings you solace, feel free. Deceit is easily avoided, yet treachery is hard to guard against. I do not wish for Dongfang Daodao to unwittingly make an enemy. I am prepared to assist her in clearing potential threats, he continued. Even if Lin Xuanxuang were to relent today, this thorn would remain embedded in her heart. Will her family and husband ever accept you in the future? Suddenly, Ajin peered in from the doorway, his expression a mix of emotions as he observed Dongfang Daodao and Liu Jin. Ajin, see our guest out, Liu Jin instructed. I understand your good intentions, but your words today are ill-advised. Liu Jin deliberated before speaking. Even if your intentions were noble, advising her to reject Hu Xiao could lead to rumors of jealousy if an unmarried man dissuades a woman from taking a servant. Dongfang Daodao's eyes widened in shock at his words. What would constitute as a lack of jealousy in a man? To not compete with the other husbands or servants for the lady's favor, and instead to proactively suggest taking a servant for her, Liu Jin replied calmly. His own father had lived by this principle, garnering an excellent reputation for not competing for affection. 4 years, he had remained devoted to his mother, who held him in high esteem. Due to limited resources, he had sent his only son back to the ancestral home of the Liu family, entrusting all matters of sustenance, daily living, and education to others. Chapter 15, a longer embrace. Dongfang Daodao, having not rested well, resolved to indulge in some delightful nourishment to replenish her strength. Thus, she earnestly approached Liu Jin's door and knocked gently. Young master, the winter chill is harsh. It is advisable to fortify oneself. Shall we dine at Jinlo? Why do you appear so pale? Liu Jin inquired with concern. It was exceedingly cold last night, and I could not sleep soundly, Dongfang Daodao replied, her voice tinged with vulnerability. Arjun, prepare the carriage. We shall head to Jinlo, Liu Jin commanded. As the trio exited the inn, thick, feathery snowflakes began to fall from the sky. This winter, Zhangzhou's weather is particularly frigid. It seems the heavy snow has arrived earlier than usual, the innkeeper muttered to himself. The three hastily boarded the carriage. Young master, let us depart for the capital without delay, Dongfang Daodao declared, intent on procuring a residence with a heated kang and a hot spring upon their arrival. I fear we may be compelled to linger in Changzhou for some time. 5 years ago, it was also at this time that heavy snowfall blocked the roads, leaving us stranded here for a full 10 days, Liu Jin remarked calmly. Indeed, that year was equally frigid. The snow fell for 5 consecutive days, and many unfortunate beggars perished from the cold. Arjun reminisced, perished from the cold. What shall we do? Dongfang Daodao felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, shivering at the thought. Upon arriving at Jinlo, they were ushered into the same private room as the previous day. Dongfang Daodao momentarily set aside her worries and indulged heartily in the feast before her. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the three returned to the inn. In the span of an hour, a thick layer of snow had blanketed the ground. The carriage moved slowly along the road, as biting winds and swirling snowflakes infiltrated the cabin, causing Dongfang Daodao to curl up in a pitiful ball. Finally back at the inn, Dongfang Daodao, her legs numb from the cold, stumbled as she dismounted the carriage, nearly falling. Fortunately, Liu Jin, having alighted first, caught her just in time. Startled, Dongfang Daodao found herself in Liu Jin's warm embrace, feeling as though she had fallen against a small furnace. Relishing this warmth, she lingered in his arms, reluctant to part. After all, he was but a man. A moment's extra embrace was harmless. Lu Jin, taken aback by this unexpected physical contact, felt his breath hitch, yet the discomfort did not overwhelm him. Instead, he found the softness of her form comforting, with a faint hint of gardenia fragrance wafting from her, prompting him to wish for a longer embrace. Arjun, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. "Young master, the outdoors is frigid. Perhaps we should enter the house," he stammered, interrupting the two. Having been by the young master's side for 12 years, it was the first time he had seen such intimacy displayed without a hint of repulsion. Yet, this individual was indeed a man. Both Lu Jin and Dongfang Daodao returned to their senses, quickly masking their embarrassment as they hurried into the inn. For Lu Jin, this was the first instance of embracing another. The sensation was foreign yet accompanied by an inexplicable flutter in his heart. He recalled the first time Dongfang Daodao had taken his hand, feeling similarly drawn without a trace of aversion, even harboring a sense of joy and a subtle anticipation. As he contemplated his long-standing aversion to physical contact with others and his distaste for touching his betrothed, he found himself increasingly conflicted, opting to retreat into his room, unwilling to face Dongfang Daodao. That night, as Dongfang Daodao gazed out at the swirling snow, memories of the frigid final day of her past life flooded her mind, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. She tightened her thin garment and descended to request a basin of charcoal from the innkeeper to warm her room. The inn had not prepared high-quality golden silk charcoal. The embers delivered to her room flickered and emitted wisps of blue smoke. Dongfang Daodao secured the doors and windows tightly before succumbing to a deep slumber. In her dreams, she found herself hurled into a thick blanket of snow, her body icy and breathless. Sparks ignited the canopy by her bedside, and the glow from her room disturbed Lu Jin, who was tossing and turning in the adjacent chamber. Chapter 16. The Debt of Gratitude. He beheld the room of Dongfang Chuchu illuminated by the flickering flames, yet the door remained firmly locked. Without a moment's contemplation, the usually composed Lu Jinyu rushed through the door to rescue her. There lay Dongfang Chuchu amidst the firelight, showing no signs of awakening. Channeling his inner strength, Lu Jinyu delicately touched his toes to the ground and swiftly moved to her side, cradling her in his arms and carefully evading the licking flames as he made his escape from the room. Before Arjun could intervene and prevent Lu Jinyu from taking such risks, he witnessed Lu Jinyu tenderly carrying the unconscious Dongfang Chuchu back to his own chamber. "Dongfang Chuchu, please awaken," Lu Jinyu implored, gently shaking her. Gradually, Dongfang Daodao stirred from her slumber, her gaze meeting the handsome visage of Lu Jinyu, momentarily leaving her in a state of bewilderment. In their exchanged glances, she perceived the profound concern etched upon his features. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Why was Lu Jinyu holding her? A sense of dizziness enveloped her, rendering her breathless. Cough, cough. After a fit of violent coughing, her consciousness began to return. She realized that in her fear of the cold, she had inadvertently set her room ablaze while trying to warm herself. In her previous life, she had perished from freezing. Now, in this rebirth, she had nearly succumbed to her own flames. A wave of emotions, helplessness, despair, and confusion washed over her all at once. Lu Jinyu, it appeared as though he saw glistening tears in the starry depths of her eyes. She resembled a fragile, abandoned creature in the wilderness, vulnerable and in need of solace. Instinctively tightening his embrace, he reassured her, "It's all right, truly, it's all right." In an instant, tears cascaded from Dongfang Daodao's eyes. She wept in Lu Jinyu's arms, murmuring, "It's so cold in the room. I couldn't awaken from my nightmares, and it felt as though I was about to freeze to death again." Woo woo. Lu Jinyu held her tightly, nearly losing her just moments ago. He finally recognized the truth of his own feelings. From the moment they met, he had been drawn to her, and throughout their interactions, he had unwittingly fallen for her, ultimately succumbing to love. Years of experience in the business world had instilled in him a decisive nature. He resolved to open his heart to Dongfang Chuchu and present her with his affections. He cherished her. He would not marry, nor would he allow Dongfang Chuchu to wed any other, for she was meant to remain by his side. "I will protect you forever. You are never to leave me in this lifetime," Lu Jinyu proclaimed, tenderly wiping away the tears from the weeping Dongfang Chuchu. Lost in her own emotions, Dongfang Daodao misheard his words, believing he was merely offering her comfort, and she foolishly nodded in agreement. At that inopportune moment, the innkeeper knocked on the door, explaining the cause of the fire and informing Dongfang Daodao that her original room was no longer habitable. With the heavy snowfall blocking the doors, the inn had no vacant rooms available. "Let Shohora stay in my room," Lu Jinyu declared firmly. Arjun understood his master well. He recognized that Lu Jinyu had made up his mind regarding Dongfang Chuchu. Once his master had decided, no one could alter that course. Together with the innkeeper, he quietly withdrew from the room. Lu Jinyu's embrace was extraordinarily warm, and Dongfang Daodao was reluctant to part from it. Yet, she felt an overwhelming fatigue. "I fear the cold. I cannot sleep on the floor. You shall sleep in the bed," Lu Jinyu replied indulgently, no longer restraining his emotions. "Well, actually, it seems quite cold in the room now, so the difference in where I sleep doesn't appear to matter much." Dongfang Daodao contemplated, wishing for Lu Jinyu to hold her as she slept, for it was far too frigid, and she feared slipping back into the clutches of nightmares. Given that her room had just caught fire, the inn would surely not provide any heating. "I shall help you warm up," Lu Jinyu discerned her unspoken thoughts. Dongfang Daodao finally breathed a sigh of relief, hoping to enjoy a restful night. Nevertheless, propriety dictated that she ought to be responsible towards Lu Jinyu, considering the boundaries of their relationship. Perhaps she could test the waters for a single night and see how it went. After all, she was currently disguised as a male. It seemed unlikely to tarnish his reputation, Dongfang Daodao thought to herself, attempting to rationalize her actions. Yet, her conscience seemed to voice. Lu Jinyu had been exceptionally caring toward her, even risking his life to save her moments ago. How was she to repay this debt of gratitude? Chapter 17. Let my cousin marry you. Gazing upon Lu Jin's exquisitely handsome visage, Dongfang Daodao cast aside her grandfather's admonitions from before their departure. Rising from Lu Jin's embrace, she earnestly declared, "Sharing a bed with you does little good for your reputation. Once we arrive in the capital, I shall arrange for my cousin, Dongfang Daodao, to take you as her husband." How considerate of you," Lu Jin replied, a mix of amusement and frustration evident. He had just resolved that neither of them would marry, yet within moments, his beloved had orchestrated a prospective bride for him. "Your reputation is already tarnished. Does Dongfang Daodao truly wish to marry you as well?" Lu Jin, unaware of Dongfang Daodao's true feelings, felt a twinge of irritation. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Daodao widened her eyes in bewilderment. "Here I am, the most beautiful woman in the kingdom of Luanfeng, actively proposing to you, and yet you seem displeased." Then, contemplating further, she thought it was perhaps better that he did not wish to be burdened by her affections. It alleviated her sense of guilt. "I shall not marry," she asserted resolutely. "I can only take a husband, perhaps 5, 6, or even 8. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's brow finally relaxed. As long as there were no intentions of marriage, he would weave a net of sincerity to ensnare Dongfang Daodao, ensuring she remained by his side for eternity. In the kingdom of Luanfeng, when two men wed, it necessitated one of them to endure 100 strokes of the rod. Such punishment, though not fatal, would leave one with lifelong disabilities. Thus, while the law did not explicitly prohibit same-sex marriages, since the kingdom's founding, no man had ever taken another man as a spouse. To be eternally united with Dongfang Daodao, Lu Jin was willing to become the first to bear the 100 strokes. Dongfang Daodao, finding Lu Jin's anger inexplicably perplexing, chose to disregard it. She obediently nestled closer to him, seeking a comfortable position to drift into slumber. How warm it was, accompanied by the delightful scent of sandalwood. Lu Jin, who typically despised physical contact, found himself entwined with her, the intimacy sparking a cascade of sweetness within him, as if a multitude of fireworks had ignited in his mind. He gazed dreamily at Dongfang Daodao's sleeping countenance. Her long, crow-feather-like eyelashes cast a shadow upon her face, her delicate nose and full, rosy lips parted slightly. Lu Jin reached out to smooth Dongfang Daodao's tousled hair, wishing to etch this moment into his heart forever. "Cold," murmured the slumbering Dongfang Daodao, her brow furrowing as she spoke. At her words, Lu Jin instinctively drew her closer, realizing only then how fragile she truly was. A 15-year-old youth, she was such a diminutive bundle, soft and lacking the muscular contours typical of her age. Having rarely interacted with women, Lu Jin failed to notice anything unusual about Dongfang Daodao, attributing her slightness to the Dongfang family's healer being so engrossed in her studies that she neglected physical training. After a restful night, the nightmares that had haunted Dongfang Daodao for a decade failed to materialize. In the morning, she stretched languidly, casting a glance at the still sleeping Lu Jin, a smile gracing her lips. Lu Jin, I find great satisfaction in you. Dongfang Daodao glanced at her undergarments, relieved that her earlier discomfort with the cold had prevented her from loosening her binding corset before sleep. Though confined to the inn by heavy snowfall in the following days, Dongfang Daodao enjoyed a most pleasant existence. She could draw near to Lu Jin, this strikingly handsome human furnace, at any moment. Each day, exquisite delicacies arrived from Jinlu, and boxes upon boxes of beautiful, warm winter attire were delivered from Lu's clothing shop. Even the usually boisterous Asian had suddenly turned quiet and docile. If only the days ahead could remain as tranquil and pleasant as this. What to do? I long to reach the capital swiftly and marry Lu Jin. Chapter 18. Acupuncture. 5 days later, Lu Jin learned that the snow on the road had been cleared, no longer hindering their journey. He instructed Ajin to notify the escort agency to send bodyguards to accompany them on their departure. In just a few days, Dongfang Daodao's luggage had multiplied at a remarkable pace, encompassing fox fur, cloaks, exquisite garments, cotton boots, and more. By the time they set off, the carriage was filled to the brim. One might think a noble lady is embarking on a long journey, murmured the innkeeper's attendant, taken aback by the sheer volume of baggage. With keen ears, Dongfang Daodao overheard him and couldn't help but smile slyly. The attendant's perceptive eyes were indeed correct. It was none other than the esteemed young lady of the Dongfang family setting forth on her travels. Clutching the pastries gifted by Jinlu, she climbed into the carriage, which was warmed by a charcoal fire, enveloping her in a comforting heat. As she attempted to remove her fox fur, Lu Jin intervened, gently restraining her. Keep it on for now. Be cautious not to catch a chill. He then placed a golden warming furnace into her hands. A wave of warmth washed over Dongfang Daodao's heart. Lu Jin was simply delightful, akin to the sun on a winter's day. He orchestrated everything to her liking, a stark contrast to her previous solitary journeys, where she endured the hardships of travel. How wonderful it was to journey to the capital alongside Lu Jin. With 30 bodyguards escorting them, the carriage glided smoothly along the official road. After satisfying her hunger and perusing a medical text for a while, Dongfang Daodao leaned against the wall of the carriage and drifted into slumber. Observing her peaceful repose, Lu Jin settled beside her, allowing her head to rest upon his shoulder. The carriage was enveloped in tranquility, the only sound being the crackle of the burning charcoal. The ride was so serene that Dongfang Daodao only stirred awake when they arrived at the next city. Young master, shall we continue our journey, or take lodging in the city? Ajin inquired. Lu Jin wished to travel at a leisurely pace, relishing the moments spent in Dongfang Daodao's company. He was aware that upon reaching the capital, numerous matters awaited his attention, which would inevitably disrupt the simple happiness they shared. Yet, Dongfang Daodao had entirely different thoughts. With her coming-of-age ceremony just a month away, she yearned to return to the capital sooner. In her previous life, she had not survived to see that day. In this life, she intended to seize control of her destiny, acquiring a residence, establishing her own household, practicing medicine to help others, hosting her coming-of-age ceremony, and marrying Lu Jin. Let us seek lodging. Let us continue our journey. They both spoke in unison, astonished at their contrasting desires. Continue our journey. Seek lodging. They repeated their differing sentiments once more, both wishing to accommodate the other. Afterward, they exchanged involuntary smiles. If you wish to continue, then we shall. Lu Jin regarded Dongfang Daodao with affectionate indulgence. The accompanying bodyguards groaned inwardly at the thought of yet another day of travel without rest. After a day of exertion, they found it peculiar that their employer remained cooped up in the carriage with his young attendant, fussing over her comfort to the extent of allowing her preferences to dictate their plans. It scarcely resembled the dynamics of a master and servant, exuding an air of strangeness. Having travelled extensively over the years, they were well versed in the ways of the world, yet they remained in the dark, unable to voice their thoughts. The group continued on their journey, having enjoyed a restful sleep. Dongfang Daodao woke revitalized. She examined the medical book in her hands, felt the acupuncture patch at her waist, and glanced at Lu Jin beside her, recalling how long it had been since she practiced acupuncture. Lu Jin's tall stature, broad shoulders, and narrow waist suggested he would be an ideal candidate for her practice. Young master, after such a long journey, would you allow me to relieve your fatigue with acupuncture? Dongfang Daodao suggested eagerly. Throughout their travels, Lu Jin had readily acquiesced to her requests, so surely he would not refuse her this time. Moreover, the warmth of the carriage would ensure she would not catch a chill during the treatment. Lu Jin, who had been engrossed in account books, paused momentarily, a faint blush creeping onto his face. He lifted his gaze to Dongfang Daodao, whose earnest expression conveyed no hint of jest. Should he agree, had she discerned his true feelings? Chapter 19. Cherishing. Upon witnessing Lu Jin's conflicted demeanor, Dongfang Daodao, lost in her own thoughts, retrieved the silver needles from her acupuncture kit. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall be gentle," she said, her heart slightly troubled. Due to the strict propriety between the sexes, she had never had the opportunity to administer acupuncture to a man. Nevertheless, the efficacy of this ancient art in alleviating ailments was unparalleled. Her medical skills had reached an exquisite level, yet her acupuncture proficiency had stagnated due to a lack of practical experience. After a brief silence, Lu Jin, his cheeks flushed, inquired, "Do you, indeed, wish to perform acupuncture on me?" Observing his cautious demeanor, Dongfang Daodao hesitated, her focus wavering. Ever since Lu Jin had rescued her from the fire, he had never denied any of her requests. Her desire to practice acupuncture was genuine, but considering the stringent norms of the Luanfeng kingdom regarding interactions between men and women, she swallowed her words just as they were about to escape her lips. Although she currently assumed a male identity, she knew there would come a day when she would reveal the truth to Lu Jin. If she insisted on having him disrobe for treatment, how would he navigate his future with a beloved wife? Would he resent her for it? The young men of Luanfeng kingdom valued their reputation and purity above life itself. Ultimately, Lu Jin might either feel compelled to marry her against his will or remain unmarried indefinitely, or worse. Dongfang Daodao shook her head, unwilling to delve further into such thoughts. Lu Jin had saved her, and even though she had envisioned him as her chosen partner, she must preserve his honor and safeguard his reputation until she had clarified her own intentions. "I was merely jesting with you," Dongfang Daodao laughed lightly, concealing her thoughts as she stowed away the acupuncture kit. An abrupt silence enveloped the carriage. She coughed softly, lifting the curtain to alleviate her embarrassment. The prolonged intimacy of their daily interactions had momentarily caused her to forget the decorum between the sexes, nearly leading her astray. Fortunately, she had pulled back from the brink. "My lord, actually, poetry and painting are—" "I know you can ride," Lu Jin interjected calmly. Just when she thought the veil between them might be lifted, it appeared he was merely indulging in his own hopes. Maintaining a measured distance, she mirrored the formality of their initial carriage ride, and the palpable sense of estrangement pierced Lu Jin's heart. It was as if their days spent together had been naught but an illusion. "Considering the chill outside, we ought to remain in the carriage," Lu Jin suggested, rising to exit. He mounted his horse without donning a cloak. The biting winter wind struck his face, invigorating him further. He felt unable to decipher Dongfang Chu's thoughts, yet he was resolute in his determination. He had never relinquished what he had set his sights upon. Dongfang Daodao discreetly lifted the curtain to observe Lu Jin. The young man atop his steed wore a tranquil expression, his gaze resolute, exuding an air of aloofness that discouraged approach. "Once we reach the capital, I shall disclose my true identity to you," Dongfang Daodao reassured herself internally. For now, she could not reveal her identity. Traveling as an unmarried woman would be too conspicuous. In her past life, she had witnessed the lengths to which powerful families would go to secure the rightful position for their heirs. She was determined not to be ensnared in a web of deceit and manipulation. Those who accompanied her must be wholly devoted, sharing both trials and triumphs, rather than choosing her based on calculated benefits. With her resolve firm, Dongfang Daodao began to rummage through her belongings, searching for the medicinal texts. Several precious herbs she had never encountered awaited her discovery, and once her immediate task. Outside the carriage, the rhythmic sound of hoofs echoed, while within, Dongfang Daodao savoured her pastries with delight. Occasionally, she would lift the curtain to steal glances at Lu Jin's silhouette, finding him undeniably captivating. Just as she immersed herself in the beauty of the moment, a piercing bird call suddenly shattered the tranquility. slicing through the air like a knife. Chapter 20. Follow me. The accompanying bodyguards became alert. This was a route they frequently traversed. For the first time, they heard such a piercing bird call. Ajin tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Lu Jin observed calmly, his brow slightly furrowed. The path wound through the mountains, flanked by a thick blanket of snow, while clouds obscured the moonlight, rendering the way ahead indistinct. Hidden among the trees, the assassins donned dark garments, their faces concealed by black veils, their cold eyes keenly assessing their prey. The wind picked up, aimed at Lu Jin's chest, as an arrow was narked, drawn, and released. Thwack! An arrow sliced through the night sky, hurtling straight toward Lu Jin. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Jin nimbly leapt from his saddle and shot a hidden dart in the direction of the incoming arrow, which grazed the face of the archer. In an instant, a deluge of arrows rained down upon the convoy. Dongfang Daodao was momentarily stunned by the sudden assault, hastily clutching her small bundle and anxiously observing the battle outside. Everyone was frantically wielding their swords in defense, while Lu Jin unsheathed his flexible sword, steadfastly guarding the front of the carriage. The rain of arrows intensified, and several bodyguards, unable to withstand the onslaught, fell to the ground, struck. Lu Jin ignited a smoke bomb, enveloping the area in a shroud of smoke that obscured the assassin's vision. The barrage of arrows ceased. Lu Jin swiftly entered the carriage. "Follow me." With that, he mounted his horse, taking the bewildered Dongfang Daodao along with him. He positioned her in front of him, shielding her with his body. "Move!" Lu Jin commanded the others to advance rapidly. Before the convoy could gain distance, a dozen sword-wielding assassins had already caught up with them. A fierce melee ensued. Has Lu Jin disturbed someone's ancestral grave? Why else would so many come after him? Dongfang Daodao inwardly lamented, lacking any skills in combat. She felt utterly defenseless. She was certain that her efforts had been solely directed toward healing others, leaving her with no enemies. The presence of such formidable opponents indicated a significant investment in this assassination attempt. It was impossible that there were no deep-seated grudges involved. What should she do? She could not afford to perish here. Dongfang Daodao retrieved several packets of medicinal powder from her small bundle, swiftly concealing them within her waistband and sleeves. Steeling her nerves, she resolved to evade the arrows, hoping to preserve her life. The assassins appeared to have clear divisions of labor. Some loosed arrows from a distance, while others engaged in close combat. Lu Jin, seated on horseback, had to protect her while simultaneously fending off the attackers and remaining vigilant against arrows from behind. He had already sustained several wounds to his legs, yet he fought with exceptional swordplay, attempting to break through the encirclement of the assassins, having already dispatched a few with lethal strikes. Witnessing this, Feng Qi could not help but regard Lu Jin with newfound respect. Since becoming the foremost assassin of the Bloodlight Pavilion, he had seldom encountered a worthy opponent. He had not expected a mere merchant to possess such exquisite swordsmanship. Employing his lightness skill, he closed the distance to Lu Jin, eager to test his mettle. The other assassins, seeing Feng Qi take action, ceased their assault on Lu Jin and turned their attention to others. "Arjun, protect Shahoer." Lu Jin was taken aback by the presence of such a skilled opponent among the assassins, and he steeled himself for the impending confrontation. "HMPH," Feng Qi scoffed, viewing the quivering figure on horseback as a worthless coward in need of protection. Feng Qi moved with blinding speed, his blade closing in on Lu Jin's vital points. Lu Jin deftly pivoted, attempting to strike at Feng Qi's back. Meanwhile, Dongfang Daodao, with Arjun safeguarding her, began. Amidst the clash of the two combatants, only fleeting shadows were visible. One moved with agility, while the other struck with cunning precision, each evenly matched. The sound of clashing weapons reverberated in the air. Suddenly, an arrow hurtled toward Dongfang Daodao. Upon noticing this, Lu Jin broke away from his duel and rushed to stand before her. Unable to guide her out of the arrow's path in time, he could only shield her with his back. Chapter 21. The cold arrow. An arrow pierced through Lu Jin's chest, leaving Dongfang Daodao in stunned disbelief at the sudden turn of events. She had not anticipated that a hidden arrow would be aimed at her, nor could she have imagined that Lu Jin would sacrifice his own flesh and blood to shield her from the fatal strike. Warm blood flowed steadily from his wound, jolting Dongfang Daodao back to her senses. In that moment, Both sides bore injuries, making it difficult to discern a victor. However, Lu Jin was already wounded, and continuing to engage would only heighten the peril. The immediate priority was to find a safe place to tend to his injury. Lu Jin, hold on tight, she urged, as she urged her horse forward. Jin, witnessing his master's injury, ceased to engage in battle, swiftly covering their retreat and dispatching the assassins that sought to impede their escape. Feng Qi had not expected Lu Jin to risk his life to protect a mere youth. He initially intended to utilize his agility to pursue them further, but was halted by a throng of dark masters, forcing him into a chaotic struggle against overwhelming odds. Seated upon the horse, Lu Jin gripped the reins tightly, remaining vigilant against any pursuing assassins. Dongfang Dao, her body taut with tension and sweat soaking her cheeks, felt an overwhelming urgency, wishing desperately that she could lift Lu Jin into the air and flee from this place. I am fine, the vital areas are untouched, Lu Jin spoke with an air of calm. You've lost a considerable amount of blood, we must staunch the flow promptly. As a healer, Dongfang Dao recognized the lack of critical injury at first glance, yet her concern remained palpable. She had not brought any hemostatic medicine with her. Lu Jin's current condition necessitated the removal of the arrow, the cessation of bleeding, and the prevention of infection, all quite formidable challenges. Moreover, with assassins in pursuit, it remained uncertain whether they could escape safely. Traveling on horseback makes us too conspicuous, we must seek concealment among the trees. Lu Jin assessed the terrain and made a decisive choice. The two dismounted, and Lu Jin wielded his whip, sending the horse forth to continue its run. I will support you, Dongfang Dao offered, reaching out to assist him. I am unscathed, Lu Jin replied, severing the arrow's shaft with his sword and drawing Dongfang Dao into the cover of the woods. At this moment, Feng Qi had deftly dealt with the dark masters that obstructed his path and was in pursuit. Jin, seeing Feng Qi relentlessly tailing his master, followed closely behind. Upon reaching the spot where Lu Jin and Dongfang Dao had dismounted, Feng Qi halted his pursuit, noting the arrow remnants and bloodstains on the ground, and scanned the surroundings. How cunning, he remarked coldly, a hint of regret creeping into his eyes. As the foremost assassin of the Bloodlight Pavilion, he had hoped to complete this mission and retire comfortably, yet he had not anticipated that Lu Jin, a mere merchant, possessed such skill and cunning. Nor could he have foreseen Lu Jin's willingness to risk everything for the sake of a young scholar. He followed the trail of blood as it led toward Lu Jin and Dongfang Dao. Ajin, albeit slightly delayed, trailed behind. The two other assassins doggedly pursued Ajin, their presence akin to a persistent adhesive as they fought through the dense forest. Hearing the clash of weapons nearby, Lu Jin and Dongfang Dao halted. You run in that direction, Lu Jin instructed, pointing southwards with an air of authority that contrasted sharply with his usual demeanor. You know I lack martial prowess, without your protection, I cannot escape on my own, Dongfang Dao protested, unwilling to flee alone. If she left, even if Lu Jin managed to elude capture, his untreated wound could spell disaster. No one is leaving, Feng Qi's voice rang out suddenly. At his words, Lu Jin turned and charged at Feng Qi with his sword drawn. Both understood that this was a battle for survival, each giving their utmost, their defenses and offenses impenetrable, with no clear victor emerging. Suddenly, Feng Qi redirected his blade towards Dongfang Dao, and the unexpected shift, coupled with the searing pain from his wound, left Lu Jin unable to intervene in time. Chapter 22, Poison. At this moment, Ajin, rushing to the scene, had no time for contemplation. He immediately summoned his inner strength and hurled his sword towards Feng Qi's blade. In a flash, the impact disarmed the long sword from Feng Qi's grasp. Witnessing Dongfang Dao's salvation, Lu Jin exhaled a long, heavy breath. He promptly positioned himself before her, as Dongfang Dao once again brushed perilously close to the gates of death. With a fierce glare, she regarded the assassin before her. Was he a hellish fiend? With no enmity between them, yet he lingered like a sinister spectre, each strike lethal. She resolutely refused to be a victim any longer. Ajin moved forward, engaging Feng Qi in close combat, now weaponless. Dongfang Dao retrieved a pouch of medicine from her waist, extracting a black pill, her gaze fixed intently on Feng Qi. She waited for the opportune moment to launch it towards the wound at the nape of his neck. Weakened from his struggle with Ajin, Feng Qi found himself at a disadvantage and dismissed her attack, assuming she merely hurled a stone. Lu Jin's clothes were drenched in blood, Even standing required him to lean on his sword for support, yet he steadfastly shielded Dongfang Daodao with unwavering resolve. Recalling the solitude of his past life, he felt a swell of emotion, his eyes growing misty. "Lu Jin, we must leave," Dongfang Daodao urged, assisting him deeper into the dense forest. Her grandfather had once brought her to this vicinity for herbal gathering, and her remarkable memory allowed her to recall the terrain vividly. Steadying her thoughts, she searched her recollections, glancing up at the stars above, and proceeded northward. I can walk on my own," Lu Jin insisted, gritting through the pain of his wounds, attempting to break free from her grasp. "Conserve your strength, that man may yet pursue us," she replied, disregarding his protests as she continued to support him forward. "Where are we headed?" Lu Jin inquired, noticing her familiarity with the surroundings. "We need to find a concealed refuge." "That makes sense. Asian will come looking for us in a few days." "Are you certain Asian can defeat that assassin?" "Indeed, you have already poisoned him, haven't you?" Dongfang Daodao halted, tilting her head to regard Lu Jin. She hadn't anticipated that he would notice her subtle actions amidst such a dire situation. This man, gravely injured, maintained an air of calm composure, earning her silent admiration. "If we continue to wait, I wonder if we shall encounter another wave of assassins," Lu Jin cautioned. "Why are they pursuing you?" Dongfang Daodao asked, biting her lip, her curiosity surfacing. "They are likely assassins from the Bloodlight Pavilion. They are indeed on high alert and have invested considerable resources. You have offended the Bloodlight Pavilion. It seems someone has employed their assassins, intending to keep you out of harm's way, yet you have still been embroiled in this turmoil. Will we be pursued again before entering the capital?" "No, in a few days, we shall be safe," Lu Jin assured her. "Is this the only enemy you have attracted? What transgression has led to such a dire situation?" Dongfang Daodao sensed Lu Jin's reluctance to divulge details, her frustration mounting. This man had stirred up trouble that nearly cost them their lives, yet he wore an expression of unshakable calm. She pondered whether their journey to the capital would proceed smoothly, hoping to avoid further encounters with life-threatening peril. The feeling of being powerless, at the mercy of others for protection, was utterly disheartening. Noticing Dongfang Daodao's agitation, Lu Jin recalled the day she persistently questioned Master Wu about his paintings. She resembled a feisty little kitten, bristling with indignation. Realizing that the matter had already been uncovered and had summoned deathly peril, he understood he could no longer keep her in the dark. "Do you still remember Master Wu's paintings?" Lu Jin began. Chapter 23, Awakening the moment. Oriental Daodao's eye sparkled with brightness. She quietly awaited Lu Jin to continue. "That painting pertains to the royal family of Chaoyang. From a young age, Lu Jin had harbored a passion for painting. As he traversed the vast expanses of the land in his youth, he amassed a collection of masterpieces. Among them, his most cherished were the works of Master Wu. However, with Master Wu having passed away, the surviving pieces are exceedingly rare. Thus, when he first encountered that painting in Suihua Tower, despite foreseeing potential peril, he still decided to acquire it. He believed he had taken all necessary precautions, yet today he found himself in a dire predicament, nearly losing his life. "I apologize for involving you in this," Lu Jin said, his heart still trembling at the thought of the danger Oriental Chu had just faced. He laboriously bent down, handing the dagger concealed in his boot to Oriental Chu, hoping it might aid in her self-defense during this crisis. "Your apology could be more sincere," Oriental Daodao replied, accepting the dagger and fastening it to her waist, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at Lu Jin. "Could you share everything you know about that painting with me?" "Well, this involves the secrets of Chaoyang, and not many in the royal family are privy to it. In one of Master Wu's paintings depicting a royal banquet, the queen seated at the main position bears a striking resemblance to the lady in that painting. However, for reasons unknown, following the queen's demise, Chaoyang virtually buried all artworks associated with her." Lu Jin's voice dwindled to a whisper. Oriental Daodao struggled to hear him clearly and was about to ask Lu Jin to repeat himself when she suddenly felt his entire weight collapse onto her. She stumbled, nearly falling alongside him as Lu Jin lost consciousness. "Hey, Lu Jin, wake up!" Oriental Daodao gasped, supporting herself against a nearby tree, easing Lu Jin's body down to rest against the trunk. She swiftly examined his injuries and wiped the blood from his wrist with her sleeve before checking his pulse. Although he was not in immediate danger, his condition was grave. Oriental Dao Dao knew that the necessary herbs could be found nearby, but with the moon obscured and the wind howling, it was impossible to venture out now. She would have to wait until morning. She needed to tend to his wounds urgently, and with all her strength, she attempted to lift Lu Jin, but after several futile attempts, she realized she could not manage it alone. Resolving to find another solution, she removed her fox fur cloak and placed it beneath him, then began dragging him toward the cave where she had previously gathered herbs. She dared not stop, fearing that if she did, she might lack the strength to continue moving forward with Lu Jin. With every ounce of her energy, she pulled him onward, carefully kicking aside rocks and branches beneath her feet, mindful not to exacerbate his injuries. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the cave. Exhausted, Oriental Dao Dao collapsed onto the ground, glancing around at the familiar sight of medicine bowls, tools, and a backpack within the cave. She felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The cave, once a temporary refuge during her herb-gathering excursions, had now become a sanctuary amidst this crisis. Lu Jin continued to bleed profusely, and after regaining a modicum of strength, Oriental Dao Dao retrieved the dagger from her waist to extract the arrowhead from his unconscious form. The excruciating pain briefly stirred him awake, and she persevered with the dagger, meticulously removing the decayed flesh surrounding the wound. The cave's conditions were rudimentary, devoid of any anesthetic, forcing Lu Jin to grit his teeth and endure. Veins bulged on his forehead, beads of sweat forming like pearls, yet throughout the ordeal, he refrained from uttering a single cry, only occasionally releasing low, muffled groans. At last, she had cleaned the wound, and Oriental Dao Dao let out a sigh of relief. However, Lu Jin descended into unconsciousness once more. Chapter 24. Offended. Observing Lu Jin in a deep slumber, Dongfang Taotao's emotions were tumultuous. Although she had practiced medicine for many years, she had never personally bandaged a man's wounds. Mindful of their reputation, however, Lu Jin's injuries necessitated immediate attention. Upon witnessing his pale visage, a result of excessive blood loss, she inhaled deeply. "Forgive me," Dongfang Dao Dao resolved within herself, gently unfastening Lu Jin's garment. The myriad of scars and bloodstains adorning him lent an air of tragic beauty. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she steadied her nerves, tearing strips from his relatively clean undergarment to meticulously dress his wounds. The renowned physician was short of supplies, forced to make do with a rudimentary bandaging. Planning to procure further medicine at dawn, after a flurry of activity, she finally managed to dress his wounds, letting out a sigh of relief, hoping he would endure the night without fever. At last, she could breathe easy. Bathed in the silvery light of the moon, her gaze inadvertently swept over Lu Jin. What was the matter with him? Time and again, he had risked his life to save her. Since her rebirth, Lu Jin was the first, aside from her grandfather, who had devoted himself entirely to her protection, even without knowledge of her true identity. If she were a man, she would undoubtedly swear brotherhood with him. His unwavering protection made her wonder if he regarded her as a life-and-death confidant. Dongfang Dao Dao felt as though her strength had been sapped, her mind growing hazy. She perceived Lu Jin's kindness toward her as something more than brotherly affection. Memories of their shared moments flitted before her like fragmented images. She yearned to marry Lu Jin, regardless of the circumstances that led her to him. Responsibility was paramount, but would he, upon learning of her femininity, be willing to marry her? His visit to the Immortal Herb Pavilion was ostensibly to evade marriage. What was she to do? The more she pondered, the more bewildered she became. She stared blankly at Lu Jin, whose undergarment was in disarray, the purity of his collarbone exposed, the pale skin glistening alluringly in the dim cave. Understanding that he would not awaken anytime soon, she found herself inexplicably drawn closer, her hand brushing against him. How to describe it? The sensation was surprisingly pleasant. She vowed it was merely an accidental touch while checking the bandaging. Suppressing the flutter of her heart, she acknowledged that their harrowing escape and treatment had exceeded her physical limits. Now that the tension had eased, fatigue enveloped her, prompting her to lean against the wall and attempt a brief respite. Yet, concern for Lu Jin lingered, fearing he might succumb to fever in the night. Thus, she shifted closer to him, recalling the time at the inn when he had warned her. She felt that as a renowned physician, gratitude was paramount. So, she nestled even nearer, clasping his hand, finally allowing herself to drift into a light slumber. In the middle of the night, Dongfang Daodao awoke to a burning sensation in her hand. Startled, all drowsiness dissipated. Liu Jin was indeed feverish, lacking antipyretic medication. Venturing out for medicine was impractical. Observing his flushed complexion, she remembered his previously robust pulse and decided to wait, believing he could endure. However, as time passed, Liu Jin's condition deteriorated. It suddenly struck her that she had administered a placebo, which compromised his body's ability to withstand injury. Perhaps it was due to her past life, where she perished from the cold. Since her rebirth, she had developed an acute sensitivity to chill, her body temperature lower than average. Carefully avoiding his wounds, she gently wrapped her arms around the feverish Liu Jin, hoping to bring down his temperature. "You must hold on," Dongfang Daodao murmured softly. Chapter 25, The Bond of Life and Death. As the morning light cascaded down, accompanied by the delicate chirping of birds in the mountains, Liu Jin slowly opened his eyes. He gazed at the bandaged wounds on his body, surveying his surroundings and discovering that he was nestled within a cave. "You're awake," spoke Dongfang Daodao, who sat beside Liu Jin, her chin resting on her hands as she gazed at him intently. Her once clear voice had taken on a slightly hoarse quality. "Yes, I owe you my gratitude for yesterday," Liu Jin replied, his eyes fixed on Dongfang Chu. The crown of his hair was long gone, cascading freely around him. Fatigue was etched upon his face, dark circles shadowing his eyes, and his clothing bore several deep cuts. Yet, in those obsidian-like eyes, there was a profound concern. Despite his disheveled state, the youth possessed an androgynous beauty that was captivating. He had been resolute in his thoughts to protect Dongfang Chu at all costs, and after losing consciousness from exhaustion, he had feared he would never awaken again. To his surprise, the seemingly unskilled Dongfang Chu had managed to transport him to safety and tended to his injuries. "It's nothing, we share a bond of life and death now," Dongfang Daodao said cheerfully. "Indeed, a bond of life and death," Liu Jin replied, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "How shall I express my gratitude to my savior? Naturally, the most fitting repayment would be to offer himself entirely." However, such sentiments could not yet be voiced, as their close proximity would tarnish Liu Jin's reputation. "Of course, it means you must heed my every word and follow me unquestioningly," Dongfang Daodao. His pale visage, exquisite features, and enchanting smile rendered Liu Jin akin to an ethereal spirit of the mountains, momentarily captivating those around him. "Do you know where we are?" Dongfang Daodao steadied herself, hastily shifting the topic. "Where are we?" Liu Jin inquired, playing along. "This cave is a refuge I utilized during my past herb-gathering expeditions. Thankfully, I had discarded the burdensome medicine bowl and other items at that time," Dongfang Daodao remarked, expressing her gratitude to the heavens. "Is the pursuit of herbs truly so arduous, enduring the elements?" Liu Jin asked, a twinge of sympathy evident in his voice. He had not anticipated that the heir of the Xiancao Pavilion would personally venture into the wilds for herbs. The cave was furnished only with a simple grass mat, a medicine bowl, a sickle, and some dried branches, rendering the conditions exceedingly crude. A healer must be well acquainted with various herbs and their growing environments. "In truth, I quite enjoy foraging in the mountains. It often leads to delightful surprises," Dongfang Daodao replied, recalling her last visit when she had discovered a nearly century-old ginseng. She wondered what treasures this trip might yield. Compared to her previous life, where she had walked countless miles, these hardships seemed trivial. Supporting himself with his right arm against the stone bed, Liu Jin attempted to sit up, only to realize that his upper body was scarcely covered. There were no spare clothes within the cave. Well, it was unavoidable. There were no suitable strips of cloth to bandage your wounds, so I reluctantly had to tear your inner garments. It was a matter of urgency, Dongfang Daodao explained, stealing a glance at Liu Jin and noticing the unprecedented fluster on his face. "I shall step out for a while to forage for some herbs," Dongfang Daodao declared, shouldering her basket as she set off. Liu Jin's injuries necessitated medicinal materials, and her continued presence would only serve to heighten his discomfort. She also hoped to find larger leaves to provide him with some modest cover. Concerned that the assailants from yesterday might still be in search of them, she took a roundabout route to gather herbs and picked some wild fruits to stave off hunger. She moved through the mountains with the agility of a native. After approximately an hour, she returned, laden with her findings. Chapter 26. What to avoid. Please indulge in some fruit to ease your hunger. I am urgently occupied with foraging for medicinal herbs and have not sought out other provisions, Oriental Dao Dao declared as she poured an assortment of fruits beside Lu Jin's stone bed. She casually selected one, consuming it while turning her back to organize the herbs she had gathered. Lu Jin, already famished, noticed that Dong Fangchu had turned away and felt no further embarrassment. He seized a fruit nearby and began to eat. To his surprise, the fruit was remarkably delectable, a delightful blend of sweet and tangy flavors that quenched his thirst and satiated his hunger. Perhaps due to his intense hunger, even the most exquisite of delicacies he had previously enjoyed paled in comparison to the allure of these humble wild fruits. With the energy provided by the fruits, Oriental Dao Dao regained some of her strength. After meticulously arranging the herbs, she commenced the preparation of the medicine, the rhythmic sound of clang, clang, clang echoing in the air. Before long, Lu Jin, still unsatisfied from his meager meal, observed her approaching with a bowl of dark green medicinal liquid in hand. I must tend to your wound. Yesterday's circumstances were urgent, and I could only manage a rudimentary bandaging. To facilitate a swift recovery, you require proper treatment, Oriental Dao Dao explained. Perhaps due to his hunger, Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Dong Fangchu felt the need to elaborate so extensively on the simple act of applying medicine. It wasn't until she placed the bowl on the stone bed and began to unravel the bandages from his body that he became acutely aware of his blushing cheeks. Although he regarded both of them as men, the exposure before Dong Fangchu induced an inexplicable embarrassment, causing his face to flush a deep crimson. He hastily lowered his gaze, unable to bear witnessing her actions. However, her delicate hands moved in front of him, almost dazzling in their elegance. As a man, he found her hands overly refined and fair. The normally composed Lu Jin felt a flutter of anxiety, his gaze searching for a place to settle. Meanwhile, Oriental Dao Dao was fully focused on applying the medicine and examining his wounds, her demeanor rather optimistic. Once she concluded her task, she deftly grasped Lu Jin's hand. Instinctively, Lu Jin attempted to withdraw, but Oriental Chu pulled him back. I need to take your pulse. Why are you trying to evade me? At that moment, her mind was solely occupied with Lu Jin's injuries, oblivious to his flushed cheeks and averted gaze. Oh, Lu Jin responded, momentarily frozen in place. His condition appeared stable, but he required nourishment. Merely consuming fruit will not suffice. I shall venture out to procure additional food. Oriental Dao Dao intended to catch some fish from the nearby stream, knowing that Lu Jin needed sustenance to aid his recovery. Be cautious, Lu Jin advised, and return promptly. Rest assured, I am quite familiar with this area, she replied as she made her way outside, not casting a single glance back at Lu Jin. She noted his palpable shyness, especially considering his current state of modesty, and resolved to avert her gaze. It puzzled her that, in Lu Jin's eyes, they were both men. Why then was he so bashful? As midday approached, the sun warmed the surroundings, and Oriental Dao Dao strolled toward the stream. Using the dagger Lu Jin had provided, she cut several branches, sharpening one end to create a makeshift spear. The stream's crystal-clear water revealed fish darting about, and she fixated intently on the water, selecting slightly larger fish to pursue. Perhaps due to her long absence from fishing, her skills had grown somewhat rusty, and it took her quite some time to catch 3 fish. Her garments had become soaked, and being naturally sensitive to the cold, she ultimately decided to return to the cave. Upon nearing the cave, she noticed a flickering light, which filled her with an unexpected sense of joy. Lu Jin faced the cave entrance, his handsome features illuminated by the fire's glow, casting a soft radiance upon him. Oriental Dao Dao, feeling cold and fatigued, found warmth in the sight of Lu Jin tending to the fire, waiting for her return. This was what home should feel like, was it not? Your wound is not yet healed, why are you not resting? Oriental Dao Dao expressed her concern, fearing he might aggravate his injury. It has improved significantly, Lu Jin replied, accustomed to the treachery of others and never one to trust easily. When Oriental Chu had left the cave, he instinctively feared she might abandon him, yet, that fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. Despite their brief acquaintance, he was unwaveringly certain that she would never leave him behind. Thus, he bore the weight of his injuries, igniting the fire as if its flames could light the path for Oriental Chu's return. Were you anticipating my success in catching fish? Oriental Dao Dao proudly raised her catch. Not at all. This cave is quite chilly, and having a fire will provide warmth, Lu Jin remarked, glancing at Oriental Chu before quickly lowering his gaze to tend to the fire. You should remove your clothing. Such words left her momentarily speechless. Did he suggest that, since he had no clothes to wear, she should also be stripped to ensure fairness? Oriental Dao Dao stood at the cave entrance, fish in hand, utterly stunned. Chapter 27 Grilled Fish. Dongfang Dao Dao stood dazed at the cave entrance, clutching a fish. Your clothes are soaked. How can you expect to dry them without taking them off? Lu Jin explained when he noticed her lack of movement. Oh, I'm actually fine, a Dongfang Dao Dao replied, her hands and feet already cold. She set the fish down and sat close to Lu Jin to warm herself. The two leaned against each other, quietly roasting by the fire, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Feeling considerably warmer, Dongfang Dao Dao's stomach growled, prompting her to ask, can you grill fish? Mine doesn't he taste very good? Since her rebirth, she had devoted herself to the study of medicine, and her grandfather, concerned for her, forbade her from engaging in culinary pursuits. Given her discerning palate, she had never forced herself to attempt it. Just give it to me, Lu Jin replied with a hint of exasperation. He wondered how the old master Dongfang had raised his granddaughter, who couldn't even grill a fish. Was she resolutely determined to remain unmarried? If she chose not to marry, perhaps she could remain by his side indefinitely. Though Lu Jin bore injuries, his movements in preparing the fish were slow yet remarkably fluid, suggesting that he had performed this task countless times before. You are quite skilled at grilling fish, Dongfang Dao Dao remarked with genuine admiration. At that moment, Lu Jin lifted his gaze to regard Dongfang Dao Dao. The once loose clothing now clung tightly to her form, her waist so slender that it could be grasped easily with one hand. Her physique was far too delicate, not resembling that of a lad in his teens but rather akin to that of a fragile young woman. This thought emerged but was swiftly dismissed by Lu Jin. How could Dongfang Dao Dao possibly be a woman? Women were rare and esteemed, who would endure the hardships of studying medicine, who would forsake a life of luxury to disguise themselves as a man. He withdrew his gaze from scrutinizing Dongfang Dao Dao and continued to grill the fish. He presented her with the plumpest fish. Thank you, she said, her stomach already in disarray, as she began to feast heartily. This is delicious. It's even better than the grilled fish at the finest tavern in Jiangju. Dongfang Dao Dao exclaimed, savoring each bite. Lu Jin, it would be wonderful if you could make grilled fish for me every day. You could become my court physician and I would cook for you daily, Lu Jin suggested, recalling their earlier conversation, his gaze fixed on Dongfang Dao Dao, seemingly inquiring yet also coaxing. With her taste buds thoroughly enchanted, Dongfang Dao Dao, despite her irritation at his mention of being a physician, replied, why don't you become my chef instead? Her eyes sparkled with imagination as she envisioned the elegantly attired Lu Jin bustling about in the kitchen of, you should be cooking specifically for me. Dongfang Dao Dao expressed her dissatisfaction. In her heart, she had already regarded Lu Jin as her intended husband. Throughout their interactions, he had always been mindful of her and Asian's feelings, devoid of the haughty superiority typical of a noble scion. In moments of danger, he did not flee to save himself, but rather disregarded his own safety to rescue Dongfang Dao Dao. Injured and alone, he faced crises with composure. Once the immediate danger had passed, he did not leverage his status as a savior to demand recompense. A pampered young master, severely wounded, recuperating in a modest cave, showed no bitterness towards fate and even empathized with Dongfang Dao Dao's struggles to find food, voluntarily cooking despite his injuries. Moreover, Lu Jin's dowry must be quite substantial, Dongfang Dao Dao mused blissfully as she savored the grilled fish, her eyes unconsciously curved into crescent shapes, sparkling like stars in the flickering firelight. Lu Jin was momentarily entranced by the sight of Dongfang Dao Dao, his heart skipping a beat. What do you love to eat? I will make it for you in the future, he said dreamily. I adore Budo jumps over the wall, sweet and sour ribs, candied pig trotters, and squirrel fish. Dongfang Daodao joyfully listed her favorite dishes, treating Lu Jin as if he were already her own. She seemed to forget that in his eyes, she was still the youthful Dongfang Daodao. Lu Jin listened patiently. He could indeed prepare all these delicacies. He had learned from a young age to cook sweet dishes favored by women, in preparation for caring for his future wife. The fact that Dongfang Daodao's favorites were all sweet treats reignited the question he had buried deep within. Chapter 28, The Return of Peace. To her surprise, Dongfang Daodao had a penchant for sweet delicacies, which rekindled the questions that Lu Jin had buried deep within his heart. The following day, Dongfang Daodao diligently continued to tend to Lu Jin's injuries. She believed that, given her proficiency in medicine, she should be able to cure him swiftly, allowing the caring and graceful Lu Jin to be free from suffering. By the 5th day, Lu Jin was already on the mend. I wonder when Asian will find us. We can't simply remain here in this cave, waiting idly. Let us disguise ourselves and venture into the nearby town, Dongfang Daodao suggested after inspecting Lu Jin's wound and confirming that he was no longer in grave danger. Although Lu Jin bore a scar from this encounter, Dongfang Daodao had no desire to remove it. It was a testament to Lu Jin's protection of her. Moreover, the ingredients for scar-removing ointment were rather costly, and she had no intention of begrudging him, deeming the expenditure unnecessary. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. I have left a mark, and Asian should be able to find us in a few days, Lu Jin replied, wishing to have more time alone with Dongfang Daodao and not wanting her to encounter any further peril. Dongfang Daodao scrutinized Lu Jin, who had once been a dapper young gentleman, now reduced to tattered clothing. Realizing he would prefer not to appear so disheveled, she empathetically proposed, I shall go to Juju City and procure a decent outfit for you. Without waiting for Lu Jin's response, Dongfang Daodao began to smear charcoal ash across her face and exposed skin, tearing at the fabric of her clothing in a bid to complete her disguise. After her efforts, she resembled a beggar on the street. Truly, there is no need for such an elaborate disguise, Lu Jin remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes at her appearance. As she adjusted her attire, Dongfang Daodao discovered the dagger that Lu Jin had gifted her still hanging at her waist, and she promptly returned it to him. She firmly believed that caution was paramount. After all, what beggar would carry such a finely crafted dagger? I am off to the nearby town. I shall return before nightfall. Aside from clothing, do you require anything else? She inquired. Nothing more, Lu Jin replied, aware that he could not change Dongfang Daodao's mind and hoping she would return swiftly after purchasing the clothing. Do not worry. I can take care of myself. Be sure to take your medicine on time, she reassured him, departing the cave without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Jin felt a surge of unease within him, whispering to himself, she must return safely. After hiding in the cave for several days, Dongfang Daodao was convinced that the assassins had likely vacated the area. Furthermore, in her current guise, she believed that even if she were to encounter them, she would remain inconspicuous. With the intent of hastening her return, she boldly took the main road. 2 hours later, Dongfang Daodao finally arrived at the nearest Juju. She made her way directly to a tailor shop, intending to purchase clothing and return promptly. However, as she reached the entrance, she suddenly remembered that she had no money to her name. Regret washed over her. She should have brought the dagger after all, as it could have served as a means to procure some silver coins. Uncertain of how much the assassins knew about her, she hesitated to approach them as a doctor. After much deliberation, she circled back to the entrance of a pharmacy, contemplating whether her skills in handling medicinal herbs could earn her the funds needed to buy clothing. Just as she was about to step inside, she inadvertently, instead of begging at the tavern, "You come here to obstruct my view," the servant scoffed, brushing off the dirt that Dongfang Daodao had sullied on his attire. "You," Dongfang Daodao began to retort, but upon seeing who it was, she froze in surprise. This servant was Jin Ju, the personal attendant of Fu Rongrong. What was he doing here, or perhaps more importantly, what was Fu Rongrong doing in Juju? "My apologies, young master. I beg your pardon. Where do you reside? Once I acquire some silver, I shall compensate you for your clothing." Dongfang Daodao feigned a subservient demeanor. "HMPH, I have no need for your filthy copper coins. I am magnanimous, so be gone," Jinju replied, lifting his chin and striding into the pharmacy. With her keen senses, Dongfang Daodao stealthily maneuvered to the window of the pharmacy, holding her breath as she began her first act of eavesdropping in this lifetime. "Doctor, please prepare 3 doses of medicine according to this prescription," Jinju instructed. "Young master, the ingredients listed here are utterly unrelated and will cure no ailment." "Have you been duped by some quack?" the doctor kindly cautioned. "I know what I am doing, just prepare the medicine," Jinju retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. Cautiously, Dongfang Daodao peered through a torn corner of the window paper, observing the pharmacist as he gathered the ingredients, silently committing the prescription to memory. After memorizing the scene, Dongfang Daodao quickly returned to the previous pharmacy, where she procured a similar set of medicine. The various herbs were all quite ordinary, their effects seemingly unrelated. She had never encountered them in any of the medical texts she had perused. It was indeed perplexing. Before she could further ponder the purpose of the prescription, night had fallen, and the city gates were locked, necessitating her search for a place to rest. Dongfang Daodao remained unaware of the extent to which her tragic demise in her past life was intertwined with Fu Rongrong and her daughter. It was clear that something amiss was at play. Since she had encountered Jinju, it was prudent to begin her investigation with these 3 doses of medicine. Once Jinju departed, Dongfang Daodao discreetly followed him to a private residence in the heart of Juju, marked by a plaque that read Jin Yuan. The current imperial prince bore the surname Li, with the given name corresponding to the Jin character, a name that many of the common folk avoided uttering. How intriguing. Chapter 29, The Jade Pendant. Intriguing. Dongfang Daodao recalled the picturesque garden, pondering whether Fu Rongrong might have had clandestine interactions with any of the princes. Such speculations would require validation once she safely arrived in the capital. The pressing concern at present was to procure some clothing. Dongfang Daodao retraced her steps to the apothecary where she had hoped to earn some silver. Perhaps due to her disheveled appearance, she was politely ushered out the moment she spoke. She visited several nearby apothecaries, encountering similar dismissals. What was she to do? Her haphazard attire made any attempt at practicing medicine far too conspicuous. With no money to her name, Dongfang Daodao gazed despondently at the bustling crowd on the street, feeling utterly at a loss. If only she possessed something of value. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she instinctively reached for her neck. She nearly forgot that she was wearing a jade pendant, a gift from Lin Xuanxuang a few days prior. Perhaps out of envy for Lin Xuanxuang's coming-of-age gift from her mother, she had, despite her usual aversion to adornments, surreptitiously donned the jade pendant around her neck. The issue of financial resources was thus resolved. She altered her course towards a relatively larger pawnshop. Upon entering, the attendant cast a glance at her tattered attire and was about to suggest she leave when Lin Xuanxuang brandished the jade pendant before him. The attendant's demeanor immediately transformed into a cordial smile. "Would you like to pawn it as a live or dead pledge?" "Dead pledge." Dongfang Daodao thought to herself that he and Lu Jin would soon enter the capital and would not return to this place. "Very well, please hold on a moment." The attendant retreated to the back to summon the shopkeeper to examine the pendant. Upon seeing the jade piece, the shopkeeper's heart tightened. The pendant bore a family crest on its reverse, typically signifying the owner's identity and serving as a token of considerable value. The shopkeeper scrutinized the exquisite patterns, ultimately discerning the name of the pendant's owner. Alarm bells rang in his mind. What was he to do? Ever since his employer had arrived in Juju, his temperament had been erratic. The last servant who carelessly mentioned the name of his employer's former wife had met a grim fate. If he were to recklessly accept this jade pendant, he could hardly predict the consequences. The shopkeeper glanced at the ragged little beggar before him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He hesitated to make a decision. "Dear patron, please wait a moment. My eyesight is poor, and I must request the esteemed owner to come and take a look." The shopkeeper bowed respectfully towards Dongfang Daodao. "Very well," she replied, unsuspecting of any ulterior motive, and took a seat to wait. "Are Yuan, fetch some tea for our guest," the shopkeeper instructed the attendant to treat Dongfang Daodao with utmost hospitality before hastily retreating to the back, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. He deliberated on how to report the situation of the jade pendant to his reclusive employer without incurring his wrath. Knocking timidly, the shopkeeper rapped on the door of his employer's chamber. "What is it?" At that moment, his employer, engrossed in practicing calligraphy, was quite displeased at the interruption. "Esteemed master, there is someone wishing to pawn a jade pendant. I am somewhat lacking in discernment. Might I request your esteemed presence to appraise it?" the shopkeeper said cautiously. "Did I hire you to sit idle?" The employer forcefully slammed the brush down on the table, splattering ink across the nearly completed couplet, ruining it utterly. After venting his frustration, the shopkeeper wiped the ink from his fingers and regained his composure. "Your wages for this month will be docked. Should there be another incident, you shall be dismissed." "Yes, thank you, esteemed master." The shopkeeper felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He hunched his back and followed his employer into the front hall, contemplating how he would have left if not for the lucrative pay. Now, he could only hope that when his employer beheld the jade pendant, his fury would not be directed towards him. Chapter 30. Safe and sound. He mused to himself that had it not been for the high wages here, he would have long since desired to leave. Now, he could only hope that when the master beheld the jade pendant, his wrath would not extend to him. The shopkeeper feigned composure as he presented the jade pendant to the master. The master, with a sallow complexion and dark circles under his eyes, donned a grey long robe and a wooden hairpin, lacking the vitality one would expect of youth. In the kingdom of Wonfring, a man abandoned could only wear a wooden hairpin, regardless of his wealth. The master scrutinized the jade pendant, his brow furrowed, and his narrow eyes filled with ferocity. "Who brought this?" he demanded coldly. "It was a beggar from the front hall," the shopkeeper stammered, sensing the impending doom. The master, upon hearing this, strode toward the outer room but halted just before pushing open the door. "I wish to see him, but do not allow him to see me," he instructed. "Yes, I shall arrange that immediately," replied the shopkeeper, leading Dongfang Daodao into a tea room, where a chair was placed behind a screen, and the master impatiently seated himself. "Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. Our master will arrive shortly," the shopkeeper said, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the young lad, hoping the master would not make things too difficult for him. Soon, the shopkeeper had tea and snacks served. Dongfang Daodao, already famished, was oblivious to the shopkeeper's unease and began to eat heartily. The master, concealed behind the screen, patiently observed Dongfang Daodao for some time, eventually recognizing the familiar features on his grimy face. There was no longer a need to discern the authenticity of the jade pendant. At this moment, veins bulged on the master's forehead as he suppressed his fury and exited the tea room through the back door. Dongfang Daodao heard the commotion but paid it no mind, unaware that danger was encroaching, missing the optimal opportunity to flee. "Bring more food for the lad in the tea room to keep him occupied. Go to the Hu residence and summon all the guards without alarming him," the master instructed in a hushed tone. In a short while, over a dozen guards had arrived at the pawnshop's rear courtyard. "Arm yourselves with swords and go to the tea room to bind that lad inside. Be swift and silent," the master ordered. In the kingdom of Wonfring, young masters from prominent families often trained in martial arts, and even boys from impoverished households possessed some degree of fighting skill. Summoning all the guards was a precaution to ensure the lad could be securely restrained. As long as he was not a master himself, escape from this place was unlikely. The master awaited the outcome in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Dongfang Daodao was relishing her meal in the tea room. Though she was a picky eater, after days of roughing it, she found the ordinary pastries remarkably delightful. She set aside 2 pieces of each, planning to ask the shopkeeper for more to take back to Lu Jin. Suddenly, the door to the tea room was kicked open. Dongfang Daodao looked up in astonishment as over a dozen armed attendants rushed in. "Good sirs, please remain calm. What is the meaning of this?" she queried, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. However, facing such a multitude, even with some self-defense potions, escape seemed exceedingly difficult. Ignoring her pleas, the attendants advanced directly toward her. Before she could react, they bound her tightly. One of them hoisted her, resembling a dumpling, while the other surrounded her and returned to the courtyard to report to the master. Thud! Dongfang Daodao was unceremoniously tossed at the master's feet. "Ouch!" she exclaimed in pain, inwardly cursing, convinced that this pawnshop was a den of thieves intent on robbery and murder. Yet, she resolved not to succumb here. She must devise a means to escape. Seeing Dongfang Daodao lying still on the ground, the master nudged her with his foot. The esteemed Xiahou Gongzi appears to be safe and sound, he remarked. Only then did Dongfang Daodao, enduring the pain, lift her gaze. As she did so, her mouth fell agape in shock, and a cold sweat broke out across her body. Chapter 31. The courtesan's young master upon this sight, her mouth fell agape in astonishment, cold sweat beating upon her brow. The figure before her was none other than Hu Xiao, adorned with a wooden crown. It was evident that Lin Xuanxuang had ultimately failed to secure him within her residence. She recalled the look in Hu Xiao's eyes that fateful day at the inn, a gaze imbued with a murderous intent that could scarcely be contained. She had hoped that Lu Jin's words would quell his animosity, but judging by the current circumstances, the situation had taken a dire turn. What misfortune had befallen her, to unwittingly deliver a lamb to the lion's den? Ahem, so it is an old acquaintance, young master Hu. I trust you are well. Dongfang Daodao feigned composure. Humph, indeed an old acquaintance, Hu Xiao replied through gritted teeth. Young master Hu, the past is but a misunderstanding. I was young and reckless, speaking thoughtlessly. I implore you to show mercy and spare a wretched soul like mine. Dongfang Daodao began to plead, her mind racing to devise a way to escape this predicament. You beseech me, I shall consider it. Hu Xiao's demeanor was becoming increasingly unhinged. Please, young master Hu, have someone untie me. I am willing to bow in repentance. Dongfang Daodao recalled the image of Hu Xiao kneeling before Lin Xuanxuang. Perhaps he sought to reclaim his dignity. What harm would it do for her to kneel in return? After all, she possessed no gold beneath her knees. Moreover, once freed, she could plot her escape. Bring forth a gag for him, and summon the brothel keeper from Yunxiao Pavilion. Tell him I have found a courtesan's young master for him. Hu Xiao cast a pointed glance at Dongfang Daodao, his words laden with implication. In the span of a tea's brewing, a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man hurried into the room. Upon closer inspection, although his features were striking, a long scar marred the beauty of his right cheek. Young master Hu, I hear you called for me. Is there a promising business opportunity? The brothel keeper inquired with a smile. I found this beggar by the roadside, nearly starved to death. My benevolent heart compelled me to offer him a morsel to eat. Hu Xiao fabricated his tale with a straight face. This may not align with the regulations, the brothel keeper stammered, caught in a quandary. The laws of Wanfeng Kingdom forbade coercing the unwilling into prostitution, and Hu Xiao was neither the beggar's kin nor master, thus lacking the authority to sell him at will. Oh, innkeeper, what was the cost of the pastries and tea consumed by the little beggar? Hu Xiao turned to the innkeeper, his inquiry abrupt, suddenly called upon. The innkeeper flinched. 10 taels of silver, he managed to utter, acutely aware that selling the young boy was preferable to a secret execution. Dongfang Daodao's eyes widened in disbelief. Truly, there was no such thing as a free meal. Merely having partaken of a few pastries meant she was to be sold into a brothel. Seeing the horror etched upon Dongfang Daodao's face, the brothel keeper spoke. Young master Hu, I have a question for the beggar. Remove the cloth from his mouth, Hu Xiao commanded. Child, do you possess any silver to repay young master Hu for his meal? The brothel keeper asked. I have no money, but Dongfang Daodao attempted to defend herself, only to be interrupted by Hu Xiao. Debts must be repaid. It is a matter of principle, otherwise, I shall have you sent to the authorities, where, according to the law, you would receive 50 lashes. Hu Xiao's voice was cold. 50 lashes could very well cost her life. She resolved to compromise temporarily. Brothel keeper, please buy me. This boy appears to be about 14 or 15 years old, rather difficult to train. The brothel keeper began to negotiate with Hu Xiao. Having encountered countless individuals, he could discern, through Dongfang Daodao's darkened visage, the exquisite features that lay beneath. 10 taels of silver, no more, Hu Xiao stated, seemingly in high spirits. What did he mean by 10 taels of silver, no more? Anger simmered within Dongfang Daodao, yet she dared not voice it. Hu Xiao seemed agitated, his mental state erratic. She needed to distance herself from him as swiftly as possible to devise her next. Very well, young master Hu is generous, the brothel keeper replied with a grin. The two proceeded to draft a contract, and with the exchange of silver, the brothel keeper led the bound Dongfang Daodao away. Hu Xiao watched the retreating figure of Xiahou, laughter bubbling forth from deep within. He had merely been cast aside by his wife, while Xiahou, wasting no time, was destined to become a disgraced courtesan. Lin Shuang would never have imagined that the man she sought to marry would transform into a young courtesan. The onlookers in the courtyard observed the inexplicable joy radiating from the young master, recalling how since his return from Changju, he had been a tempest of fluctuating moods, leaving all in trepidation. "Enjoy yourselves. I grant you leave to drink." Hu Xiao casually tossed the 10 taels of silver he had gained from the sale of Shahuar onto the ground. "Brothel keeper, the truth is, I cannot touch women. I was cast out by my wife." Dongfang Daodao, once distanced from Hu Xiao, now spoke tearfully. "Every young man sold to a brothel claims he cannot touch women." The brothel keeper, admiring the boy's savvy, replied, "Fear not. I have remedies that can cure you." "Really? What sort of medicine?" Dongfang Taotao's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Chapter 32, A Dao. "Really? What kind of medicine?" The eyes of Dongfang Daodao suddenly sparkled with interest. She had been preoccupied with the peculiar affliction that prevented Lu Jin from interacting with women. Upon hearing that the brothel keeper possessed a remedy that had cured numerous men, her current predicament was momentary. The brothel keeper glanced at the young lad with a complex expression, withholding his response. Had he perhaps overestimated the boy? He appeared rather dim-witted. Noticing the brothel keeper's indifference, Dongfang Daodao fell silent. The urgent matter at hand was to conceal her true identity, ensuring that her disguise as a man remained unexposed. Otherwise, like a child carrying a precious box through a bustling market, she could encounter unforeseen dangers. With each harboring their own ports, the two soon returned to the Yunxiao pavilion. The brothel keeper took his seat of authority and instructed someone to untie Dongfang Daodao. "Our Yunxiao pavilion is the largest brothel. If you serve well, you may catch the eye of a noble lady and earn a place in the inner quarters." He began to weave enticing prospects for her. For an ordinary man, this would be an incredibly alluring proposition. However, for Dongfang Daodao, it was utterly terrifying. To serve women well would surely lead to her exposure. At present, her priority was to establish contact with Lu Jin and send word to her grandfather, so she could depart from this place in safety. "Brothel keeper, might I start as a servant for 3 months? I have been begging and know little of the ways here. It would be wise to learn some rules first, to avoid offending any noble patrons," Dongfang Daodao proposed, employing a delaying tactic. You possess a sense of propriety," the brothel keeper mused, having already intended to assign him to menial tasks such as serving tea and running errands, gradually instructing him thereafter. With his handsome visage, he could undoubtedly bring considerable profits to the Yunxiao pavilion. "Brothel keeper, is there a wage? I have an elder brother, and we have always struggled to find enough to eat and wear. This time, my brother lent me the only garment we had at home. I wish to earn money to buy him a new outfit." Dongfang Daodao spoke with heartfelt sincerity, which was not entirely untrue. 100 wen per month. "If you are lazy or break anything, the cost will be deducted from your pay," the brothel keeper replied, taken aback that this young man, upon entering a brothel, was more concerned with earning money than preserving his innocence. "Brothel keeper, my name is Shahuar." Dongfang Daodao wished to retain this name, hoping it would make it easier for Lu Jin to find her. Surely, with his prowess, he would be able to locate her, wouldn't he? "Once you enter my Yunxiao pavilion, you are no longer a respectable gentleman. From now on, you shall be called a Dao." The brothel keeper seemed to see through Dongfang Daodao's intentions. "A Dao, I shall remember," Dongfang Daodao replied obediently, recognizing that she must bow to the circumstances. She hoped that Lu Jin would not take too long to find her and would devise a means to search for her. At that moment, her brother Lu Jin, lacking proper clothing, anxiously awaited Dongfang Chu in a cave. He understood that given Dongfang Chu's pace, she would not return that night, yet an inexplicable worry gnawed at him. She was exceedingly frail, even a man with a modicum of skill could easily best her. He wondered if her years of foraging and gathering herbs had relied solely on luck, allowing her to survive unscathed thus far. How could the old master of the Dongfang family raise such a delicate son? Even if his own father had been neglectful over the years, he had at least sought out martial experts to teach him the ways of combat. Years of training had rendered him nearly unmatched. This, too, was the principal reason he could navigate the perils of his trade unscathed. In stark contrast, Dongfang Chu, who had also traversed many lands, seemed utterly incapable of self-sufficiency. The more Lu Jin worried about Dongfang Chu, the more he found himself resenting the unseen Dongfang Jing. It was no wonder that his grandmother had never married Dongfang Jing. A failure to properly raise one's offspring was a grave flaw in a man's virtue. He seemed to forget entirely that Dongfang Jing's son, Dongfang Wei, had once been a formidable general, feared by his enemies. I wonder when Ajin and the Qingyi guards will find their way back. Lu Jin gazed towards the horizon, hoping for the swift return of his subordinates. Chapter 33, The Stone of Longing. Lu Jin gazed toward the horizon, yearning for the swift return of his subordinates. After a long night of anxious waiting, not a single soul had appeared. His injuries had largely healed, and the medicine and provisions left by Dongfang Chu were sufficient to last until nightfall. Dongfang Chu, you must keep your promise, you must return before tonight, Lu Jin silently vowed in his heart. Throughout the day, he remained steadfast at the mouth of the cave, akin to the Stone of Longing, his eyes fixed on the outside world, anticipating the familiar, frail silhouette to emerge. From dawn until dusk, the area remained desolate. The worries that plagued Lu Jin's heart seemed to materialize into grim reality. He had to venture out in search of Dongfang Chu. The boy was far too delicate. Yet, considering his current disheveled state, he feared that venturing out so openly would lead to his disgrace, drowning in the scorn of passers-by for failing to uphold the dignity expected of a man. At that moment, his sole focus was on locating Dongfang Chu. Indifferent to his own reputation, he scoured the cave and discovered that Dongfang Chu had inexplicably brought back some large leaves. In light of the present circumstances, perhaps he could fashion a crude garment to cover himself. Lu Jin was taken aback by his own desperate notion. How could he resort to wearing such foliage? It would be hardly distinguishable from being naked. He could only hope to salvage his tattered outer garment. Lu Jin retrieved his tattered, blood-stained clothing, forcing himself to wear it despite the discomfort. To put it mildly, it resembled a beggar's attire even more than Dongfang Chu's rags. Ignoring the refined decorum expected of a young master from a wealthy family, Lu Jin darkened his skin with charcoal, inscribed the character "Wait" upon the ground, and set forth with the only medicinal bowl from the cave. Who could have imagined that the wealthiest man in the kingdom of Wanfeng, the most eligible bachelor, and one who had never erred in matters of attire, Lu Jin, would now willingly cast aside his reputation, donning ragged garments to seek out Dongfang Chu? Unfamiliar with the local terrain, Lu Jin was compelled to take the main roads in hopes of finding Dongfang Chu swiftly. The nearby towns were affluent, making it a rarity to encounter beggars in dire straits, and passers-by cast sympathetic glances at Lu Jin. A beggar, have you seen two men? One gravely injured, the other short and frail, a man clad in black halted Lu Jin. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin paused. I have not seen them. He quickly scanned the man, noting his fierce countenance, likely a hardened criminal. It appeared the assassins from the Bloodlight Pavilion had not yet abandoned their pursuit, indeed showing no mercy to young or old alike. Lu Jin deduced that this man had yet to capture Dongfang Chu and wished to depart immediately to reach Shu State City in search of him. Perhaps due to his impatience, his light-footedness revealed a vulnerability. Beggar, I haven't permitted you to leave yet. My skills are itching for practice. Accompany me for a few moves, the black-clad man declared, drawing his sword and attacking. Reluctant to engage in a prolonged confrontation that might attract other nearby assassins, Lu Jin resolved to end the skirmish swiftly. He summoned all his strength, leaping to deliver a swift kick that sent his adversary sprawling to the ground. Seizing the sword, he executed a fatal strike, a seamless motion that left the opponent lifeless. Thank goodness I did not ruin my clothes, Lu Jin mused, satisfied with his prowess. He dragged the fallen assassin into the thicket by the roadside, removed. Despite his inner revulsion, it was ultimately preferable to parading around in tattered rags. The man's frame was considerably more robust than Lu Jin's, leaving the clothes hanging loosely on him. Coupled with Lu Jin's disheveled appearance from the past few days, he presented a rather pitiful sight. Disregarding his appearance, he discarded the old attire and took only the medicinal bowl, continuing his journey toward Shu State. By evening, Lu Jin found himself near the city gates. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he slipped into the woods, retrieving a hidden signal from his hairpin, infusing it with internal energy, and casting it skyward. Instantly, a violet arc of brilliance erupted in the sky. Chapter 34, Stalemate. In an instant, a violet arc of light erupted in the air. Subsequently, Lu Jin casually made her way towards the city of Juju, blending into the crowd while discreetly observing her surroundings. A group of men clad in black gradually converged from all directions, their faces etched with murderous intent as they scanned the throng. Suddenly, their gazes converged upon Lu Jin in unison. Although Lu Jin's attire mirrored theirs, it was ill-fitting and appeared unfamiliar, marking her as an outsider, certainly not one of the Bloodlight Pavilion's assassins. After exchanging glances, the black-clad men lunged towards Lu Jin. As if foreseeing their actions, she showed no inclination to engage in combat, instead gathering her energy and employing her agile skills to dash towards the city gate of Juju. Lu Jin's prowess in lightness skill was exceptional, with few in the kingdom of Wanfeng able to rival her. In mere moments, she reached the threshold of the city gate. The black-clad men, realizing they were now within the jurisdiction of the city guards, had no choice but to temporarily abandon their pursuit, opting instead to follow Lu Jin closely, waiting for the cover of night to strike again. Alone and facing a dozen assassins, even Lu Jin, formidable as she was, would find it challenging to fend them off. Thus, she chose to take refuge at the roadside nearest to the city guards. The assassins, caught off guard by her decision, found themselves at a standstill, unable to advance or retreat, ultimately leaving two to keep watch. As night fell, Lu Jin dared not close her eyes, leaning against the city wall in anticipation. Just as the stalemate persisted, a contingent of dozens of green-clad guards arrived at the city gate. A faint smile played at the corners of Lu Jin's mouth, yet she remained still. The leader of the green-clad guards hurriedly approached her, kneeling on one knee. "Greetings, esteemed master. My subordinates have arrived late. Please bestow your punishment upon us." "Search all the clothing shops in the city for a young beggar," Lu Jin commanded, eager to locate Dongfang Chu without delay. "Understood," replied the leader of the guards, though puzzled by the urgency of the request, especially considering the evident fatigue of their master. Yet, the master always had her reasons, beyond the comprehension of mere subordinates. "Wait, where is Asian?" Lu Jin inquired. Reporting to the master, Asian sustained grave injuries and is currently being treated at the medical hall. He has yet to regain consciousness. "When you rescued Asian, did you happen to see anyone else nearby?" Lu Jin sought to ascertain the fate of the assassin who had poisoned Dongfang Chu. At the time, Asian was gravely injured and unconscious, and there was no one around, but he was next to a cliff. "Go find someone," she instructed. The black-clad watchers, noticing Lu Jin had reunited with her guards, quietly slipped into the shadows. After a span of an hour, the green-clad guards returned to report, "None of the clothing shops in the city have seen a young beggar purchasing clothes." "Where could you be?" Lu Jin pondered with growing concern. Dongfang Dao, unaware that Lu Jin had entered the city in search of her, was currently enduring hunger while practicing the art of serving tea. "Too high, no, too low, a bit higher," the steward of Yunxiao Pavilion exclaimed, exasperated by her ineptitude. He had seen many foolish individuals, but never one so hopelessly incapable of even mastering the basics of serving tea. "Steward, may I have something to eat before continuing my practice?" Dongfang Dao whispered, negotiating with the steward. She could not bear hunger, for it would inevitably remind her of the tragic events of her past life, casting a pall over her spirits and rendering her unable to focus on anything. You, the steward was left speechless by Dongfang Taotao's audacity. To be so inept yet still request food was beyond his comprehension, especially given that he had heard the boy was sold into servitude for indulging in forbidden meals. With innocent wide eyes, Dongfang Dao gazed at the steward, her expression inadvertently driving him away in frustration. Watching him retreat, she exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to be free of his incessant nagging. Stealthily, she slipped out of the room, making her way towards the kitchen. In a moment of distraction, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure and, instinctively, turned to flee but unexpectedly collided with a veiled noblewoman. "Are you blind when you walk?" The woman's voice was slightly sharp, creating an unsettling impression. I apologize, esteemed lady," Dongfang Daodao hurriedly bowed in respect. Upon seeing Dongfang Daodao's face, the noble woman was momentarily taken aback, pondering how the servants here could possess such beauty. "Who is the courtesan of your Yunxiao pavilion? Take me to meet her. Avoid the crowded paths," she commanded, disregarding Dongfang Daodao's apology and pulling her along with an unexpected forcefulness. Such behavior was uncharacteristic for her. She simply felt an inexplicable desire to keep the young servant close, despite the strength with which she grasped her hand. Chapter 35. You frame me, however. This hand was indeed quite strong and powerful. Dongfang Daodao had just arrived and had yet to learn how to pour water. How could she possibly know who the courtesan was? Observing the woman grasping her hand, it seemed difficult to extricate herself, so she had no choice but to lead her quietly to the backyard, casually pointing to a brightly lit room and saying, "It's right there." "Why is the courtesan in such an inconspicuous place?" the woman asked, somewhat perplexed. He had travelled through this area and heard that the Yunxiao Pavilion was the most renowned brothel nearby, especially famous for its courtesans, whose beauty, grace, and talents were said to surpass even those of the capital. In the capital, his father was strict, and places like brothels were utterly off-limits, yet, out of curiosity, he had taken the opportunity to detour through Juju to explore a brothel and see the courtesans. "Esteemed lady, this courtesan prefers tranquility," Dongfang Daodao replied with a hint of concealment. "Then, you lead the way and knock on the door," the woman commanded somewhat imperiously. "That might not be appropriate," Dongfang Daodao observed, gazing intently at the individual before him, confirming that he was a man disguised as a woman. A man in disguise visiting a brothel, was he not concerned for his reputation? This was utterly scandalous. It would be wise to maintain a safe distance. "Esteemed lady, I still have duties in the front yard. I must take my leave." Dongfang Daodao attempted to slip away. "No, you brought me here, you must accompany me inside." The man seemed to forget to disguise his voice, and a clear, youthful tone emerged. Realizing his mistake, he quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Through the veil, his features were obscured, but his bright, clear eyes shone with a foolish innocence. Dongfang Daodao found this fellow somewhat amusing and suddenly lost the urge to escape. She was curious to see what he would do next. "I can take you inside, but you must help me redeem my freedom," Dongfang Daodao proposed. "No, I cannot redeem you." The man seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes lighting up. "I can give you silver. 100 taels, will that suffice?" Only a woman could redeem a courtesan. He was a man and had no sisters. No matter how much silver he offered, the madam would not consent. "Well, fine then," Dongfang Daodao said, extending her right hand. Without batting an eye, he produced a banknote from his bosom and thrust it into Dongfang Daodao's hand. She carefully tucked the note away and led him to knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock, what is it?" A warm male voice responded. "Esteemed sir, I am the new servant, Adao, at the pavilion. The madam sent me to bring a guest to you." Dongfang Daodao could only lie through her teeth. Considering the man's generous demeanor and that he was a male, she felt slightly reassured that the young master inside would not be at a disadvantage. "Come in," came the reply. As the door swung open, Dongfang Daodao could scarcely believe her eyes. The person she had searched for over the past decade, Zhao Ji, sat quietly before her, clad in a blue garment. Just the lift of his gaze seemed to exude an enchanting allure, an ineffable elegance that was beyond compare. Tears streamed down Dongfang Daodao's face as she took a few hurried steps, wishing to leap into Zhao Ji's embrace, but upon seeing his unfamiliar and bewildered expression, she abruptly halted. Yun Zhao was indeed the prized courtesan of the Yunxiao Pavilion, yet he had not yet come of age and thus did not entertain guests, spending his days merely performing music for patrons. Preferring solitude, he had chosen to reside in this secluded courtyard. Today, Dongfang Daodao's ruse about the courtesan's preference for tranquility had unwittingly hit the mark. Yun Zhao was taken aback by the appearance of this young servant. He had only heard the madam mention that a strikingly handsome youth had been acquired, and it must be him, for none in the establishment could surpass him in looks. Upon first meeting, the lad rushed to him with tear-filled eyes, resembling a lost child who had just found a family member, which struck him as rather peculiar. Thinking the young servant might have endured some hardship, Yun Zhao comforted him, saying, "It's all right. Go and fetch a cup of tea for our guest." Dongfang Daodao, still engulfed in the joy of reuniting with Yun Zhao, heard the request for tea and felt overwhelmed, standing there in a daze. The disguised man entered and curiously examined Yun Zhao. He was puzzled. Despite his remarkable looks, how could a renowned courtesan lack the expected air of a worldly person? Are you the courtesan? He directly inquired. Yun Zhao chuckled lightly, glancing at the nearby Dongfang Dao without responding. He had yet to come of age and was not receiving guests. Only those who had begun to entertain could be called courtesans. Though being a courtesan brought fame and wealth, he had no desire for it, because of his mother's past of selling him into servitude. If no woman redeemed him before he came of age, he would have to become a red courtesan. With a year left until he came of age, he decided to wait a little longer. Perhaps in my heart, Zhao Ji is the best person in the world, Dongfang Dao blurted out without thinking. You frame me. The man exclaimed in annoyance, pulling off the veil from his face and standing up, ready to confront Dongfang Dao. The man's natural complexion was likely a wheat color, but he had slathered on thick makeup that rendered him shockingly pale. His eyes were beautiful, resembling peach blossoms, yet his gaze was remarkably clear. He had a high nose and a round face, creating a striking contrast. Aren't you also disguised as a woman? We've each framed one another, call it even. Seeing he had dropped the pretense, Dongfang Dao laid her cards on the table, eagerly awaiting his reaction. Upon hearing this, the man deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping back into his seat. You saw through me at a glance. Chapter 36. The hands are too small. Did you notice at a glance? It was discerned with a third eye. Dongfang Dao spoke candidly, observing the man's despondent expression and choosing not to exacerbate his distress. Realizing he intended to take a discreet path to avoid being seen while seeking the courtesan, perhaps out of fear that his cross-dressing might be uncovered and tarnish his reputation, she offered words of comfort. Rest assured, neither Varger nor I shall divulge your presence here today. Yun Zhao was somewhat taken aback. Although he would not betray the secret, it was surprising that this young man placed such trust in him upon their first meeting. My disguise technique was honed over a considerable period, yet you saw through it so effortlessly, the man lamented. Truth be told, your disguise is quite impressive. It was merely your hands that gave you away, a Dongfang Dao revealed, noting his preoccupation with the quality of his disguise. My hands? The man scrutinized his hands intently, finding nothing amiss. He then grasped Dongfang Tao's hand, examining it closely. Do refrain from such liberties. There are distinctions between the sexes, you know, she protested, attempting to withdraw her hand, flustered and indignant at his unexpected advance. Stay still, I am merely comparing. I am wearing women's attire, not a woman, the youth insisted earnestly, aligning Dongfang Tao's palm against his own to compare their sizes. Her hand was notably smaller and softer, barely surpassing his palm in size. Despite being a man, his hands were smooth and warm like jade, making it difficult to resist holding on. Is this comparison sufficient? Dongfang Dao retorted angrily. It was rather inappropriate to hold someone's hand so firmly. Har, your hands are rather diminutive, aren't they, almost akin to my mother's. There is not a trace of masculinity about you. Should you don women's attire, you would undoubtedly evade detection. The youth dismissed the unfamiliar sensation within him and spoke boisterously, completely shedding his earlier melancholy. Yun Zhao, upon hearing this, scrutinized Dao with a hint of suspicion. It seemed he had recalled something, prompting him to withdraw his gaze. Dongfang Dao felt a jolt of alarm. Such blatant truths could lead to peril if her identity as a woman were to be exposed. She cast a glance at Jagger, who appeared unfazed. Perhaps he believed it impossible for a woman to fall into such dire straits, reduced to a beggar and sold to a brothel. Do refrain from such idle chatter. Were I truly a woman, I would have long since enjoyed a life of luxury, rather than laboring daily to serve tea and barely scraping by, Dongfang Dao replied, somewhat aggrieved. Are you still hungry? Bring forth your signature dishes. I have endured a day of hunger in this attire, the youth declared casually, placing a silver note on the table. Very well, please hold on a moment, Dongfang Dao replied, her spirits lifted as she took the silver note and departed. She quickly learned of the establishment's renowned dishes, including her personal favorites, Butter jumps over the wall and Osmundus cake. Today, she would indulge herself thoroughly. While concealing the young man's identity, he was treating her to a meal. They would be even. Steward, the guest wishes to order Budo jumps over the wall, Osman thus cake, squirrel fish, crystal pork knuckle. Dongfang Daodao began to list the dishes after presenting the silver note to the steward. The steward, upon seeing the 50 taels of silver in her possession, regarded her with newfound respect. Though somewhat lazy, she was not devoid of cleverness. His impression of her shifted slightly. Perhaps he could recommend that the brothel owner groom her as a server or have her entice customers at the entrance. In a short while, an abundant array of aromatic and visually appealing dishes was laid out on the table. Dongfang Daodao and the young man simultaneously picked up their chopsticks, indulging in the feast. Yun Zhao quietly rose, attending to their needs by serving the dishes. Dongfang Daodao had previously been cared for by Yun Zhao in her past life, and the youth had grown accustomed to being served, so neither of them noted anything peculiar. To an observer, it would undoubtedly seem odd that the son of the Yunxiao pavilion was attending to a servant's meal. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Dongfang Daodao finally realized that Yun Zhao had tended to them without partaking in a single bite. "Jegger, let us dine together from now on. There is no need for you to serve me any longer," she said, belatedly aware of the situation. In this life, due to her masquerade as a man, she could not afford to have anyone attending to her. Thus, she managed her own affairs. She regarded Zhao as family and did not wish to impose on him. Chapter 37 Crystal Pork Knuckle. She regarded Zhao Ji as family and wished to spare him any grievances. "It's nothing. I am quite accustomed to it," Yun Zhao replied nonchalantly. Ever since Yun Zhao was sold by his mother to the Yunxiao pavilion as a courtesan, he had endured countless disdainful glances. Most of the men in the establishment were sold by their impoverished families who could not provide a dowry for their daughters. As the number of eligible women dwindled, the difficulty for men to marry increased, causing dowry prices to soar. In desperation, many destitute families, unable to afford a dowry for their sons, resorted to selling them as courtesans. Due to the obedient and diligent training of the young courtesans, many parents of daughters would select suitable young courtesans from the establishment to serve as their daughters' personal attendants, with hopes that they might one day become their intimate companions. As the number of men in the courtesan houses grew, the kingdom of Luanfeng, in an effort to address the surplus of young courtesans, mandated that every noblewoman must have at least one attendant purchased from a courtesan house, with no upper limit on their number. However, the red courtesans, being of low status, faced significant discrimination. Even if a red courtesan remained chaste, few women would redeem them, for having once been of base origin would invite ridicule upon their attendants. Dongfang Daodao placed a piece of crystal pork knuckle into Yun Zhao's bowl. She vaguely recalled that on one of Zhao Ji's birthdays in his past life, he had requested this dish, suggesting he must have a fondness for it. Thus, she had specially ordered it, yet, Zhao Ji had been preoccupied with serving dishes to them and had not tasted it himself. Yun Zhao truly adored this dish, but he rarely had the opportunity to enjoy it. Many women disliked greasy foods, and consequently, the chefs at Yunxiao Pavilion seldom prepared it. When the dish first arrived, he had felt a flicker of joy, only to find that Dongfang Daodao seemed to know his preference and had directly placed it in his bowl. "Thank you, Adao," he expressed his gratitude sincerely, feeling a rare touch of kindness. "Oh, it's a trivial matter. From now on, we shall frequently enjoy crystal pork knuckle. Zhao Ji can have it whenever he desires," Dongfang Daodao declared cheerfully. Yun Zhao was amused by Adao's exuberance. She was yet to mature, yet had already learned to boast. What servant could guarantee the frequent enjoyment of crystal pork knuckle? This dish was labor-intensive and costly, with prices in decent establishments rivaling the living expenses of an ordinary family for several months. "Is crystal pork knuckle truly that delectable?" the young man questioned, having just tasted it and finding it rather ordinary. He helped himself to a piece and found it indeed quite average, unable to fathom why they so cherished it. "Hey, you ought to visit often. When you do, just ask for Adao, and I'll bring you here to enjoy delicious food," Dongfang Daodao said, finding the youth to be both simple-hearted and generous. She hoped he would come back frequently, as he might help her connect with the outside world and possibly find Lu Jin. "The Budo jumps over the wall and Osman thus cake here are quite good, but the rest is rather mediocre." The young man began to critique the dishes. "However, I'm merely passing through on my way back to the capital. My curiosity led me here." "Are you from the capital, young master?" Dongfang Dao Dao inquired, noting his lavish demeanor, which suggested he was of noble lineage, perhaps acquainted with Lu Jin. Of course, but I cannot divulge my name. If my father were to find out I was here, I'd be in for scolding, the young man replied, his charming eyes twinkling playfully, caught between wanting to speak and the necessity of restraint. Then do stay a couple of days longer. Can you play dice? We can have a game of dice, and when you grow hungry, I'll ask the kitchen to prepare Budo jumps over the wall, osmanthus cake, and other dishes you enjoy, Dongfang Dao Dao suggested, attempting to persuade him to stay. Dice? I have no interest in such childish games, he scoffed, as if to say he was no mere child of 3 to engage in such frivolities. Chapter 38, The Gamble. Do not underestimate the role of the dice. You shall certainly not emerge victorious against me. Should you lose, you must remain in Juju for an additional 5 days, visiting this place daily. Do you dare to wager? Inquired Dongfang Dao Dao. I have never encountered the word lose, the young man retorted, rolling up his sleeves in preparation for the contest. Dongfang Dao Dao chuckled softly. Indeed, the young scion was easily manipulated, falling for such a simple provocation. Naturally endowed with heightened senses, she had thrived in the gambling dens of her past life, achieving victory as long as others did not resort to cheating. In this life, she still relished the game of dice during her leisure, yet refrained from entering the casinos, treating it merely as a pastime. She hoped to utilize this modest skill to keep him in Juju for a few days, allowing her time to devise a plan to escape with Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji, do you have any dice? Dongfang Dao Dao inquired familiarly. Although Yin Zhao perceived the childishness in their antics, he nonetheless rose to fetch the dice for them. Dongfang Dao Dao took the dice and the cup, standing up and placing a foot upon the stool, rolling up her sleeves as she skillfully began to shake the dice. She attentively listened, discerning the numbers with subtlety. Once she achieved the desired total, she deftly halted, slamming the cup onto the table with a resounding bang. With a smile illuminating her face, she raised her gaze to the young man, proclaiming, "3 sixes. Impossible." "Do not boast," he scoffed, unable to believe that the youth before him could so effortlessly roll 3 sixes. "If it is indeed 3 sixes, consider me defeated," he conceded. "You have spoken, sir." A true gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot's weight. Dongfang Dao Dao leaned forward, lifting the cup to reveal the neatly arranged 3 sixes. You truly rolled 3 sixes so casually." Even witnessing it firsthand, the young man struggled to accept the reality. From a young age he had harbored a fondness for dice, but after his first visit to a gambling house, he found himself ensnared. Becoming a regular patron initially, his losses equaled his wagers, but soon he lost 9 out of 10 bets. After depleting his entire monthly allowance, his parents discovered his habit and administered punishment. However, due to their indulgent nature, they ultimately acquiesced to his repeated pleas and purchased the gambling house for him. Thus, he became the most notorious dandy in the capital. In truth, he merely cherished the game of dice. However, since transforming into the owner of the gambling den, he had come to believe himself a master of the craft. Today, witnessing Dongfang Dao Dao's prowess, he could not help but admire her skill. Indeed, there was always someone more accomplished. "Where do you hail from? Even the proprietor of my gambling house does not possess such talent," he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement upon recognizing the reality. He had encountered a kindred spirit capable of extraordinary dice rolling. "I come from a distant land. I became separated from my brother and was sold here by nefarious individuals. Could you assist me in locating him?" Dongfang Dao Dao seized the opportunity, hoping he might help her find Lu Jin. "My name is Chang En. Do not worry, I shall find a way to help you secure your freedom, and you may remain by my side thereafter," he revealed, no longer concealing his identity, having already come to regard Dao Dao as his closest companion, perhaps even a confidant. "Ah. You could also help me find my brother first. His name is..." Dongfang Dao Dao found herself struggling to keep pace with Chang En's enthusiasm. Wasn't he supposed to assist in locating her brother first? Just as she prepared to ask Chang En directly for help in finding Lu Jin, he excitedly departed, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Dao Dao, although that young Master Chang may seem a bit frivolous, he is a man of his word. It won't be long before you can leave. You can search for your brother then, Yun Zhao said, rising to clear the table of dishes and the dice cup. Observing Yun Zhao's practiced movements as he tidied up the table, Dongfang Daodao felt as though she were in a different world altogether. Zhao Ji, do you wish to leave with me? The moment she laid eyes on Yun Zhao, this question had been on her mind. Chapter 39, Panic. Brother Zhao, do you wish to leave with me? The moment Dongfang Daodao laid eyes on Yun Zhao, this was the question that sprang to her mind. Upon hearing her words, Yun Zhao halted his actions, momentarily lost in thought. Did he want to leave? Undoubtedly. From the very first day he was sold into the Yunxiao Pavilion by his mother, the desire to escape had been consuming him. Yet, if he were to depart from this place, where could he possibly go? He had no home to return to. I will be trapped here for the rest of my life, Yun Zhao uttered, a dazed expression clouding his features. That will not be the case, Brother Zhao. Once I have made the necessary arrangements, we shall leave together. From then on, we will reside in the same place, indulging in crystal pork knuckles whenever we please and going wherever our hearts desire. I shall no longer act recklessly, and I promise I won't drag you down with me again. Hearing Yun Zhao's reluctance to leave, Dongfang Daodao became flustered, her words tumbling over each other. Very well, once a Dao has made the arrangements, I shall leave with you, Yun Zhao reassured her, gently comforting her as one would a child, noticing her incoherence. This was their first meeting, and though he was uncertain why she felt such a close connection to him, the thought of her being sold into the brothel, also as a courtesan, bound their fates together. Yun Zhao felt a deep compassion for this youth, so beautiful in appearance yet burdened by a difficult path ahead. In the future, you may come to find me whenever you wish. Do you enjoy Osmanthus cake and Buddha jumps over the wall? The latter may prove challenging, but I shall always have Osmanthus cake ready for you. Unconsciously, Yun Zhao reached out to tenderly stroke the soft crown of a Dao's head. Thank you, Brother Zhao. I knew you were the best. Dongfang Daodao beamed, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars, captivating Yun Zhao's attention. The following day, the unreliable Chang'an indeed failed to show up. Dongfang Daodao continued her lessons in serving tea and pouring water. Thanks to her efforts in helping the establishment earn money the day prior, the manager exhibited a touch more patience with her today. Pour the water slowly, ensuring it does not spill, and keep your hands steady, the manager advised a Dao. After a period of practice, Dongfang Daodao made significant progress, prompting the manager to leave her to her own devices. Dongfang Daodao confidently slipped into Yun Zhao's room. Brother Zhao, I feel that fellow from yesterday cannot be relied upon. We must rely on ourselves. Is there any way we can escape? Without hesitation, she settled into the main seat and began to enjoy the Osmanthus cake on the table. The people in the building are always accompanied by guards when they leave, and they must travel in carriages marked with the Yunxiao Pavilion insignia. There is no way to slip away unnoticed, Yun Zhao replied softly, concerned that a Dao might act rashly in her desire to flee and end up suffering for it. If that is the case, we must devise another plan. Dongfang Daodao sought an honorable and safe means to depart from this place. What should they do? One hand stuffed with Osmanthus cake, she lightly tapped the table with the other. Noticing her dazed demeanor and preoccupation with food, Yun Zhao, worried she might choke, poured her a cup of tea and placed it beside her. Do not fret. The brothel master mentioned that your training as a courtesan will not commence for another 3 months. During this time, focus on your duties. Perhaps an opportunity will arise unexpectedly. Not good, Yun Zhao. Hurry and take a look. There are guests causing a ruckus in the pavilion, and even the brothel master has been injured. A young man clad in red rushed in to summon Yun Zhao. Due to his calm demeanor, the other courtesans often sought his counsel in times of trouble. Yun Zhao stood up upon hearing the urgency in the young man's voice. Wait here for me. Do not run off. He instructed a Dao before swiftly making his way outside. Cough, Brother Zhao, wait for me. Dongfang Daodao gulped down a large sip of tea and followed Yun Zhao into the front hall. What once was an opulent front hall now lay in disarray. A haughty woman in white stood at the center, brandishing a whip and reprimanding the brothel master. "You scoundrel, you are taking advantage of me. I have brought silver to redeem a dhow, why will you not comply?" At that moment, all eyes turned toward the hastily arriving Adao. Chapter 40. Involvement. At this moment, all eyes filled with envy were directed towards the hurriedly approaching Adao. Dongfang Daodao did not anticipate that someone would seek to redeem her so swiftly. Was this person a friend or a foe? She scrutinized the woman in white, recognizing her as an old acquaintance. To her surprise, Han Lili had journeyed all the way from Changju to Juju, enduring considerable hardship for her sake. It was clear she could not go with her. If she were to enter her inner sanctum, she would be utterly trapped, unable to escape. "Master of the brothel, I beseech you, do not sell me," Dongfang Daodao implored the brothel keeper, firmly expressing her stance. Upon hearing her words, the brothel keeper, bearing a prominent scar from a whip across his face, hastily bowed to Han Lili. "Esteemed lady, since Adao is unwilling, I cannot, in good conscience, sell him to you." Initially, the brothel keeper intended to outright refuse Han Lili. However, since Adao himself was reluctant to leave, matters had become considerably simpler. In the customary practices of the Wanfeng Kingdom's brothels, it was understood that prior to a young man's coming of age, should a woman wish to redeem him, his consent was required. Once he had come of age and began receiving guests, if a patron sought to redeem him, his wishes were no longer taken into account. Although it was exceedingly rare for a woman to seek to redeem a young male courtesan, the rules of the trade were established as such. The brothel keeper had anticipated that Adao would inevitably choose to leave, which was why he had not summoned him now. Unexpectedly, the situation aligned perfectly with his interests. "Esteemed lady, as you are aware, Adao has yet to come of age, and his unwillingness means that no one can take him away. If you are truly fond of Adao, you may wait until he comes of age and begins receiving guests before redeeming him." The brothel keeper wished to retain this lucrative asset for a few more years, confident that the Yunxiao Pavilion would reap both fame and fortune as a result. "What did you say?" "Redeem him after he begins receiving guests. I am already bestowing an extraordinary favor by deigning to redeem a lowly courtesan. How dare you suggest I wait until he is engaged with patrons to come back for him? Is this not an affront?" Han Lili exclaimed indignantly. "You wretched man, utterly ungrateful." Perhaps recalling Adao's partiality towards Lin Shuangshuang in Changju, Han Lili, in a fit of rage, raised her whip to strike. On that day in Changju, Han Lili had suffered greatly due to Lin Shuangshuang's injury, and Adao's bias towards her had left Han Lili furious, yearning for revenge. After receiving a message from Hu Xiao, she had deliberately come to Juju, intent on purchasing Adao to exact her frustrations. Dongfang Daodao had no time to react to evade the blow, and just as it seemed she would be struck, Yun Zhao swiftly stepped in front of her, taking the lash upon himself. "Zhao Ji!" Dongfang Daodao cried out in alarm. She had resolved never to let Zhao Ji suffer because of her again, yet here he was, injured on her behalf. "Esteemed lady, the brothel keeper and the others at Yunxiao Pavilion have treated me with kindness. In my moment of desperation, I could not bear to part from them. However, to have your esteemed self not despise me is a stroke of good fortune. After I leave with you, I wonder when I might see them again. Please allow me to bid them farewell. I dare to request that you return tomorrow to redeem me." Dongfang Daodao adjusted the hairpin atop her head and approached Han Lili, bowing respectfully. "HMPH, at least you are somewhat clear-headed," Han Lili remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Adao before turning to depart. At last, as she watched Han Lili leave, Dongfang Daodao began to assess Yun Zhao's injuries. His outer garments had been torn open, leaving a long gash that would surely cause him pain for several days. She pondered what remedies might alleviate his suffering. The brothel keeper regarded Adao with a complex expression. "Adao, do you truly intend to leave? You must realize that Han Lili does not genuinely wish to redeem you," he began. "Indeed, brothel keeper, given the commotion today, what choice do I have but to refuse her?" Dongfang Daodao feigned helplessness. Chapter 41. The Jade Complexion Ointment. "Indeed, dear brothel keeper, given the current situation, what other choice do I have but to accompany her?" Dongfang Daodao feigned helplessness. "However, dear brothel keeper, if I were to leave the Yunxiao Pavilion, would it be possible for Yun Zhao to accompany me?" As she observed the fresh wounds that marred the brothel keeper's already scarred visage, a sudden idea sparked in her mind. "I cannot bear to see Yun Zhao plunge into the abyss alongside you," the brothel keeper replied with a pained expression. Yun Zhao excelled in every aspect at the Yunxiao Pavilion, and once he reached the age of maturity in a few months, he would undoubtedly earn a substantial amount of silver for him. "Dear brothel keeper, I propose to exchange Yun Zhao's contract of servitude for the jade complexion ointment that I have inadvertently acquired. What do you think?" Dongfang Daodao presented her bargaining chip. The jade complexion ointment. The brothel keeper's curiosity was piqued, as this was the first time he had heard of such a remedy. "It possesses the ability to smoothen old scars and render the skin as smooth and delicate as jade. I happened upon the recipe and can prepare it for you at any time," Dongfang Daodao continued, keenly observing the brothel keeper's reaction. He reached up to touch the scar on his face, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. "This ointment works wonders on fresh wounds. You might wish to try it first," Dongfang Daodao persisted in her persuasion. "If Yun Xiao agrees to leave with you, I shall grant you passage." The brothel keeper's scar was inflicted by the husband of a noble woman, intended to prevent her from redeeming him. It had been over a decade since he sought the help of renowned physicians, yet none could erase the scar. Each day, as he gazed into the mirror, the scar served as a painful reminder of his troubled past. "Very well. I kindly ask you to send someone with me to the apothecary shortly, as the ingredients for the ointment are rather extensive," Dongfang Daodao said, feeling a sense of exhilaration now that an agreement had been reached. She had taken the first step towards her escape. After all, solutions often abound in the face of difficulties. Before long, Dongfang Daodao was adorned in splendid attire, riding in the carriage of the Yunxiao Pavilion. She lifted the curtain and breathed in the air of freedom. Passers-by, upon seeing the carriage of the Yunxiao Pavilion, paused in curiosity to speculate which young attendant might be inside. Dongfang Daodao paid no mind to the gazes of onlookers. She had washed away the dark pigments from her face, restoring her naturally fair complexion, and her exquisite features were no longer shrouded in obscurity. Those assassins would undoubtedly fail to recognize her dressed as a youth. She exuded a blend of delicate charm and just the right touch of vigor. Dongfang Daodao instructed the carriage to halt outside the largest apothecary in the city, then entered alone. She meticulously wrote out a comprehensive list of medicinal herbs, requesting the shopkeeper to gather them, weigh them, and package them individually. The shopkeeper received the list with an expression of astonishment, as the diverse properties of their herbs made their intended use impossible to discern. Dongfang Daodao was not surprised by the shopkeeper's reaction. "Please, just gather according to the list," she interjected, keen to redirect his thoughts. The list was intentionally crafted to include ingredients for a poison for self-defense, with the jade complexion ointment's recipe cleverly interspersed to obfuscate its true purpose. "Please hold on, young master," the shopkeeper replied, not daring to delay, and personally went to gather the herbs. Half an hour later, all the required ingredients were packaged and loaded onto the carriage, ready for the return to the Yunxiao Pavilion. She was eager to concoct the necessary potions as a precaution for unforeseen circumstances. Had it not been for the remaining medicinal residue in her hairpin, her escape would not have been so effortless. On the way back, they passed a tea-house where a crowd had gathered around a notice posted at the entrance, animatedly discussing its contents. Intrigued, Dongfang Daodao instructed the driver to stop and leaned in to see what all the fuss was about. It turned out that a man was offering a substantial reward for locating a certain woman, requesting that she be willing to redeem a courtesan from the brothel and subsequently hand over the contract of servitude to the rewarder. "Has this rewarder lost his mind?" remarked one passerby. "Indeed, which woman in our Wanfeng kingdom isn't raised with utmost care and value? Who would care about a mere few thousand taels of silver?" Another chimed in. "If a woman were to redeem a courtesan, she would undoubtedly be mocked, unless she held a deep affection for that courtesan," a third individual added. "Thus, what woman would redeem someone only to give them to another?" a fourth commented. "This rewarder seems to have some issues," Dongfang Daodao muttered quietly. Meanwhile, the somewhat troubled Chang'an was anxiously awaiting the announcement of the woman's name inside the tea-house, eager to share the good news with the Dao and roll the dice together soon. As Dongfang Daodao turned to leave, she was spotted by Chang'an, who hurriedly dashed out of the tea-house. "Hey, Adao, you've been released," Charngan exclaimed, his voice bright and clear with joy. Just moments ago, he had been thinking of Adao, and now here she was standing before him. Much to his delight, the surrounding crowd turned their gaze toward Dongfang Daodao, leaving her momentarily speechless, wishing she could seal Charngan's lips. Chapter 42, Disdain. Dongfang Daodao was petrified on the spot, contemplating the idea of sewing up Charngan's mouth. Charngan strode over to her side, casually draping his arm over her shoulder, intending to escort her to a tea house for a cup of tea. I was just thinking of going out for a stroll today. Dongfang Daodao disdainfully shrugged off his hand resting on her shoulder. I've heard that only courtesans who have entertained guests are allowed to roam freely. Had I known you were so unperturbed, I wouldn't have rushed to help you find a wife. Charngan continued to jabber nonsensically, oblivious to the growing intensity of the crowd's gaze. Young master, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Dongfang Daodao felt a lump in her throat. Could such words be shouted so brazenly? She had no desire to see this man again. With a swift turn, she climbed into the carriage, instructing her driver to depart immediately. Hey, don't go. Why are you suddenly angry? Charngan attempted to call her back, only to witness the carriage quickly speeding away. As Dongfang Daodao sat in the carriage, she reflected, resolving to keep her distance from the spectacle of gossip. Each time she eagerly sought out the drama, she ended up with nothing but bitterness. Upon returning to Yunxiao Pavilion, she requested her keeper to arrange a medicine room, subsequently isolating herself within, avoiding all company. The keeper grew anxious outside, concerned that Han Lili might come to claim her. Adao must not be entrusted to Han Lili, yet the woman was exceedingly arrogant and difficult to manage. However, the next day, Han Lili did not appear. The keeper heaved a sigh of relief, hoping that she would refrain from showing up on the third day as well. The third day proved to be fortuitous. The keeper's wish was fulfilled as Han Lili remained absent. After 2 days of seclusion, Dongfang Daodao emerged from the medicine room with a porcelain vial the size of a fist. Keeper, the Yuyan ointment is ready. Shall we find someone to test its efficacy? Dongfang Daodao inquired. No need, I have no fear for this face of mine, the keeper replied, his words tinged with bitterness. Allow me to apply the medicine for you. Dongfang Daodao gently lifted the vial's lid, scooping out a pea-sized amount of the Yuyan ointment with a small porcelain spoon, and delicately applied it to the scars on the keeper's face. The ointment felt cool against his skin, and as the keeper gazed into the mirror, hope ignited within him. 10 days later, the once glaring scars on the keeper's face had faded to faint red marks, easily concealed with powder. Adao, thank you. Here are the personal contracts for Yunjiao and you. I entrust them to you. As long as you can find a woman to arrange for your release, I will promptly send you both away, the keeper said, barely concealing his excitement as he handed over the 2 contracts to Adao. Thank you for your kindness, keeper. Dongfang Daodao carefully accepted the contracts. Generally, when a woman redeems a courtesan, the establishment retains the contract. Should the courtesan be spurned later, he would have to return to the establishment. The keeper's willingness to hand over Yunjiao's contract to Dongfang Daodao was a gesture of immense sincerity. She pondered the next steps for the redemption process, realizing that she first needed to devise a plan to earn more silver. Once she had sufficient funds, she could hire a group of bodyguards or assassins to protect herself, allowing her to use her identity as a woman to secure Yunjiao's release, then seek out Lu Jin, and together make their way to the capital, free from the fear of sudden threats. Keeper, I wish to present this Yuyan ointment to the 5 most esteemed ladies in the establishment, Dongfang Daodao proposed, considering that the women who frequented this place were accustomed to indulgence and possessed ample means. She had no doubt they would be eager to try it. That, I wholeheartedly agree with. What are your plans afterwards? The keeper, having personally experienced the miraculous effects of the ointment, knew the noble ladies would surely be enamored. In the future, should any noble lady desire more Yuyan ointment, it will be priced at 100 taels per vial. After a moment's contemplation, Dongfang Daodao established the pricing. 100 taels was no trifling sum, sufficient to purchase a modest 2-courtyard residence in Juju, yet a price set too low would fail to reflect the ointment's true worth. Valuable items only appreciate over time, while cheap ones often lead people to desire them for free. Furthermore, for every vial sold, I shall give you 10 taels, keeper. Dongfang Daodao needed to reside at Yunxiao Pavilion for a time, leveraging its clientele to establish the ointment's market and reputation. Very well, I shall make the arrangements, the keeper replied, satisfied with the profit Dao proposed. Oh, by the way, what will you do if Han Lili returns to redeem you? Ever since Han Lili declared her intention to secure Dao's release, the keeper had been on edge. Chapter 43, Profiting Handsomely. Oh, by the way, what do you plan to do if Han Lili comes to redeem you again? Since Han Lili expressed her intention to redeem Dao, the brothel keeper's heart has been in turmoil. She might have forgotten me already, Dao replied nonchalantly. Dongfang Daodao was acutely aware of Han Lili's current dire circumstances. What could be done? It was of her own making. The miraculous effects of the jade facial cream, capable of reviving decayed flesh and rendering the skin as smooth as that of a child, had spread like wildfire throughout the city of Juju in just a few days. Every woman who frequented the Yunxiao Pavilion possessed a bottle, and even those who seldom visited made a special trip to purchase the jade facial cream. Young Master Dao, the brothel keeper, says that the jade facial cream is nearly sold out and requests that you prepare more, a young servant respectfully conveyed to Dongfang Daodao. All right, understood, she replied, closing the door and no longer concealing her elation, her smile blossoming radiantly. Are you really that happy? Yun Zhao observed the dimples reappearing on Dao's face, knowing he was genuinely pleased. Of course. Zhao Ji, do you have any idea how much silver we've earned these past few days? A full 10,000 taels, we've truly struck it rich. Dongfang Daodao locked the door and took her seat at the table, beginning to count her banknotes. As long as you are happy, Yun Zhao said, lowering his head to continue sewing clothes for Dao. Although men of lowly status were not permitted to possess personal property and were restricted from indulging in extravagant living, it seemed that Dao would hardly have the opportunity to spend much of this silver. Nevertheless, witnessing him count the banknotes made it difficult to dampen his spirits. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. Dongfang Daodao hurriedly tucked away the banknotes, adjusted her attire, and opened the door, only to find the brothel keeper standing there. Young Master Dao, a gentleman wishes to discuss a collaboration regarding the jade facial cream with you, the brothel keeper announced. Let him come to see me. Dongfang Daodao thought this was a fortuitous opportunity. It might be rather inconvenient here. Perhaps we should relocate to a nearby tea house, the brothel keeper suggested. That works. Dongfang Daodao recalled that respectable men would not tarnish their reputations by visiting a brothel. She thought of how Lu Jin used to present himself, dressed elegantly and resembling a merchant, before accompanying the brothel keeper to the tea house, where they requested a private room on the top floor. After waiting an entire hour, the door finally swung open. To her astonishment, the visitor was Hu Xiao, Dongfang Daodao's hand, which rested beneath the table, clenched into a fist as she struggled to suppress her fury, casting a glance at the brothel keeper, seeking an explanation. Dao, young master who wishes to collaborate with you on the jade facial cream business. Let bygones be bygones, the brothel keeper said, clearly coerced by Hu Xiao. The Hu family held considerable power in Juju, and he could not afford to offend Hu Xiao if he wished to protect the Yunxiao Pavilion. He could only bring Dao, who was oblivious to the situation, into the fold. Since young master who is willing to put the past behind us, Dao is quite greedy for wealth. As long as there is silver to be made, he will be more than agreeable. I wonder how young master who envisions this collaboration. Dongfang Daodao, now alone and lacking the courage to overturn the table, could only engage them in conversation. You will hand over the formula, and I shall provide you with 500 taels in banknotes, Hu Xiao declared arrogantly. In his eyes, Dao, having fallen into the ranks of the lowly, was merely a pawn to be manipulated. Offering 500 taels was, in his view, a generous act. The brothel keeper silently lamented. He had anticipated Hu Xiao would exert pressure on Dao, but he had not expected it to be so ruthless. The formula was in Dao's possession, and he earned silver daily. If it fell into Hu Xiao's hands, Dao would have no connection to it at all. Despite her efforts to remain composed, Dongfang Daodao found herself incredulously amused by Hu Xiao's shamelessness. He had clearly taken advantage of Adao's powerless position to apply such blatant pressure, initially intending to settle her own grievances before confronting him. She now found herself compelled to respond to his brazen advances. Actually, one could forego the banknotes, Dongfang Daodao said with a smile. Chapter 44. Do not be late. Actually, we could forego the silver note, Dongfang Daodao said with a smile. Her reaction took both Hu Xiao and the brothel keeper by surprise. The brothel keeper was puzzled by what Daodao was scheming and merely hoped it would not implicate him. Hu Xiao was astonished by Cao Cao's willingness to agree so readily, even possibly without any monetary compensation. What do you mean? Hu Xiao inquired. I trust that young master who is aware that this recipe is worth a fortune, Dongfang Daodao replied, observing Hu Xiao's response closely. I can offer you no more than 500 taels, Hu Xiao replied coldly. I will not sell it for 500 taels. My life is worth more than that. If it comes to it, I would rather see the fish perish along with the net. If young master who is truly earnest, we could wager. If you win, I shall gladly present the recipe to you, Dongfang Daodao said, noticing Hu Xiao's expression soften, which gave her a sense of assurance. After a brief pause, she continued, if you lose, you shall owe me 10,000 taels of silver. 10,000 taels of silver was a staggering sum, and even Lu Jin, the wealthiest man in the kingdom of Wanfeng, could not readily produce such an amount. What shall we wager on? Hu Xiao, who had always looked down upon Daodao, thought she was nothing but a pretty face with no other merits. We shall roll the dice and bet on the outcome, Dongfang Daodao said, blinking innocently. Very well, Hu Xiao replied nonchalantly, a decision he would come to regret for countless days and nights to come. The brothel keeper, overhearing their exchange, felt something amiss but chose to remain silent since it did not concern him. As Dongfang Daodao left the tea house, she noticed the bounty notice posted by Chang'an was still there, so she followed the address provided. Daodao, you're out again today? Chang'an exclaimed cheerfully. His carefree demeanor made Dongfang Daodao want to strike him. Yes, I've been released once more. How about I have a dice game tomorrow and you come as a witness? Dongfang Daodao suggested, believing Chang'an's status to be significant enough to keep Hu Xiao in check, preventing any unforeseen trouble should he lose. A dice game? Who are you playing against? I'll come to support you, Chang'an readily agreed. I'll wait for you by the entrance of K2 Tea House at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Do not be late, Dongfang Daodao smiled warmly at Chang'an. He was captivated by her smile, wondering how someone could look so enchanting. It wasn't until Dongfang Daodao departed that he regained his senses. The next day, a crowd gathered in front of Keela Tea House, comprising dozens of Chang'an's attendants, Hu Xiao's guards, and curious onlookers. Dongfang Daodao presented the prepared document to Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao was taken aback, an ominous premonition swelling within him. As he scrutinized the document, his alarm grew. The terms of their wager were meticulously outlined. Dongfang Daodao would stake the recipe for Yuyan ointment, while Hu Xiao would wager 10,000 taels of silver. The outcome would be determined by a single roll of the dice, with the higher number declared the victor. Hu Xiao hesitated. Having accepted the wager yesterday, he had intended to leverage his strength against her. However, the presence of so many spectators today, coupled with the need to sign the document, complicated matters significantly. In the kingdom of Wanfeng, a document bearing a private seal and a thumbprint was protected by law, and a breach of contract would result in a punishment of 100 lashes. With so many witnesses present, there is no need for such a formal document. Hu Xiao attempted to evade the situation. If that is the case, anyone present who wishes to acquire the recipe for Yuyan ointment may challenge me, Dongfang Daodao declared loudly to the crowd. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Although they had not seen the document's contents, they had heard rumors of the exorbitant price and miraculous effects of the Yuyan ointment recently spreading from Yunxiar Pavilion. Acquiring the recipe would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture, stirring the crowd's interest. Dongfang Daodao casually glanced at Chang'an. He had arrived early, observing the commotion for quite some time, yet still puzzled by her intentions. Upon meeting her gaze, his heart fluttered at the sight of her enchanting peach blossom eyes. He assumed she wanted to engage him in a dice game and stepped forward eagerly. Hu Xiao, noticing Chang'an's distinguished attire and demeanor, felt a pang of unease. Chapter 45. You are pleading with me. Upon observing his distinguished attire and demeanor, Hu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Cast aside and exiled by his family to the Pearl Prefecture, he had been left to fend for himself now, with his meager assets barely covering expenses. The loss of this formula would render any chance of redemption exceedingly slim. "Very well, I shall sign," he declared, producing his personal seal and swiftly affixing it with a heavy handprint. He could scarcely believe that he might lose to a mere scribe in this trivial game of dice. The fish has taken the bait. A sense of private delight surged within Dongfang Dao Dao, who discreetly handed the dice cup and dice to the tea-house proprietor and the brothel keeper for inspection. Once the two confirmed that everything was in order, they returned the items to Hu Xiao, holding them in his trembling hands. He felt a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration, as if the coveted formula for the Jade Beauty Balm was already within his grasp and the prospect of wealth was imminent. Drawing a deep breath, he vigorously shook the dice. His earnest efforts amused Dongfang Dao Dao. Was throwing dice truly a laborious task? After a dozen shakes, Hu Xiao deemed it sufficient and forcefully slammed the dice cup onto the table. Holding his breath, he cautiously lifted the lid, revealing a 2, a 5, and a 4. For an ordinary person, this outcome was neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. Hu Xiao was somewhat content with his roll. He pushed the cup and dice toward Dao. "It is your turn," he said. Dongfang Dao Dao rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms akin to delicate lotus roots, and gracefully picked up the dice cup to begin shaking. Amidst the surrounding clamor, she drew the cup closer to her right ear, striving to drown out the noise and discern the sound of the dice. After a few shakes, a subtle smile graced her lips as she deftly placed the cup onto the table. As the onlookers awaited with bated breath, Dongfang Dao Dao slowly unveiled the dice cup, revealing the numbers within to all. A peculiar silence enveloped the scene as the crowd processed the outcome. 3 sixes again. "Well done, no wonder I have my eye on you," Charlin boisterously proclaimed. Dongfang Dao Dao shot him a sidelong glance. What did he mean by my chosen one? Was it customary for scions of noble families in the capital to speak so indiscreetly? The crowd, momentarily roused from their thoughts by Charlin's voice, found it hard to believe that anyone could roll 3 sixes in one throw. At that moment, Hu Xiao stared at the dice on the table, his complexion paling as his hands trembled involuntarily within his sleeves. Realization dawned upon him as he recalled the contract he had just signed, and he slumped into his chair, meeting Dao's gaze. He understood that he had fallen into her trap. "You schemed against me," he exclaimed, a mix of fear and fury in his eyes. "Master Hu, it was you who sought me out to purchase the formula for the Jade Beauty Balm. We amicably settled on the terms, agreeing that this game would determine the outcome, all clearly documented in writing. You signed willingly, and everyone here can attest to that," a Dongfang Dao Dao articulated with precision. "HMPH, you cheated. No one can roll 3 sixes at once." Hu Xiao, recognizing the precariousness of his situation, sought to deflect attention from Dao for the moment. "Indeed, I have never witnessed anyone roll 3 sixes in a single turn." Voices began to murmur in agreement amongst the crowd. "Hu Xiao, prior to the game, both the tea-house proprietor and the brothel keeper inspected the dice cup and dice, which I received directly from your hands. Moreover, I kept my sleeves rolled up the entire time, leaving no opportunity for deceit," a Dongfang Dao Dao countered, effectively quashing any chance for Hu Xiao's rebuttal. Prompted by her remarks, the onlookers began to recall the events leading up to this moment, their disdain for Hu Xiao's desperate antics growing palpable. Realizing his precarious position, Hu Xiao signaled to the bodyguards he had brought along. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Dongfang Dao Dao rushed to Charlin's side. "There are always unscrupulous individuals seeking to harm me. What do you propose we do?" she inquired earnestly. Charlin, a forthright individual who held disdain for such treachery, raised his right hand, signaling his guards to confront Hu Xiao's entourage. The disparity in their capabilities was glaringly evident. Charlin's guards were well trained, while Hu Xiao's were merely brutes lacking skill. There was no need for confrontation, the outcome was already apparent. "Let us speak calmly, without jeopardizing our peace," the brothel keeper interjected, seeking to mediate. "Dao, let us consider today's events settled. I assure you, I will no longer seek the formula for the Jade Beauty Balm from you." Hu Xiao forced himself to stand tall, attempting to maintain his composure. "Settle today's events? You are the one begging me." Dongfang Daodao replied with palpable disdain. Chapter 46, Cloaked in Protection. Is today's matter resolved? You are begging me, said Dongfang Daodao with a disdainful tone. Dream on, I advise you to recognize your own status. Hu Xiao retorted, his anger clouding his judgment. Ever since he had been discarded by his wife and ostracized by his father to Juju, he had loathed being addressed in such a contemptuous manner. Oh, I see, then my current status is that of your creditor, Dongfang Daodao remarked, waving the contract in her hand. This document is your bond, young master Hu. Should you refuse to sign, I shall be compelled to report you to the authorities. She produced a pre-written bond from her embroidered pouch. You vile wretch, how dare you? Hu Xiao's eyes widened in fury as he beheld the contract. You misunderstand, young master Hu. My degradation to this status is entirely due to you. Initially, you deceived me into pawning my jade pendant and undervalued the refreshments intended for guests, extorting me for compensation. If we speak of coercion, I have merely learned from you, Dongfang Daodao replied calmly, as though recounting the misfortunes of another. Hearing this, Charnan was incensed. Summon someone to bind Hu Xiao and bring him before the magistrate, he commanded. Hu Xiao's guards were swiftly subdued by Charnan's attendants. In a matter of moments, his hands and feet were bound. You, young master Hu, owe a debt and are to receive 100 lashes. Have you made your decision? Dongfang Daodao inquired, approaching him for confirmation. Should Hu Xiao choose to endure punishment at the magistrate's hands, she would regard him as a man of resolve. I will sign. Hu Xiao murmured, his earlier bravado evaporated. Release his hands, Charnan instructed his guards. Amidst the myriad of complex gazes, Hu Xiao pressed his seal onto the bond, thereby selling himself to the Yunxiao pavilion as a courtesan. He then collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, the brothel keeper finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, realizing that Ardao had thrown a figurative hot potato into the Yunxiao pavilion. Ardao, I understand your grievances, but now that the matter is settled and young master Hu recognizes his errors, cannot we let this go? The brothel keeper ventured tentatively. Master, that is unacceptable. As long as Hu Xiao continues to abuse his power, must I, a mere commoner, remain a target for scorn and ridicule? Moreover, I am aware of young master Hu's intentions to usurp my position. You had no part in that, I trust. Dongfang Daodao replied coldly. Of course not, the brothel keeper hastily distanced himself from any involvement. Then let us take the new brothers from our establishment back, Dongfang Daodao urged. The brothel keeper wiped the cold sweat from his brow, helped the fallen Hu Xiao to his feet, and departed in a carriage from the Yunxiao pavilion, leaving behind Hu Xiao's bewildered guards and the stunned onlookers, who were grappling with the reality that the esteemed young master Hu of Juju had been sold into a brothel. Some pinched their arms to affirm that this was not a dream. Welcome, everyone, to enjoy tea at our establishment, the tea house owner interjected at an opportune moment, prompting the crowd to regain their composure and disperse. So, you have endured such indignities. You should have told me sooner, I would have stood up for you, Charnan said, compassionately draping an arm over Ardao's shoulder, embodying the camaraderie of close friends. Today, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, Hu Xiao would have certainly taken advantage of me, thank you. Dongfang Daodao expressed her sincere appreciation. Charnan was indeed a friend worth having, as he genuinely offered assistance when needed. What need is there for thanks between us? I have long considered you one of my own, I shall always protect you, Charnan declared jovially. Ever since their first meeting, he had felt an inexplicable urge to draw closer to Ardao, and the more time they spent together, the more he wished to keep him by his side, relishing the joy of his presence. Once I devise a plan to secure your freedom, you must accompany me to the capital. I want you to remain by my side. Charnan shared his intentions. Are your guards truly formidable? Dongfang Daodao inquired, disregarding Charnan's invitation and focusing on her primary concern. If his guards were sufficiently capable, she could temporarily disguise herself as a man and ensure her safety. Indeed, while I cannot claim they can take on 100 foes, facing 10 is certainly within their capacity, Charnan professed with confidence in his guards' abilities. They had been personally selected by his father and trained from a young age, demonstrating exceptional skill and, more importantly, unwavering loyalty. Then let us pay a visit to the tailor's shop together, a Dongfang Dao Dao suggested. Chapter 47, Our Atao. Then let us pay a visit to the tailor's shop together, suggested Dongfang Dao Dao. Our Chang'an struggled to comprehend Atao's line of thought, finding it perplexing how the prowess of his guardian related to their trip to the tailor. Yet, seeing that Atao was unwilling to elaborate, he acquiesced. Finally, remember to buy some clothes, have you? A cold male voice resonated beside them. Dongfang Dao Dao halted in her tracks and turned around to find Lu Jin standing right behind her. Lu Jin, what a delight it is to see you here. Dongfang Dao Dao had intended to redeem Zhao Ji's freedom before seeking Lu Jin in the cave, but this unexpected encounter was truly a pleasant surprise. Lu Jin approached Dongfang Chuchu, grasped Chang'an's sleeve, and gently removed Chang'an's hand resting on his shoulder. Chang'an, taken aback, was momentarily bewildered, having not seen Lu Jin for several days. He appeared considerably thinner, his complexion haggard, and his gaze laden with complexity. Come away with me. We shall return to the capital together. Lu Jin's voice retained its chill as he took Dongfang Chuchu's hand, intending to depart. Wait, where are you taking our Atao? Chang'an, sensing urgency as Lu Jin began to lead them away, interjected. Lu Jin paused, casting an incredulous glance at Dongfang Chuchu, and queried with displeasure, our Atao. Dongfang Dao Dao had never witnessed Lu Jin in such a state and mused that perhaps it was her fault for not returning to the cave sooner. Allow me to explain. I had intended to purchase clothes for you at the tailor's before leaving. However, lacking funds, I resorted to pawning the jade pendant that Lin Xuanxuan gifted me. To my dismay, I encountered Hu Xiao, who schemed to sell me to a brothel. What? How dare he? Lu Jin's fury erupted completely. The thought of Dongfang Chuchu being so humiliated by Hu Xiao filled him with regret. He should never have allowed her to venture to Juju alone. He could only imagine how she had endured these past few days. Once a pure and innocent youth, her reputation had been irrevocably tarnished. Hu Xiao was indeed malicious. Just moments ago, while observing from the sidelines, he had wondered why Dongfang Chuchu had suddenly targeted Hu Xiao, initially contemplating advising her to spare him to avoid antagonizing the clan behind Hu Xiao. Now it seemed clear that Hu Xiao was deserving of his fate. Dongfang Chuchu's treatment of him could be considered merciful. Do not involve yourself in this matter any further. Forget you ever visited the brothel. I will handle it. Lu Jin was now focused on how to rectify the situation for Dongfang Chuchu, ensuring that all who knew of her plight would remain silent. The others would be manageable, but the remarkable demeanor of the individual before him, along with the formidable guards by his side, made it challenging to secure their discretion. I am Lu Jin of the Lu family business. He calmly introduced himself to Chang'an. Few citizens of the Luanfen kingdom had encountered Lu Jin in person, yet the name of the wealthiest Lu family was known to all. Chang'an, he replied nonchalantly, disinterested in the identity of the affluent. His sole desire was to return to the capital with Atao, and Lu Jin's sudden appearance with intentions to whisk her away irked him greatly. By your accent, I presume you are from the capital? Might you be the heir of the Duke of Guogu? Lu Jin inquired with a warm expression. What concern is that of yours? Chang'an replied, feeling agitated. He had concealed his identity for this outing, preferring to remain incognito, and it vexed him that Lu Jin could deduce his identity from just a name. Truly cunning. Young Master Chang, may I request that you refrain from mentioning the unfortunate incident involving poetry and painting in Juju to anyone in the future. Lu Jin, reading Chang'an's response, deduced that he wished to keep his whereabouts a secret, which made matters easier. You are the brother who got separated from Atao and lacks clothing, right? Not only do you concern yourself with your own brother, but you also meddle in the affairs of this young master. Chang'an felt an inexplicable discomfort as he watched Lu Jin holding Atao's hand. Why had this person suddenly appeared? Chang'an, Lu Jin and I are leaving now. We'll see you later, Dongfang Dao Dao remarked, sensing Lu Jin's growing agitation and wishing to depart swiftly. None shall leave, both Chang'an and Lu Jin simultaneously declared. Chapter 48, I have a headache. Lu Jin and Chang'an spoke in unison, leaving Dongfang Dao Dao inexplicably feeling somewhat guilty, yet she had committed no wrongdoing. I intend to visit the ready-made clothing shop to purchase a dress and disguise myself as a woman to redeem Zhao Ji, Dongfang Daodao said cautiously. Who is Zhao Ji? Lu Jin felt a lump in his throat. In just a few short days, how many people had he come to know? The courtesan of Yun Xiao Pavilion, Charngan replied nonchalantly. What? Lu Jin laughed in disbelief. Tio thinks she was capable enough to need to redeem a courtesan. Dongfang Daodao nodded, refraining from speech. She sensed that Lu Jin was dangerously irate at that moment. Do you think that merely donning a dress makes you a woman? To redeem a male courtesan, one must possess the private seal of a woman, and it must be registered with the authorities, Lu Jin said, struggling to suppress the anger swelling within him as he explained this to Dongfang Chu. No need to wear a woman's attire. That simplifies matters, Dongfang Daodao replied, initially worried that Lu Jin might suspect her if he saw her in women's clothing. Learning that she wouldn't have to wear such attire relieved her greatly. What do you mean simplifies matters? I've posted notices for days, yet no woman is willing to lend me her private seal, Charngan interjected suddenly. I have my cousin's private seal with me. Dongfang Daodao hoped this statement would deflect their scrutiny. Charngan exclaimed in surprise. You possess a woman's private seal. Why didn't you give it to me sooner? I could have redeemed you by now. Perhaps we would have already arrived in the capital. Charngan showed no suspicion regarding the origin of the seal. Are you planning to help your cousin find a husband again? Does she know about this? Lu Jin questioned, perplexed. The private seal of a woman in the kingdom of Wanfeng would only be held by close relatives. Dongfang Chu was merely Dongfang Taotao's cousin, which seemed rather unusual. Could it be that he was Dongfang Taotao's legitimate husband, thus entitled to decide her matrimonial affairs? Contemplating this, Lu Jin felt a sense of despair wash over him. Oh, the former head of the Dongfang family instructed me to bring the private seal to my cousin this time in case a suitable husband presented himself. After all, I have travelled extensively over the years and surely possess a discerning eye. Dongfang Daodao spoke a measure of truth. Lower your voice, Charngan kindly reminded her. It is not easy for men to marry nowadays. If others discover that you have the authority to determine a woman's marriage, it will surely become a nuisance. Oh, I only told the two of you. You will keep my secret, won't you? Dongfang Daodao replied in agreement. As long as we have the private seal, let's hurry back to Yun Xiao Pavilion, Ishi insisted, anxious to avoid any further complications. Only by swiftly redeeming Zhao Ji could she find peace of mind. All right, let's head to the carriage, Lu Jin said, guiding Dongfang Chu toward his carriage. Wait for me. Charngan, disregarding Lu Jin's disdainful gaze, followed behind. The three of them settled into the carriage together. Although there was no need for haste, the atmosphere was oddly tense. Lu Jin, your injury should have healed by now. Why do you still look so haggard? Dongfang Daodao broke the silence within the carriage. Lu Jin offered no response, casting her a sorrowful glance instead. You've been injured? Was there no one to protect you? Suffering injuries and lacking proper clothing? It seems your life as a wealthy individual is not as splendid as one might expect, Charngan remarked, inexplicably irked by Lu Jin. Lu Jin shot a glare at Charngan, finding him exceedingly bothersome. No wonder he could not tolerate staying in the capital and had to sneak away. Charngan, be quiet for a while. I have a headache, Dongfang Daodao suggested, believing that silence would be preferable. Why are you redeeming a courtesan? Lu Jin was determined not to let Dongfang Chu off easily. He had so much he wished to convey. Yet, upon learning that he intended to redeem a courtesan, all other thoughts fled his mind, and he simply wanted to understand the situation. Of course, it's because Zhao Ji has treated me exceptionally well, Dongfang Daodao blurted out, only to realize her error immediately, covering her mouth with her hand, an expression of having committed a faux pas. Am I not good to you? Dongfang Chu's words pierced Lu Jin's heart like a dagger, and he could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. Chapter 49 Private Seal. Have I not treated you well? Dongfang Chu's words pierced Lu Jin's heart like a dagger, shattering his facade of calmness and composure. Dongfang Daodao had never drawn a comparison between Lu Jin and Zhao Ji. She intertwined her past life with this one. In her previous existence, Zhao Ji had always been by her side, protecting her, ultimately sacrificing his later years to ensure her safety. But how would Zhao Ji treat her in this life? She was uncertain. Conversely, Lu Jin had risked his life to safeguard her in this lifetime. Who truly cared for her more? Dongfang Daodao found herself in a haze of confusion. Seeing Dongfang Chu's hesitance, Lu Jin's heart ached even more. He had disregarded his own reputation, coming to Juju in tattered clothing to seek out Dongfang Chu. After arriving, he worried incessantly for her safety, searching day and night, nearly losing sleep. Now that he had finally found her, it was not enough that a noble heir stood by her side, but he was also nobly attempting to redeem the courtesan's freedom. After redeeming the courtesan, his previous involvement with the brothel became even harder to conceal. He seemed utterly indifferent. His efforts for him felt like a cruel jest. For the first time in his life, Lu Jin experienced a profound sense of helplessness. He could not fathom Dongfang Chu's thoughts. If he did not care for her, he would not have gone to such perilous lengths to escape with her, nor would he have risked himself to gather herbs and food. If he did care for her, why then would he seek to redeem a courtesan he had just met? His mind was plagued with questions, yet he could no longer voice them. If Dongfang Chu were to discover his feelings, she might scorn him or even distance herself. With this thought, he forcibly suppressed his earlier anger and heartache, feigning indifference as he gazed out the window. Dongfang Daodao noticed the changing expressions on Lu Jin's face, unsure how to respond, feeling that since their reunion, he had become rather peculiar. "Where is your cousin's private seal hidden?" Charnan inquired, eager to redeem a Dao. If it were concealed in a secret place, he would send the guards to retrieve it immediately. "Oh, it's right here." Dongfang Daodao carefully removed her hairpin, activated a small mechanism, and retrieved the concealed private seal, presenting it to the two of them. "Aren't I clever? Hidden so discreetly that no one has discovered it," she said with pride. Lu Jin turned to look at her, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, her complexion as fair as snow, and her eyes seemed to brim with countless stars, ensnaring anyone who gazed upon her. Such an enchanting youth would surely become a source of chaos in the world. Setting aside his thoughts, Lu Jin was willing to relinquish all pride, pledging to remain by Dongfang Chu's side for a lifetime, regardless of whether he held a place in her heart. Charnan was taken aback by this sight of a Dao, his heart racing like a startled deer, his cheeks flushed with warmth. Was he unwell? As Dongfang Daodao awaited praises from the two, their dazed expressions extinguished her desire to boast further. She thrust the private seal into Lu Jin's hands and said, Lu Jin, please book a private room at the inn across from Yunxiao Pavilion. Wait for me there. I will go to Yunxiao Pavilion and bring the madam over to see you. Then, you can use this private seal to redeem both me and Yun Jiao. I have the contracts for both of us, and you can handle the rest, as I've never done this before. Dongfang Daodao trusted Lu Jin implicitly. Since their acquaintance, it seemed there was nothing he could not handle. Lu Jin gazed at the private seal in his hands, somewhat incredulous that Dongfang Chu had entrusted him with such a significant item. A woman's private seal is typically kept by close relatives until she comes of age. Thereafter, it is generally in her own possession as she prepares for marriage. Dongfang Chu had been entrusted by the former pavilion master to safeguard this seal, and when Hu Xiao sought to sell it, presenting this seal would likely suffice to assume the identity of a lowly attendant and escape danger. Yet, she had willingly placed this seal, which she would rather not reveal even at the cost of her own sale, into his hands. She must have the utmost trust in him. Lu Jin thought to himself, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Rest assured, I will handle everything, Lu Jin replied, returning to his usual demeanor, speaking in a calm and composed manner. Chapter 50, Truly rest assured, I shall attend to everything, Lu Jin replied nonchalantly, reverting to his usual demeanor. Observing the abundant trust and tacit understanding between the two, Charnan felt an inexplicable discomfort within. Despite possessing a woman's private seal, he still deceived himself into believing he was securing his freedom. A charlatan. I am equally capable of handling matters. Why do you doubt me? Charnan retorted, visibly vexed. Well, I am immensely grateful for your support, but I cannot continually trouble you, can I? Dongfang Daodao was perplexed by his agitation. Surely, she could not claim unfamiliarity with him? Make haste and return swiftly. I shall await you at the tavern, Acharnan said, feeling somewhat consoled, his spirits lifting. Dongfang Daodao, feeling overwhelmed, hurriedly exited the carriage. What was happening? Every utterance seemed to provoke ire. Endless reassurances were exhausting. She quickened her pace towards the Yunxiao Pavilion. At that moment, the brothel keeper was perched uneasily, while Hu Xiao sat in the main seat, casting a sinister gaze upon him. What a troublesome predicament this was. Dongfang Daodao, now disinterested in their affairs, made her way directly to Yunjiao. With a buoyant step, she traversed the courtyard, where the flowers and greenery appeared particularly enchanting today. Upon reaching Yunjiao's door, just as she raised her hand to knock, he opened it from within. Zhao Ji, are you heading out? Dongfang Daodao inquired. It matters not, I am just glad you have returned safely. Yunjiao, upon seeing Tao Tao's cheerful demeanor, cast aside his earlier worries. After ushering Yunjiao into the room, she promptly locked the door. Zhao Ji, hasten and gather your belongings, we shall soon be departing from here. Yunjiao found this unlikely. How could anyone possibly facilitate their release? He had observed Daodao tirelessly crafting the jade facial balm and assumed it was merely her desire to earn extra coins. However, seeing her current demeanor, he wondered if she had given her hard-earned money to some noble lady in hopes of securing their freedom. Surely, she hadn't he been deceived. Daodao, do not fret, what is the matter? Which noble lady has promised to redeem you? Yunjiao inquired. Zhao Ji, it is not just me, we can both leave. Someone will come to fetch us shortly. Seeing Yunjiao's skepticism, Dongfang Daodao continued, and my friend's cousin intends to purchase 2 young men, and she can assist us in our escape. Do not worry, her cousin is kind and will not make things difficult for us, this is the truth. Observing her conviction, Yunjiao felt a flicker of belief in his heart and began to pack his belongings at her urging. In truth, despite having spent over a decade at Yunxiao Pavilion, he possessed little more than a few garments he had made himself. The monthly earnings barely covered daily expenses. He primarily played music and rarely entertained guests, thus earning scant silver. Consequently, it did not take long for Yunjiao to gather his possessions. Seeing that Zhao Ji was ready, Dongfang Daodao tugged him towards her room. To avoid any unforeseen complications, she preferred not to part ways with him before leaving Yunxiao Pavilion. Zhao Ji, please help me tidy up. My space is a complete mess, and I can hardly find anything, she said as she walked. Very well, take your time, Yunjiao replied with a benevolent smile, watching as Daodao held onto his hand tightly. Ever since their first encounter, he had sensed an unusual closeness and trust from this youth, who confided in him without reservation, treating him almost as family. In their interactions, he felt a warmth he had long yearned for. Today, since Daodao claimed they could depart together, regardless of the truth behind it, he was willing to accompany her. Should they indeed manage to leave, he would ensure they remained together henceforth. If their hopes were dashed, it mattered not. He would continue to care for Daodao within these walls. Chapter 51. Blinding. If today were indeed the day of departure, he would remain by Dao's side henceforth. If hope were to prove futile, it mattered not. In this place, he would always look after Dao. Yunjiao arrived at Dongfang Daodao's modest dwelling, which contained only a wooden bed and a small wooden table, cluttered with an array of jars and bottles. Noticing Yunjiao's troubled gaze upon the little table, Dongfang Daodao couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhao Ji, I will tidy up the things on this table myself. Could you assist me by gathering the manuscript paper and clothing? Also, that slightly protruding brick beneath the bed needs to be pried out. My silver notes are hidden beneath it, she instructed, pointing at the brick beneath the bed. Understood. Yunjiao was somewhat taken aback. Dao's trust in him was palpable, yet he hadn't anticipated it to extend to such a degree. He lowered his head and began to work, feeling a stirring in the softest recesses of his heart. For the sake of this trust, he vowed to remain by Dao's side, no matter what challenges lay ahead. Meanwhile, Dongfang Daodao meticulously gathered her treasures. The assortment of jars on the table contained poisons, healing balms, blood coagulants, and even narcotics, each meticulously concocted for the purpose of confronting various dangers. With the successful reunion with Lu Jin and the company of Charnan on their journey back to the capital, the likelihood of encountering peril seemed significantly diminished, easing her heart considerably. Nevertheless, it was prudent to keep all her preparations intact, just in case, once they had organized their belongings, Dongfang Daodao led Jian Zhao, along with their luggage, to seek out the brothel's proprietor. Having witnessed Adao's capabilities today, and now observing her current demeanor, the proprietor likely realized she was resolutely determined to take Jian Zhao away with her. "What business does Adao have with me?" the proprietor inquired. "Proprietor, someone wishes to redeem my and Zhao Ji's freedom, but due to their status, they cannot come to the establishment. I kindly request that you accompany me to the tavern across the street." Dongfang Daodao respectfully gestured towards the proprietor. "Very well, I shall follow you," the proprietor replied, resigned to accompany Dongfang Daodao to the nearby tavern. Having grown up in the Yunxiao Pavilion and later taken over the business from his father, he had navigated the waters of this trade for over a decade, yet for the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. The young man before him was inscrutable, and he regretted having been entranced by his looks when he had purchased him. "Young master, we have arrived," a Dongfang Daodao announced outside the best private room. Understanding Lu Jin's penchant for the finest in all matters, she was certain that he would not settle for anything less than the best. A guard accompanying Lu Jin came to open the door, and the three entered the room, leaving the guard outside on standby. Upon seeing Dongfang Chuchu enter intimately linked with a young man clad in azure, Lu Jin was taken aback. He scrutinized the young man before him, his features soft, his demeanor refined, and though exceedingly handsome, devoid of any trace of a licentious air. If he were to serve a lady, his appearance alone would surely win him favor. "Young master, the proprietor is here to finalize the arrangements," a Dongfang Daodao gently reminded Lu Jin, noticing his distracted state. Please, proprietor, take a seat. My cousin entrusted me with the task of redeeming Yun Zhao and Adao. Her private seal has been brought along," Lu Jin stated directly, eager to expedite the proceedings and depart from this place. The proprietor, equally eager to facilitate Adao's release, complied with Lu Jin's directives, moving like a marionette as he assisted in the redemption paperwork for Adao and Yun Zhao. As Lu Jin pressed the lady's seal onto the redemption documents, the proprietor found himself in a daze, as if all of this were a dream. Was it truly possible for a woman to redeem someone from such a lowly status? And to redeem two individuals at once, no less. Regardless, the prospect of sending away Adao, this harbinger of misfortune, brought him a sigh of relief. With the paperwork completed, he hastily rose and fled the premises. Following the acquisition of the documents, Lu Jin promptly dispatched someone to the local authorities for registration. In truth, only Yun Zhao's registration was necessary. Adao's identity was fabricated, and as he was not a local, there was no requirement for official registration. However, in order to shield Dongfang Chuchu from the stigma of having been sold to a brothel, Lu Jin devised a plan to orchestrate Adao's false death, thereby severing all ties between Dongfang Chuchu and Adao. Thus, both Adao and Yun Zhao's paperwork needed to be submitted together for official records. "Adao, when shall we return to the capital?" The usually quiet Chang and suddenly inquired. "You have never met Adao. From this moment forth, there shall only be poetry and painting," Lu Jin remarked, almost as a warning to Chang'an. "Furthermore, we shall enter the capital independently, without accompanying young Master Chang," Lu Jin stated expressionlessly, declaring his decision rather than engaging in a discussion. "What do you mean? On what grounds do you presume to dictate Adao's fate, to dictate the terms of poetry and painting?" Chang'an, growing impatient with Lu Jin's slow progress through the bureaucratic procedures, which he hoped would allow him to return to the capital alongside his younger brother, found it utterly intolerable that Lu Jin sought to distance himself. Chapter 52 Agreement. To his astonishment, Lu Jin insisted on distancing himself from him, a decision that could not be tolerated. Dongfang Daodao was equally surprised to hear Lu Jin reject Chang'an's request to travel together. Given the perilous ambush they had faced previously, what would they do if they were pursued again in the future? "Lu Jin, we are all on the same path. There is nothing wrong with traveling together, is there?" Dongfang Daodao proposed her suggestion. "The matter has been resolved. There will be no further surprises," Lu Jin asserted confidently, seemingly perceiving Dongfang Daodao's concerns. "Sure, who is Lu Jin to make decisions for you?" Chang'an exclaimed, noticing that Shahur appeared to be swayed by Lu Jin's words, feeling both anxious and irate. Yun Zhao harbored the same question in his mind but refrained from voicing it as directly as Charnan. He merely gazed at Shahur, awaiting her response. "He is not anyone special," Dongfang Daodao blurted out, only to receive a sharp glare from Lu Jin. I mean, we share a bond akin to life and death," she quickly amended. "Then we are like-minded confidants. You cannot seek my assistance only when you need it and abandon me when you do not," Charnan implored, batting his innocent peach blossom eyes at Shahur. "Confidants, in just a few short days, you have already become confidants." Lu Jin's voice turned icy. "Young Master Lu, why not travel together?" "It is better to have more people for mutual support," Yun Zhao interjected, sensing Shahur's dilemma and attempting to persuade Lu Jin. Seeing Dongfang Chu remain silent while Charnan and Yun Zhao were intent on accompanying them back to the capital, Lu Jin's frustration mounted. "Speak up," Charnan urged Shahur to make a decision. He was indifferent to Lu Jin's opinions. As long as Shahur agreed to travel to the capital, that was enough for him. "Let us set off together today. I and Zhao Ji will ride in Lu Jin's carriage," Dongfang Daodao suggested, finding this decision quite agreeable as it ensured safety while also preserving Lu Jin's dignity. Though Lu Jin was reluctant to travel with Charnan, he accepted the arrangement upon hearing Dongfang Chu mention riding in his carriage. Charnan had initially hoped to share a carriage with Shahur, where they could exchange skills. While this did not meet his expectations, at least they could travel together, which he found acceptable. Yun Zhao felt a twinge of curiosity. Lu Jin had entrusted Shahur with the woman's personal seal, which indicated a certain familiarity between them. Yet, their relationship did not resemble that of relatives, a master and servant. Lu Jin's capricious demeanor was perplexing. Dongfang Daodao noticed the silence among the three and understood that they had all acquiesced. She felt overwhelmed. She moved her various belongings onto Lu Jin's carriage and then began to close her eyes to rest. After entering the capital, there would be much to attend to, and she needed to conserve her energy to strategize effectively. Lu Jin had many things he wished to discuss with her. However, upon seeing her feign sleep as soon as she entered the carriage, his frustration boiled over. Beside him stood Yun Zhao, adding to his displeasure. With a sullen expression, he remained silent. Yun Zhao felt a sense of bitterness. Despite having done nothing wrong, Lu Jin seemed to regard him with disdain. The crux of the matter was that he and Shahur were currently in Lu Jin's carriage, having been rescued by him. Lu Jin was their benefactor, albeit one who did not seem to welcome them. Why then did he still choose to assist them? "Young Master Yun Zhao, how old are you this year? Do you have any family left?" Lu Jin inquired, seeking to understand why Dongfang Chu would bring along Yun Zhao, who was seemingly deemed unworthy by others. "I will be of age in a month, and I have no family left," Yun Zhao replied. "In the future, I shall be your family, Zhao Ji. We will always be together," Dongfang Daodao said, feeling a pang of sympathy upon hearing Lu Jin's questions about Yun Zhao's background. She was thankful for her timely arrival, otherwise, she could only imagine how much suffering Zhao Ji would have endured. In her previous life, Zhao Ji had sold himself as a courtesan to gather funds for her. In this life, she could not allow such a fate to befall him. Thankfully, she had rescued him in time. Having sought Zhao Ji for years without success, it was through Hu Xiao's treachery that she encountered him, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Hearing her words, both Lu Jin and Charnan were taken aback. Chapter 53, The Silk Handkerchief. Upon hearing this, both Lu Jin and Charnan were momentarily taken aback. "Lu Jin, where is that fellow Asian? Why has he been absent all this time?" Dongfang Daodao observed the silence enveloping the two and felt a surge of delight. She imagined that she and Zhao Ji would henceforth be inseparable, much like Lu Jin and Ajun. She vividly recalled the moment Ajun risked his life to protect Lu Jin as they made their escape. Although she had poisoned the assassin, the continued absence of Ajun left her feeling rather uneasy. "Shahur, could you please check on Ajun? He has been in a coma, and his condition is quite dire," Lu Jin implored. He was aware of Ajun's tendency to utter harsh words towards Dongfang Chu, and given her temperament, he was uncertain whether she would be inclined to assist him. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" "Quickly, take me to see him," Dongfang Daodao retorted, irked by Lu Jin's delay in addressing such a critical matter. "Who is Ajun? If he is unwell, summon a physician." "What do you need Shahur for?" Chang'an found the reactions of the two quite peculiar. After Shahuar had treated the face of the brothel owner with a jade ointment, Yun Zhao realized that Shahuar was not as simple as she appeared. From the dialogue between her and Lu Jin, it was evident that she possessed considerable medical expertise. He chose not to inquire further and simply followed Shahuar out. Seeing the situation unfold, Chang'an had no choice but to quietly accompany them to a nearby inn. As the door to the private room of the inn opened, a potent scent of medicine wafted through the air. Jun lay on the bed, his breaths shallow, his complexion as pale as parchment. Dongfang Dao rummaged through her sleeves. In her haste to leave, she had forgotten to bring a silk handkerchief. Just then, Lu Jin produced a neatly folded silk handkerchief from his bosom and handed it to her. "This handkerchief looks quite familiar," Dongfang Dao murmured softly. Could it be that her own handkerchief, which she had lost, had fortuitously been picked up by Lu Jin? Lu Jin felt a tinge of embarrassment. The last time they were at the inn, when a fire broke out in Dongfang Chu's room, he had worried it was an act of arson. While inspecting the room, he had found Dongfang Chu's handkerchief and had kept it for himself, hoping to return it to her when he could. Recently, unable to locate Dongfang Chu, he had taken to carrying the handkerchief with him. He lowered his head in silence. Dongfang Dao was preoccupied with the task of diagnosing the patient and did not notice Lu Jin's unusual demeanor. She placed the handkerchief over Jin's wrist and concentrated on taking his pulse. It was the first time Chang'an had seen Shahuar so calm and focused. He found her captivating, as if she were a living painting. Yun Zhao observed the exchange between Lu Jin and Shahuar, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort in his heart. After a while, Dongfang Dao withdrew her hand and, after a moment's contemplation, began to write a prescription. She handed the prescription to Lu Jin, instructing him to have someone fetch the medicine immediately. "How is Ajin?" Lu Jin inquired anxiously. Ajin had been by his side since childhood, safeguarding him. He was the closest person to him. Jin's valiant actions in protecting him during this perilous situation were not lost on Lu Jin. For several days, he had searched for Dongfang Chu by day and kept vigil over Ajin at the inn by night, seeking out the best physician in the vicinity and procuring the finest medicines, yet all he could do was sustain Ajin's fragile breath. He had hoped that once he found Dongfang Chu, he could cure Ajin, but today, he nearly forgot about the pressing matter due to his frustration with Chang'an, leaving him feeling deeply remorseful. "He will be fine. We should remain here for a few more days until Ajin regains some strength before we set off," Dongfang Dao replied, somewhat taken aback, as Ajin had also been affected by the poison she had administered. At that moment, she had hurled the poison towards the assassin's wand, believing it had gone unnoticed. Given Ajin's current state, it seemed that not only had the assassin discovered the poison, but it was highly likely that he had fully integrated the poison into Ajin's wand. The speed and adaptability displayed by the assassin had far exceeded Dongfang Dao's expectations. What about the assassin who fought Ajin? Dongfang Dao suddenly expressed curiosity about the assassin's current status. "We have not been able to ascertain his whereabouts. When my men found Ajin, he was alone," Lu Jin replied. He could not deny that the assassin was indeed formidable, possessing a balanced mastery of archery, swordplay, martial arts, and agility. If he were to venture a guess, he would surmise that the assassin was one of the top 3 experts from the Bloodlight Pavilion. Lu Jin, how formidable is that assassin? Dongfang Dao vividly recalled the harrowing moments when her life had hung in the balance. If possible, she hoped to hire several bodyguards of such caliber for her protection. Having been given a second chance at life, she wished to live a little longer. "He is exceptionally strong. To have inflicted grave injuries upon Ajin under such circumstances, he is undoubtedly a master," Lu Jin offered an objective assessment. "Where might one procure such skilled experts?" "I would like to hire several," Dongfang Dao declared confidently, her purse now plentiful, her tone considerably more assertive. "I'm afraid that may not be feasible," Lu Jin said, dousing her enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Chapter 54, The Personal Bodyguard. "I fear that may not be feasible." Lu Jin doused her with a bucket of cold water. "I currently possess an abundance of silver," Dongfang Dao declared with a flourish. "The bodyguards by my side have been nurtured since childhood." "It is rare to hear of a family hiring personal guards," Chang'an remarked. Dongfang Dao gazed at Lu Jin in confusion. To become a top-tier assassin requires not only exceptional talent, but also years of grueling training. Such individuals are indeed a rarity. The moment you express your desire to hire several, it becomes virtually impossible. As Changan mentioned, prominent families typically train their bodyguards from a young age, both to ensure loyalty to the master and to facilitate the continuous refinement of their martial skills. However, this necessitates a considerable investment of manpower, resources, and finances. Others who wish to acquire such services must attend the auctions at Suihua Tower, Lu Jin explained patiently. When will the next auction take place? The Dongfang family has a long tradition in medicine, with no customs surrounding the training of bodyguards. However, Dongfang Daodao was resolute in her desire for a personal guard, thus she would have to resort to the auction. 3 days hence, Suihua Tower will hold an auction in Juju. We can try our luck there. After the recent assassination attempt and subsequent separation, Lu Jin also agreed that Dongfang Chu should have her own bodyguard. Since bodyguards are typically trained by prominent families, where do the bodyguards from Suihua Tower originate? Dongfang Daodao desired only the finest experts, not those who had been cast aside. Generally, they are elite individuals who have completed their missions within assassin organizations and are granted permission to leave, Lu Jin stated. Although these individuals possess formidable skills, they are often cold and ruthless due to years of executing assassination tasks, and they frequently bear physical ailments. However, this was information that could not yet be disclosed to Dongfang Chu, as it was currently the sole avenue through which she could acquire a personal bodyguard. Word of Suihua Tower auctioning off assassins who had exited their organizations had reached Yinzhou as well, yet, the buyers are typically women, for the assassins' loyalty to their new masters usually comes with additional stipulations, namely serving as the master's consort or junior attendant. Seeing how deeply Shahura cared about the matter of bodyguards, Yun Zhao chose to remain silent, unwilling to dampen her spirits further. They could devise a plan together later. Actually, there's no need for such complications. Shahura, you may remain by my side, and my bodyguards will protect you, Changan suggested, considering the auction too troublesome, with no guarantee of acquiring a suitable bodyguard. In the future, my bodyguards may prove to be even more formidable than yours, Dongfang Daodao asserted, unwilling to rely on others, preferring to firmly grasp her own fate. 3 days later, Lu Jin, Dongfang Daodao, and a few others attended the auction at Suihua Tower. The attendees were predominantly women. For Dongfang Daodao, it was her first experience amidst such a gathering of females, and she felt a flutter of excitement. Surveying the scene, she noted that not a single woman rivaled her beauty. Secretly pleased, she endeavored to suppress the upturned corners of her mouth to avoid drawing attention to her delight. Esteemed guests, today we present 2 experts ranked among the top 3 of the Bloodlight Pavilion, with a starting bid of 50,000 taels of silver, and each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 5,000 taels, the auctioneer announced with a booming voice. At that moment, 2 men clad in black attire and masked with black cloth stepped onto the stage. Both stood approximately 8 feet 5 inches tall, robust and imposing, truly resembling top-tier assassins, yet they were not the individuals who had attempted to assassinate them that day. The figure they had encountered was slightly leaner, standing around 8 feet tall. Why are they hiding their faces? Dongfang Daodao inquired of Lu Jin. They are to serve as personal bodyguards. Only their future master or mistress may decide whether they are permitted to reveal their identities, Lu Jin replied. Oh, so it requires the consent of 2 individuals simultaneously. Dongfang Daodao assumed she understood. The auctioneer mentioned that these are the top 3 assassins from the Bloodlight Pavilion. We seem to be one short, a Dongfang Daodao noted, her mind racing at the mention of the Bloodlight Pavilion, wondering if one of them could be the assassin who had targeted them. Lu Jin acknowledged that the individual was indeed formidable. Why were they not present? Perhaps you inadvertently caused his demise, Lu Jin remarked with a hint of melancholy. Chapter 55, the more, the merrier. Well, he might have been poisoned by you, Lu Jin remarked softly. Rest assured, if it's merely poisoning, he will not perish, Dongfang Daodao replied. The poison used by Dongfang Daodao only caused a temporary disturbance in one's vital energy. If the antidote was not administered in time, it would lead to increasing weakness, but it would not endanger one's life. Assassins who fail their missions often have their tendons severed, leaving them maimed, if not dead, Lu Jin continued. Even though he acknowledged that the assassin in question was indeed the best candidate among the guards, he inexplicably wished to keep that person away from Dongfang Chu. These two individuals appear quite suitable. You may choose one, Lu Jin suggested. Very well, the more, the merrier. Dongfang Daodao raised her placard. The shopkeeper and the two assassins simultaneously turned their gazes towards her, surprised to see a man seeking a personal bodyguard. The two assassins frowned in unison. Esteemed guest, you may be unaware that the starting bid of 50,000 taels is the price for a noble lady. Should a man wish to bid, the starting price escalates to 500,000 taels of silver, with each subsequent bid requiring an increase of at least 50,000 taels, the shopkeeper said with a cheerful demeanor. What? Do you take me for a fool? Dongfang Daodao retorted, genuinely incensed. No one had dared to so blatantly swindle her before. Please, do not be upset. Lu Jin gently patted Dongfang Chu's back in a soothing manner. The shopkeeper is not indeed asking for an exorbitant price. The previous figure was specifically for a noble lady. If a woman were to purchase them, they would at least receive the status of a minor attendant. This is also why assassins are willing to participate in the auction. In the past, they would demand tens of thousands of taels for a single job. Thus, offering you a starting bid of 500,000 taels is relatively fair, Lu Jin explained earnestly. Dongfang Daodao's heart ached. The silver she had painstakingly earned might not even suffice to purchase a single individual. I will cover your medical fee, and should that be insufficient, I shall make up the difference. Consider it my gratitude for your previous assistance. Lu Jin even contemplated raising the bid on Dongfang Daodao's behalf to acquire both individuals. However, considering that those purchased would be required to pledge loyalty to Dongfang Chu, he refrained from making a public move. Dongfang Daodao felt a swell of gratitude towards Lu Jin for his timely support. Just as she was about to raise her placard once more, she noticed the two assassins called for a pause and approached the shopkeeper to speak. Subsequently, the shopkeeper made a special trip to their private room. Young master, I apologize, but the two assassins are unwilling to serve as your bodyguards, the shopkeeper said with an apologetic bow towards Dongfang Daodao. I am offering the highest bid. What could possibly deter them? Dongfang Daodao was utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Were assassins not driven by the allure of silver, why else would they risk their lives to kill? Our esteemed guest, you may be too young to grasp their perspective. The two of them have reached an age where they desire to marry. Should they serve you as bodyguards, they would be unable to wed for life, the shopkeeper patiently elucidated. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Daodao let out a deep sigh. She was willing to pay for the bodyguards as long as she could afford it. However, securing those two assassins as companions was beyond her capabilities. It seemed she would leave empty-handed today. Shopkeeper, I appreciate your candor. I shall refrain from bidding today. Should there be any assassins at Suihua Tower willing to serve men as bodyguards in the future, please do inform me or young master Lu. Dongfang Daodao rose and bowed respectfully to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, initially preparing for a reprimand, felt a surge of admiration for the courteous young lady and decided to extend a favor, saying, there is indeed one assassin from the Bloodlight Pavilion, originally ranked first. However, he has suffered severed tendons and is inexplicably frail. If you were to acquire him, he might assist you in training a cadre of bodyguards. Upon hearing of the first-ranked assassin from the Bloodlight Pavilion and his mysterious frailty, Dongfang Daodao had a strong suspicion as to his identity. Might I trouble you to introduce me to him? Dongfang Daodao implored, eager to confirm her conjecture. Does that individual not wish to seek a partner? Charnan mused, reasoning that since other assassins desired companionship, this one should be no different. Chapter 56, Purchase him. Does that individual no longer wish to seek a mistress? Charnan pondered, believing that since other assassins were in search of a partner, this particular assassin should be no exception. Even though Charnan currently held the title of the most difficult suitor to marry in the capital, he secretly yearned to wed a cherished companion. He felt that any man, at heart, aspired to marry. His life hangs by a thread. Should no one purchase him, he will ultimately be sold to a brothel, and seeking a mistress will remain but a distant dream. The shopkeeper expressed a hint of regret, noting the assassin's outstanding appearance and skills, which had tragically faltered during his last assignment. "Shopkeeper, please take me to see him," Dongfang Daodao declared. She harbored no animosity towards the assassin, her ire was directed at the individual who had lavishly hired him. Furthermore, in a moment of utmost peril, the assassin had spared her life. If he were indeed that very assassin, she would purchase him. She understood that his ascension to the top rank was a testament to his arduous efforts. Just as the world lauded Dongfang Chu for her exceptional medical skills, few recognized the countless nights of toil she had endured. Individuals who dedicate themselves to their craft and excel, even in the face of adversity, deserve respect. She was unwilling to allow anyone to witness his disheveled state and insisted on visiting him alone with the shopkeeper. Lu Jin, concerned for Dongfang Chu's safety, trailed behind along with the guards. Chang En and Yun Zhao accompanied Lu Jin as well. The shopkeeper led her to a dilapidated woodshed in the backyard. Before entering, Dongfang Daodao glanced back, signaling for Lu Jin and the others to halt their advance. The shed was in disarray, likely a storeroom, cluttered with debris. In one corner lay a tattered mat upon which reclined a ragged man. His hair was unkempt, obscuring his features, and the scars from blades and swords seemed to have scabbed over long ago without healing, emanating a fetid odor. Even as a healer, Dongfang Daodao found the stench difficult to endure. She steeled herself against the wave of nausea and approached him, stating, "I must examine your condition to determine whether I shall purchase you." Seeing no resistance, she knelt down, shielding the shopkeeper's view, and swiftly placed a handkerchief over his wrist to assess his injuries. The assassin, having long since abandoned hope for the future, was moved by her gentle touch as she applied the cloth to his wrist for diagnosis. Trained from a young age to be a killing machine, he had never been valued before. This was the first time someone had shown him such tenderness. Dongfang Daodao's focus remained on his ailments. His pulse was weak, presenting as an incurable condition, yet it was merely the effect of her medicine. Indeed, the dosage was significantly lower than that administered by Ajin, and there were no internal injuries, only severed tendons in his hands and feet, a relatively minor issue. Dongfang Daodao was certain he was the assassin in question. He discreetly tucked away the handkerchief as if their prior exchange had never occurred, languidly brushing his hair aside to feign examination of his features. As the wind picked up, he raised his gaze to behold her countenance, realizing she was the very person he had encountered during his last mission. Once again, he locked eyes with her, reminiscent of stars, and his heart fluttered. Was he here to exact revenge? It mattered not. His life was already fleeting. If she desired it, she could take it. In Dongfang Daodao's eyes, despite his current disheveled state, he possessed striking features, high cheekbones, a noble nose, and even with a cold expression, one had to concede his attractiveness. He could comfortably serve as a bodyguard without being an eyesore. "Would you be willing to serve as my personal guard?" she inquired. Loyalty was paramount for a close bodyguard. If he were unwilling, her healing him would hold no weight. "I am but a broken man. If you do not disdain me, this life is yours," he replied with an impassive expression. He was indifferent to his fate, as long as he was not sold to a brothel, preserving his final shred of pride. Noticing the deal was progressing, the shopkeeper interjected, "Sir, if you wish to acquire this man, 50 taels of silver will suffice." Dongfang Daodao was unwilling. Having once been sold into servitude by Hu Xiao, she recognized her own complicity in the assassin's plight. How could she, in perfect health, be purchased for 10 taels, while this assassin, reduced to a mere shell of himself and with a short life expectancy, demanded 50? Though she bore no ill will towards him, she refused to squander money unjustly. "Shopkeeper, this man possesses commendable features, yet in his current state, who knows how many days he has left?" Dongfang Daodao initiated negotiations. "How about 20 taels?" In truth, the shopkeeper had acquired him without expense, as Bloodlight Pavilion had offered him as a gesture of goodwill to Tsuehua Tower. Had it not been for the man's striking appearance, the shopkeeper would never have retained him. 10 taels of silver, no more, even if he were to perish upon leaving. "I shall not return to seek you," Dongfang Daodao declared, producing 10 taels of silver and placing them in the shopkeeper's hand. "Very well," the shopkeeper conceded, accepting the coins. He contemplated how the man had deteriorated since arriving at Tsuehua Tower. It was not a medical facility, and they would not summon a physician for treatment. He wondered how much longer the man could endure. Handing him over to this young master seemed a prudent choice. Shopkeeper, here is an additional tael of silver, please have someone provide him with decent clothing and tidy him up, Dongfang Daodao added, presenting another tael to the shopkeeper. Certainly, please wait a moment. I shall have someone clean him up and bring him to you shortly, the shopkeeper replied. Feng Qi could hardly believe the events unfolding before him. The very person he had nearly killed was not only sparing him humiliation but also arranging for him to be properly attired. Years spent in Bloodlight Pavilion had conditioned him to assume that such kindness was merely a ruse, that they might ultimately take his life, yet, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. He was now even less than a broken man, they had purchased him, and to kill or mistreat him would be effortless, there was no need for deception. But why, then, was this happening? Chapter 57, Zhang Yi. Why is that? At this moment, Feng Qi was unaware that he would soon be engulfed in even more perplexities. From the very first encounter with Dongfang Daodao, his life had begun to subtly slip from his grasp. Today, Dongfang Daodao reaped significant rewards, having spent merely 10 taels of silver to acquire the allegiance of top-tier experts. Furthermore, she had confirmed the efficacy of her poison. Fortunately, the 2 assassins were unwilling to serve as her bodyguards. Otherwise, it would have been a considerable waste of money. By the time Dongfang Daodao returned to her private room, the 2 assassins had vanished without a trace. They had been purchased by the woman for a staggering sum of 100,000 taels of silver. What will happen to them in the future? Dongfang Daodao inquired with curiosity. They will be administered a contraceptive drug and will remain by their mistress's side to protect her, Lu Jin responded. Contraceptive drug? Why is that? Haven't they already gotten married? Dongfang Daodao was somewhat confounded. Lu Jin and Charngin, being unmarried youths, knew the reason but hesitated to divulge it directly. They hail from an assassin organization. Despite their formidable skills, their status ultimately renders them as slaves, relegated to the role of mere attendants. The contraceptive drug is to prevent them from leveraging their close protection of the mistress to monopolize her affections for the purpose of bearing children, Yun Zhao explained. Having come from a brothel, Yun Zhao was well versed in matters concerning slaves and the lower classes. He frequently overheard guests discussing affairs within the women's quarters. Being a lowly red courtesan himself, he had no reputation to uphold and thus felt no qualms about sharing his knowledge with Shahoer. Over time, he discovered that Shahoer was oblivious to many common facts known to most men. Was it due to her youth, or perhaps her prolonged residence in a remote area with limited social interaction? Must all those around a woman consume the contraceptive drug? Dongfang Daodao continued to inquire. She could not recall anyone taking such a drug in her previous life. Why had this rule suddenly emerged? Did the newly acquired bodyguards and Zhao Ji also need to take the medicine? She felt a pang of sympathy. What if they encountered a beloved mistress in the future? Surely, they should not sacrifice their entire lives simply for the sake of attending to her. Well, as long as a woman does not formally accept someone into her household, there is no need for them to take the contraceptive drug, Yun Zhao replied candidly. That is a relief. Zhao Ji, you need not take the contraceptive drug, Dongfang Daodao sighed in relief. Upon hearing her somewhat nonsensical statement, Yun Zhao's face flushed, and he fell silent. Would he ever marry? Given that he had been redeemed by the woman named Dongfang Daodao, he was now considered hers. Now that Shahoer had suddenly declared he need not take the contraceptive drug, was she certain that the woman would not marry him, or was there another arrangement altogether? As Yun Zhao pondered this, he found himself secretly wishing to remain by Shahoer's side, even selfishly hoping that she would not marry, so that he could always be near her. Otherwise, with his status, he would undoubtedly be driven away by her future husband. Contemplating this, Yun Zhao couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. The road ahead was fraught with uncertainty. He found himself enviously admiring the assassins brought by Shahoer, for at least they could remain by her side. In the midst of their conversation, there came a knock at the door. 4 young servants entered, carrying the impeccably dressed Feng Qi. Feng Qi's strikingly cold and deep features were undeniable, and even Dongfang Daodao, who had just seen him, was taken aback by his beauty. Lu Jin frowned slightly. Are you certain you wish to keep him close? Lu Jin inquired. Yes, he is quite handsome, Dongfang Daodao replied, still entranced by Feng Qi's allure. Lu Jin found himself momentarily speechless. Was she referring to his looks? This was the former top assassin of the Bloodlight Pavilion, a man responsible for countless deaths, who had nearly claimed Lu Jin's life as well. Feng Qi was taken aback to receive praise for his appearance. From the moment he could remember, he had undergone brutal training within the Bloodlight Pavilion, always veiled in black cloth, knowing only that he must become the strongest to survive. Was it truly his looks that led her to purchase him? A bitter taste filled his heart. He had fallen so low that he now had to rely on his appearance to please his master and prolong his life. How was this different from being a courtesan? "What is your name? I forgot to ask earlier," Dongfang Daodao said to Feng Qi. "Please bestow a name upon me, mistress," Feng Qi replied, wishing to bid farewell to his former self. Now, although he was a mere shell of his former self, at least he no longer had to live a life on the edge of a blade. "Let us call you Zhang Yi, a farewell to the past and a chance to live anew," Dongfang Daodao thoughtfully suggested. This assassin had spared her life that day and had refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Ajin. He was not a cold-blooded killer, but rather someone who had been compelled to become an assassin. "Zhang Yi thanks you for the name, mistress." Feng Qi was pleased with this name, having never expected to receive one so fitting, yet he maintained a stoic expression. Was this new life he had long envisioned truly about to commence? He could not help but wonder how much longer he, this useless being, could survive. "Shahoer, you have acquired yourself a bodyguard." "Let us return, this place is far too chaotic," Charnan remarked, taken aback by the multitude of noble ladies present at the auction in Suihua Tower, their incessant chatter causing a headache. Dongfang Daodao glanced at Lu Jin, Charnan, Yun Zhao, and Zhang Yi, each of them dressed in splendid attire. With so many women around, it would be wise to remain discreet. "Let us quietly depart from the back," Dongfang Daodao instructed the group. Chapter 58, Healing You. We shall quietly depart from the back, instructed Dongfang Daodao to the group. Upon their return to the inn, they received delightful news. Ajing had awakened. Lu Jin and Dongfang Daodao hurried to Ajing's room. At that moment, he sat dazedly on the bed, his complexion regaining its vitality. "Young master, I feared I would never see you again," Ajing exclaimed upon spotting Lu Jin, finally snapping back to reality. He made to rise and pay his respects, but Lu Jin quickly intervened. "You have just regained consciousness, remain still and do not move about." Lu Jin regarded Ajing with concern, relieved to see his color had improved significantly. He cast a grateful glance at Dongfang Chu, acknowledging that it was thanks to his intervention that Ajing was alive. Realizing his master's gaze had shifted, Ajing followed Lu Jin's line of sight to see Dongfang Chu outside the door. Even someone as slow-witted as Ajing could deduce that Dongfang Chu had saved him. Lu Jin had long held Dongfang Chu in high regard, even willing to risk his own life to protect him on that fateful day. Ajing expresses his gratitude to the divine Dr. Dongfang for saving his life, Ajing said, bowing deeply. At that moment, Yun Zhao and Charnan arrived. Overhearing Ajing's words, they were taken aback to discover that this striking youth was none other than Dongfang Chu of Xiangkao Ji. Dongfang Daodao, aware that the disguise of poetry and painting had fallen away, spoke candidly. "It was nothing. Had I not risked my life to protect him, I would have perished. Now that you are awake, continue your medication and rest well. If you feel unwell, send for me. Dongfang, you should take a moment to rest. I have ordered a selection of your favorite dishes from the tavern in town. I will call for you when they arrive," Lu Jin suggested. "Very well, I shall rest for now," Dongfang Daodao replied, wishing not to intrude upon the conversation between the master and servant. After such a prolonged period of Ajing's unconsciousness, they surely had much to discuss. She instructed the innkeeper to prepare a guest room for Zhang Yi, whose poison was manageable, but whose meridians had been severed and required prompt medical attention. Dongfang Daodao enlisted Zhao Ji to assist her, for he was no stranger. Charnan, seeing everyone occupied with their own tasks and feeling unhelpful, summoned his guards to have his belongings moved to the inn, facilitating their departure together in a few days. In the guest room, Dongfang Daodao rolled up Zhang Yi's sleeves and pant legs to examine his injuries. Zhang Yi dared not meet Dongfang Chu's gaze, as those eyes seemed to possess a magnetic pull that ensnared his thoughts, rendering him unable to think clearly. As Dongfang Daodao's delicate hands pressed against several acupoints on his wrists and ankles to assess the injuries, she observed his reactions. Zhang Yi maintained a stoic expression, which left Dongfang Daodao feeling somewhat exasperated. Chang Yi, I am examining your injuries. If it hurts anywhere, please tell me, do not endure in silence. She felt compelled to speak, for his tolerance was remarkable, given his severed meridians. A mere touch to an ordinary person's acupoints would elicit pain, yet Chang Yi remained silent even under her firm pressure. Finally, a flicker of emotion crossed Chang Yi's face as he parted his lips and spoke slowly. Master, it hurt greatly with each press, but it is bearable. Very well, I understand, Dongfang Daodao replied as she seated herself beside him, taking out a cloth to cover his wrist while carefully checking his pulse. The poison had merely rendered his body increasingly frail. Logically, after so many days, he should have been weak to the point of unconsciousness, yet his consciousness was remarkably clear. Had his meridians not been severed, he ought to be lively and energetic. How had he managed this? Chang Yi, I poisoned you that day, Dongfang Daodao confessed. Master, I am aware, Chang Yi responded. What actions did you take after I poisoned you, and why were your symptoms so mild while Ajing suffered deeply? Dongfang Daodao, noticing Chang Yi's reticence, directly posed her question. Upon realizing I had been poisoned by you, I immediately bent down, evading Ajing's attacks while attempting to expel the blood tainted by the poison from my wound. However, I soon discovered that my vital energy was in turmoil, rendering my internal skills ineffective. I then feigned defeat, and when Ajing let his guard down, I crushed the poison pill and pressed it into his most grievous wound before losing consciousness. Chang Yi recounted the events with calm detachment, as if narrating the mundane affairs of others, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. At that moment, Ajing had already fainted. Why did you not eliminate him to prevent future troubles? Dongfang Daodao inquired, curious about why he had not pursued a complete resolution in such a critical situation. My assassination target was Lu Jin, Chang Yi stated, offering no further explanation. Dongfang Daodao reflected on the events of that day. While other assassins were consumed by bloodlust, Chang Yi, though relentless in his pursuit, had not taken a single life. Even when facing her, his strikes had never aimed for fatal injury, resembling more of a diversionary tactic than outright malice. He was indeed an assassin, yet he refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, a feat that few could achieve. I will heal you, Dongfang Daodao assured him, laying aside her final reservations and making a solemn promise. Chapter 59, Unafraid of Pain, I will heal you. Dongfang Daodao set aside her final shred of doubt and made a solemn promise. Upon hearing Dongfang Daodao's vow, Zhongyi felt a resurgence of hope within him. Having trained in martial arts for over a decade, he refused to become a mere shell of a man. If recovery was within reach, then for the rest of his life, anyone who dared to harm his master would have to tread over his lifeless body first. Dongfang Daodao noticed that Zhongyi was notably reticent, resembling a closed-off gourd. Perhaps this was a habit cultivated from his years as an assassin. Nonetheless, she believed he could gradually change. Zhongyi, I need to reconnect the severed meridians now. It will be painful, so I will administer some sedative. You may slip into unconsciousness for a while, she informed him gently. All right, Zhongyi acquiesced, his trust in his master unwavering. Zhao Ji, there is a green vial in the bundle on my desk. Could you please fetch it for me? Dongfang Daodao retrieved the acupuncture kit from her waist, preparing to begin the treatment. I'll get it right away. Do you need anything else? Yun Zhao inquired. Nothing more, Zhao Ji. Please be swift, Dongfang Daodao urged. Having observed that Zhao Ji often took his time with tasks, Yun Zhao recognized the subtle hint of impatience and promptly exited to retrieve the medicine bottle. It might hurt a bit, so bear with me. I will first clear the blocked acupoints before re-establishing the meridians, Dongfang Daodao stated candidly as she began to undress Zhongyi. Seeing this, Zhongyi tightly shut his eyes, as he bore numerous scars on his body. He did not wish to witness the disdain that might flicker across his master's face. Dongfang Daodao, gazing at the intricate network of scars on Zhongyi's exposed skin, felt a pang of sorrow. They were likely of similar age. How much suffering had he endured to survive? Noticing Zhongyi's sudden closure of his eyes, she assumed her touch might have been too harsh, and so she spoke softly, I will be gentler. It will soon be over. Since the dawn of his memories, no one had ever treated him with such tenderness, and a foreign sensation collided within his heart. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find his master wholly engrossed in her task, her lack of disdain for his scars evident. The delicate lashes cast shadows upon her porcelain face, obscuring her entrancing gaze, allowing Zhong Yi to observe her without trepidation. Dongfang Taotao's movements were remarkably gentle, although each needle pricked his acupoints with excruciating soreness. Such pain was trivial in comparison to what he had endured. "Master, I am not afraid of pain," Zhong Yi declared. "You are not made of iron. How could you be unafraid of pain?" Dongfang Daodao chided playfully, her eyes meeting his unexpectedly. Startled by the collision of their gazes, Zhong Yi quickly turned away, tightly shutting his eyes once more and lapsing into silence. Though his exterior remained composed, his heart raced like a startled fawn. He took a deep breath to steady himself, refraining from stealing another glance at his master. "I found the medicine bottle," Yun Zhao announced, returning swiftly with the small green porcelain vial. Dongfang Daodao expressed her satisfaction with his promptness. "Zhao Ji, please assist me in feeding Zhong Yi 2 pills," she instructed, her hands continuing their delicate work. Yun Zhao carefully extracted 2 white pills from the vial and brought them to Zhong Yi's lips. With his eyes still closed, Zhong Yi complied and swallowed them. Internally, Yun Zhao chuckled. Could this truly be the #1 assassin of the Bloodlight Pavilion? Such trust in others seemed almost naive. Yun Zhao glanced at Dongfang Daodao, noting the fine sheen of perspiration forming on her forehead. He produced his handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from her brow. Dongfang Daodao paused, momentarily lost in thought. In her previous life, Zhao Ji had often cared for her in this manner. The feeling of being looked after was truly delightful. "Zhao Ji, stay here with Zhong Yi. Should anything arise, summon me from Lu Jin. I will return to my room to draft a prescription," Dongfang Daodao instructed before departing the room. Zhong Yi would need to consume the medicinal soup immediately after reconnecting his meridians, necessitating preparation in advance. Initially, Lu Jin had been concerned about the potential risks posed by an assassin who had previously attempted to take their lives. However, upon hearing Asian's account, he learned that Zhong Yi had once had the opportunity to kill Asian but had refrained from doing so, which alleviated his fears significantly. It seemed his nature was not inherently malevolent, Lu Jin surmised. Chapter 60. One's nature should not be corrupt, Lu Jin concluded. "Lu Jin, do you know, although Zhong Yi has taken Ajin, he never intended to take his life," Dongfang Daodao exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lu Jin. "I am aware," Lu Jin replied, a faint smile adorning his face. "Otherwise, I would not have permitted him to live. I also know that you will undoubtedly be able to heal him. I will write a prescription, and you shall send someone to fetch the medicine. I will require it shortly," Dongfang Daodao said, reassured by Lu Jin's lack of hostility towards Zhong Yi, and began to instruct him. "Very well. I shall command someone to fetch the medicine immediately. In the meantime, you should eat something. The dishes from the inn have already arrived." Lu Jin guided Dongfang Daodao to the table. The table was adorned with exquisite dishes, including Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel fish, and osmanthus cake. Dongfang Taotao's eyes sparkled with delight. She hurriedly penned the prescription, then returned to the table, eagerly scooping various dishes into her bowl, and began to eat with fervor. Lu Jin attempted to assist her with the serving, but upon witnessing her engrossed demeanor, he hesitated with his chopsticks, ultimately placing them down. He couldn't help but chuckle at Dongfang Taotao's behavior. "Do take your time, there is no one competing with you." Dongfang Daodao remained oblivious, continuing to eat with determination. In a short while, she had consumed her fill. "Where is the guard who went to fetch the medicine? Why has he not returned?" she asked, a hint of impatience in her tone. Having finished her meal, she was anxious for the medicine to arrive. "It is not that the guard is slow. It is quite rare to see someone eat as you do," Lu Jin replied. "Dongfang Daodao, once the medicine returns, please instruct someone to brew it and deliver it to Zhong Yi's room. I shall take my leave now." With a hasty wipe of her mouth using her sleeve, she stood to depart. Observing Dongfang Taotao's retreating figure, Lu Jin felt a mix of helplessness and amusement at her evident concern for the guard. Chapter 60. Warmth. As Lu Jin gazed at Dongfang Chu's retreating figure, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Why was he so concerned about that guard? Dongfang Daodao returned to the room of Zhong Yi, where Yun Zhao was diligently watching over him. Zhong Yi was likely fast asleep. Brother Zhao, why don't you go have a meal with Lu Jin? There's a lavish spread waiting for you, Dongfang Daodao suggested, though she secretly hoped he would stay to assist her. It felt unfair to let him go hungry while she indulged. I'm not hungry yet, I can wait until you finish, Yun Zhao replied, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to leave Dongfang Chu alone in this place. Very well, Dongfang Daodao conceded, washing her hands before she began the delicate task of reconnecting Zhang Yi's meridians. She carefully made an incision at the site of the previous injury, using a silver needle to stitch and mend the damaged tissues. After 2 hours of meticulous work, she finally completed the procedure. Exhausted to the point of collapse, she nearly lost her balance, but fortunately, Yun Zhao caught her just in time. Caught off guard, she stumbled into Yun Zhao's embrace, a faint scent of bamboo lingering in the air. Dongfang Daodao felt her cheeks flush slightly. Growing up in the Yunxiao Hall, Yun Zhao understood that their current situation was rather inappropriate, yet he was reluctant to release his hold on Dongfang Chu. A soft cough from Zhang Yi indicated that the effects of the sedative had worn off, and he was beginning to awaken. The two quickly separated, with Yun Zhao awkwardly turning away, presenting his back to Dongfang Daodao. Without a moment to ponder, she rushed to examine Zhang Yi's condition. How do you feel? Is there anywhere that hurts? She inquired with genuine concern. At that moment, Zhang Yi, just regaining consciousness, felt a burning pain in both his wrists and ankles, accompanied by an unbearable itch. Through the sensations coursing through his body, he realized that the wounds on his wrists and ankles had been reopened, albeit minimally. Having endured countless injuries throughout his life, each more severe than the last, he found it strange yet comforting that someone was concerned for him after such pain. The wrists and ankles hurt and itch, Zhang Yi responded, his voice imbued with a hint of warmth. The pain is due to the reopening of the wounds inflicted when your tendons were severed, and the itchiness signifies that the meridians have been reconnected. Both sensations will dissipate in 3 days, Dongfang Daodao reassured him. Hearing Zhang Yi express gratitude lifted a weight from her heart. This was the first time he had received treatment from a physician, and equally, the first time someone had patiently explained his condition to him. He could hardly believe that the person showing him such kindness was, in fact, his master. Moreover, his master was truly a miraculous healer, having restored his tendons. And no longer would he be considered a cripple. Gratefully, he turned his gaze towards his master, only to quickly avert his eyes upon meeting Dongfang Daodao's warm, gentle look. Seeing his reaction, she assumed he was simply not adept at social interactions. I will return once the medicine is prepared. Over the next 3 days, the itching may intensify, so try to resist touching your wrists and ankles, she advised Zhang Yi. Understood, Zhang Yi replied, obediently adhering to his master's words. Brother Zhao, you should also go eat. I'll call a guard to look after Zhang Yi, Dongfang Daodao urged, gently leading Yun Zhao away to give Zhang Yi some solitude. At last, the room was left with Zhang Yi alone. His tense emotions began to ease, and his body relaxed. He quietly focused on the sensations of pain and itchiness in his meridians, striving to calm his mind. He pondered how, after so many years as an assassin, few people or circumstances had ever stirred his emotions. Yet, everything began to change upon meeting his master. That moment under the moonlight, when their eyes met, had awakened a softness within him. His presence in the woodshed brought forth new hopes. The care he received made him experience, for the first time, the sensation of being valued and cared for. In his master's eyes, he was not merely a cold weapon for killing, but a living being deserving of concern. In truth, once his body healed, he could choose to leave his master at any moment, yet, he yearned to remain by his side for a lifetime, cherishing the warmth that had become the only solace in nearly 2 decades of his existence. He no longer wished to seek a wife, he desired only to stay beside his master for the rest of his days. Chapter 61, Shared Journey. He no longer wished to seek a wife. He intended to remain by his master's side for the entirety of this life. 10 days later, Asian had completely recovered. Although Zhang Yi was still unable to practice martial arts, he could now engage in regular activities. In half a month, the coming-of-age ceremony for Dongfang Daodao would take place, and there could be no further delays. The group prepared to set off for the capital. Ride in my carriage. Lu Jin invited Dongfang Chu to share a seat with him. Lu Jin's carriage was understated yet luxurious, offering considerable comfort. Just as Dongfang Daodao was about to step aboard, she was abruptly pulled back by Chang'an, who seized her arm. "What is so good about the carriage? It's suffocating. I've chosen a magnificent steed for you. Come and see," Chang'an insisted, dragging Dongfang Chu towards the stables at the back. "Isn't he a bit chilly for horseback riding in this season?" Dongfang Daodao politely declined. There was no longer a need for her to avoid suspicion around Lu Jin. She had seen and understood everything, and it would be unreasonable to hold him accountable in the future. Surely, her grandfather would understand. Although Lu Jin was Yang Ting's grandson, even his mother did not pay him much heed, and Yang Ting, his grandmother, had hardly seen him more than a few times. In truth, their relationship was merely one of distant blood ties. "If we ride together, you won't feel cold," Chang'an said, inexplicably fond of being with Dongfang Chu. Each time he saw her, joy would wash over him. He envisioned opening a medical clinic next to his estate in the capital, allowing him to see her every day. "I fear that may not be appropriate," Dongfang Daodao replied. The propriety of men and women maintaining a distance was well understood. Such an ostentatious display of companionship could hinder her future prospects of marriage. "What is inappropriate about it? Don't be so coy, you big man. One might mistake you for a delicate lady." Chang'an's words left little room for rebuttal, compelling Dongfang Daodao to don a cloak and mount the fine steed he had prepared. A figure as exquisite as a sculpture appeared even smaller atop the grand horse. "Why are you so thin and diminutive, lacking any semblance of masculinity?" Chang'an remarked, captivated by the beauty before him, yet feeling an inexplicable sense of discord that left him slightly vexed. Lu Jin, initially feeling agitated by Chang'an's constant attachment to Dongfang Chu, felt his unease resurface upon hearing Chang'an's comments. He scrutinized Dongfang Chu on the horse. Rather than fragile, she seemed petite, a rarity even among women. "Here is a riding crop for you." Chang'an's voice broke Lu Jin's reverie. As Dongfang Daodao reached for the crop, her icy fingers brushed against his palm, prompting him to realize just how cold she truly was. Unconsciously, he mounted his horse, joining Dongfang Chu in her ride, hoping that this way she might feel warmer. He was reluctant to let her share a carriage with that fellow Lu Jin. Once they reached the capital, he intended to gift her his own carriage. Seeing Chang'an and Dongfang Chu riding together ignited a nameless fury within Lu Jin. Just as he was about to express his displeasure, he noticed Chang'an skillfully wielding the riding crop, and the two had already set off ahead of him. "Asian, fetch the horse," Lu Jin commanded in a low tone. Asian sensed the pressure emanating from his master and, without a word, brought forth a swift steed. Yun Zhao, witnessing Dongfang Chu and her companions galloping away, felt a pang of envy. If only he could ride, he would join Dongfang Chu as well. As the two left behind settled into the carriage for a leisurely journey to the capital, Zhang Yi, "Once you have fully recovered, should you wish to leave, please inform Dongfang. He will not force you to stay," Yun Zhao said to Zhang Yi. He understood that the desire to marry was an obsession that most men could scarcely relinquish, particularly for a skilled warrior who had traversed the Valley of Death. Their hearts yearned for a home even more than those of ordinary men. "I wish to remain by his side for eternity," Zhang Yi replied in a calm tone, as if it were the most ordinary of matters. Why Yun Zhao was taken aback by his response. "Will you marry the woman who redeemed you once we reach the capital?" Zhang Yi ignored Yun Zhao's inquiry, feeling it was none of his concern. "That is not your business," Yun Zhao stammered, caught off guard by the sudden question. The two fell into a silence. At that moment, Dongfang Daodao was galloping swiftly through the cold, nestled in Chang'an's embrace. Despite the frigid weather, she did not feel overly cold, but the situation was undeniably improper. As they encountered a few passers-by along the way, curious glances were cast in their direction. "Chang'an, please let me down, this is not quite right," Dongfang Daodao urged. "I shall procure you a carriage once we reach the next prefectural city. There is no need to ride in Lu Jin's carriage." Chang'an eased his pace. "Very well, I shall defer to your wishes," Dongfang Daodao thought, as long as it meant not sharing a mount with him, then let us hasten into the city. Chang'an beamed with joy at Dongfang Chu's agreement, revealing his charming little tiger teeth. An hour later, they arrived at the gates of Luzhu. Chang'an, still atop his horse, produced a token from his pocket and tossed it to the guards. Upon recognizing it, they promptly offered their respectful clearance. Master Chang seems to be in high spirits, a resonant male voice called from atop the city wall. Chang'an and Dongfang Daodao looked up to see Li Han, clad in armor. Dongfang Daodao recalled their last encounter with Li Han had not ended well. Now, why did he appear so cold? Are you bringing a patient into the city, Master Chang? Li Han inquired coldly upon noticing Dongfang Daodao's face. My friend is sensitive to the cold, so we are sharing a ride, Chang'an admitted, unable to evade the truth. The chilly Dongfang Daodao felt a twinge of anxiety. She nudged Chang'an with her elbow and whispered, "You should dismount." Chang'an obediently dismounted and instinctively offered his hand to help Dongfang Daodao down. "I can manage," she insisted, gracefully descending on her own. Observing Chang'an's attentiveness towards Dongfang Daodao, Li Han's brow furrowed further. Just as he was about to inquire about Lu Jin's whereabouts, he noticed him galloping towards the city gates. Lu Jin swiftly dismounted and approached Dongfang Daodao without regard for his surroundings, adjusting her cloak and speaking softly to her. Witnessing this, Li Han's expression tightened even more. Aging, he called out. Only then did Lu Jin notice Li Han, adorned in his military attire atop the city wall. "Cousin," Lu Jin greeted Li Han with a polite yet detached gesture. Lu Jin had been sent back to his ancestral home shortly after his birth, raised by his clan, and seldom returned to the capital during his childhood. His grandmother, Yang Ting, harbored little affection for him due to her disdain for his father's mercantile background, resulting in a lack of warmth towards him as well. Consequently, Lu Jin felt no closeness to either his grandmother or Li Han. Though they were cousins, Li Han had grown up under the care of Grand Princess Yang Ting, earning her favor. There had been a time when he knelt in the street to beseech a doctor for Lu Jin's sake. It was Li Han's upbringing that made him appear more like a guardian among the younger generation, often looking out for and restraining his younger relatives. Upon seeing Lu Jin's overly affectionate demeanor towards that young lady, he found it quite inappropriate. While there were men in the capital who favored men, such inclinations were generally kept private. No one dared to bring them into the open. Today, witnessing Lu Jin's lack of discretion coupled with his persistent resistance to marriage, Li Han felt compelled to offer counsel. He descended from the city wall and approached them. Chapter 62, Cousin. He descended from the city tower and approached them. Ajin, during my last visit to Juju, I was encumbered with official duties and could not meet you. Now that you have endured the fatigue of travel and have arrived in Luzhu, allow me to extend my hospitality to you. Li Han invited Lu Jin, entirely unconcerned with Dongfang Daodao and Chang'an who stood nearby. "Thank you, cousin," Lu Jin replied politely. Dongfang Daodao scrutinized Li Han, noting a peculiar change in his complexion since their last encounter. It appeared an abnormal shade of ashen grey. Such a pallor typically suggests poisoning. Dongfang Daodao took a step closer, intent on observing him more closely. Li Han was engaged in conversation with Lu Jin when he noticed Dongfang Daodao suddenly approaching, her gaze fixed intently on his face, his brows furrowed involuntarily, and he slightly turned aside to evade her scrutiny. Realizing she was being regarded with disdain, Dongfang Daodao abandoned her intention to assess his condition. It was evident that Li Han held no fondness for her, and it seemed foolish to persist. No wonder her grandfather had advised her to steer clear of those associated with Yang Ting. She tugged at Chang'an, urging him to find a tavern for dining, wishing not to intrude upon the reunion of the brothers. After their meal, the two found an inn to rest, awaiting the arrival of others to join them. Later that evening, with nothing to occupy their time, Chang'an knocked on Dongfang Daodao's door, carrying a beautifully crafted dice cup and dice. "I've brought something delightful." "Open the door quickly," he urged. At that moment, Dongfang Daodao had just loosened her hairpin, preparing to retire for the night, and hurriedly donned her clothes to answer the door. Upon opening it, she returned to her seat at the table, leaving Chang'an frozen in the doorway, unable to move. The sight of Dongfang Chuchu with her hair cascading down evoked a sense of ethereal beauty in him. "Hey, why are you just standing there? What did you bring? You're interrupting my rest," Dongfang Daodao pouted, expressing her discontent. "Could you tie your hair up?" Chang'an said dreamily, his gaze making her feel somewhat disoriented. Though Dongfang Chuchu stood before him, he felt a strange disconnect. "Speak if you have something to say, if not, please leave, as I am tired," Dongfang Daodao replied, slightly exasperated. Chang'an's request was rather bothersome. Was it so easy to style her hair? Yes, I have something to discuss," he replied, forgetting to close the door as he awkwardly stepped inside and sat beside her. He produced a jade dice cup and dice, presenting them to her as if showcasing a treasure. I noticed your hands seem cooler than most. This dice cup is made of warm jade, why not give it a try, do you like it? Charnan said bashfully, entirely lacking his usual nonchalance. Intrigued, Dongfang Daodao reached out to accept the items and began to shake them, discovering the delightful warmth and smoothness of the jade. They sat closely together, engaging in a game of dice. At that moment, Lu Jin approached Dongfang Taotao's door and chanced upon this scene. Dongfang Chuchu's dark hair flowed around her, exuding an indescribable allure. The two were shoulder to shoulder, playing dice and sharing smiles. This sight pierced Lu Jin's heart. What are you two doing? Lu Jin inquired. The engrossed duo snapped back to reality, only then noticing Lu Jin standing at the door with a frosty expression. We're playing dice. Did you not see? Charnan replied, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Would you like to join us? Dongfang Daodao sensed Lu Jin's current displeasure, perhaps stemming from his earlier encounter with Li Han. It is late. It is time to rest, Lu Jin declared, stepping into the room and positioning himself before them, as if to make it clear that he would not leave until he was acknowledged. We can play again tomorrow, Dongfang Daodao said, handing the dice cup back to Charnan, rising to usher Lu Jin out. Despite his dissatisfaction with Lu Jin, Charnan recognized the lateness of the hour and refrained from further protest. Standing to depart, halfway out, he noticed Lu Jin had not followed and halted, turning back to say, isn't it rather late? Go on ahead. We have matters to discuss, Lu Jin replied without turning around. I am tired, we can discuss it tomorrow, Dongfang Daodao remarked, clearly aware of Lu Jin's demeanor and choosing to disregard it, yawning as she urged him to leave. Once the two had departed, Dongfang Daodao had just pulled her thick quill to settle down when there was a knock at the door. It was a server sent by Lu Jin, delivering fine golden silk charcoal. A warmth spread through her heart. He had remembered her sensitivity to cold. Memories of him providing warmth flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Though Lu Jin could be perplexing at times, he was generally quite considerate. Meanwhile, Lu Jin sat in his room, sipping strong tea with a sense of bitterness. He had no desire to sleep. The image of Dongfang Daodao and Charnan playing together had stung him deeply. Initially, he wished to harbor his affections quietly, remaining by her side, yet witnessing her closeness with another had stirred an inexplicable sense of jealousy. Today, his cousin had merely hinted that even if two men shared mutual feelings, the path ahead would still be fraught with challenges. Now he was left pondering his own feelings for Dongfang Chuchu, uncertain of her sentiments towards him. He could risk his life to aid a former assassin, share laughter with a recently acquainted Charnan, or even redeem a courtesan with whom he had only shared a few days of acquaintance. But what did he signify in her heart? Was it merely, as Li Han suggested, a youthful infatuation destined to fade as she sought an appropriate consort in the coming years? The more he contemplated, the more vexed he became. Rising, he opened the window to let in the cool breeze, hoping to clear his mind. After years in commerce, he rarely experienced such uncertainty. He had resolved to pursue Dongfang Chuchu. The only ambiguity lay in her feelings for him. It was the first time he felt such doubt, even a twinge of inferiority. Should two men wish to be together, they would have to contend with the malice of those around them. He could face it, but would she be willing to endure it, to shoulder the burden? Was it truly wise to heed Li Han's counsel to suppress these feelings and seek individual contentment? A night of contemplation yielded no answers. On the following day, Yun Zhao, Zhang Yi, and the guards arrived at the inn to join them. Dongfang Daodao, brimming with energy, busied herself with coordinating their accommodations. She paced back and forth outside Lu Jin's door. Ordinarily, Lu Jin was industrious. She had never seen him rise late. Why had he not emerged yet? Had her abrupt dismissal of him the previous day been too harsh? As Dongfang Daodao pondered this, the door creaked open. Lu Jin appeared, his face weary, dark circles under his eyes suggesting a sleepless night. What is wrong? You look unwell. What were you about to say yesterday? Dongfang Daodao inquired with concern. Nothing much. Have they all arrived? Lu Jin managed a faint smile, though it was hardly convincing. They are all here. I've arranged for their lodgings. After a day or two of rest, we can set off, she replied. Are you eager to return to the capital? Lu Jin understood that according to their agreement, once they reached the capital, he would settle their medical fees, and they would part ways. Of course. There is much to attend to in the capital. My grandfather has insisted that I manage my own marriage arrangements, Dongfang Daodao said, slightly overwhelmed yet excited at the prospect of returning to the capital. Eager to arrange a marriage. No wonder you require so much in medical fees, Lu Jin thought bitterly. Indeed, I need to purchase a residence. Our terms regarding the medical fees have long been settled. You must not renege, she added, noticing his expression, which suggested reluctance to pay. Young master, the Lord has sent word, stating he is unwell and urges your swift return to the capital, Ajin hurriedly reported to Lu Jin. Lu Jin's heart tightened. Despite not being close to his father, he felt a pang of worry upon hearing this news. He glanced at the vibrant Dongfang Chuchu standing before him, sighed, and said, I will head to the capital first and await your arrival there to collect the medical fees. I shall accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance, Dongfang Daodao offered, wishing to alleviate Lu Jin's concern. Young master, the Lord insists that you return to the capital as soon as possible, Ajin interjected, hesitant to speak further. Chapter 63, Osman thus cake my lord, the master requests your prompt return to the capital, Ajin remarked hesitantly. Then do make haste in your preparations, summon me should you require anything, Dongfang Daodao suggested, sensing their apparent reticence to discuss matters in her presence. Perhaps the reason for Lu Jin's pallor was rooted in something more inconvenient to articulate. My father is usually in good health. If anything arises, I shall send someone to fetch you immediately, Lu Jin clarified. Ultimately, one must confront what is inevitable. His father must be urging him to return to finalize the marriage arrangements. Then you may depart. We shall meet in the capital, Dongfang Daodao remarked, feeling that Lu Jin was concealing something from her. As she descended the stairs, she fortuitously spotted Jinju seated in a conspicuous spot on the first floor, a table laden with delicacies before her. It was rather amusing to encounter her here. The food here is utterly deplorable. My esteemed lady has never deigned to consume such wretched fare. How dare this impoverished establishment treat a noble lady with such disdain? Jinju scolded the waiter with her hands on her hips. It appeared that her beloved sister was also staying at this inn. Ignoring Jinju, she settled down in a corner on the ground floor and ordered a steamer of buns, awaiting the waiter's arrival. At that moment, Ajin hurried downstairs, making a beeline for Jinju, clearly having met her beforehand. He clasped his hands and inquired, Miss Jin, my master wishes to know when Miss Fu intends to depart. My lady is fatigued. We shall set off tomorrow at noon, Jinju replied. Very well, we shall be waiting for the esteemed lady downstairs tomorrow morning, Ajin said courteously. Jinju merely acknowledged him with a casual millimeter, signaling her understanding, and resumed meticulously packing delicacies into an exquisite food box. Ajin, understanding the unspoken cue, discreetly withdrew. In the corner, Dongfang Daodao was left in stunned silence. It seemed Lu Jin's father's ailment was not as urgent as she had assumed. She felt somewhat foolish for her earlier concerns about Lu Jin's health and his father's well-being. Yet, in an instant, they were preparing to escort a noble lady to the capital. Irritated, she ordered an additional 5 servings of buns. As she immersed herself in her meal, Yun Zhao and Chang Yi approached her. Why are you eating so hastily? Yun Zhao, having witnessed Dongfang Chu's usual dining demeanor, noted her unusual behavior today, as if she were upset with someone. Zhao Ji, you've arrived. Please, sit and join me. Dongfang Daodao gestured for the two to take a seat, pushing the buns toward them. She had ordered far too many in her PK, unable to finish them alone. Fortunately, with Yun Zhao's presence, she would not waste food, which felt shameful. She resolved not to indulge in such whims in the future. Regaining her composure, Dongfang Daodao recalled having encountered Jinju in Zhu Prefecture. Upon reflection, her beloved sister must have also been in Zhu Prefecture at that time. How could her pampered sister endure such arduous travel? Moreover, since Lu Jin's father was orchestrating the union between Lu Jin and Fu Rongrong, it must align with the position Lu Jin had mentioned. Yet, why had he been relegated to the role of a mere attendant in his previous life? Hey, why are you so lost in thought? Charnan approached, carrying a large food box, and seated himself opposite Dongfang Daodao. Can you guess what I had someone bring you? Charnan's hand rested atop the food box, ready to unveil the surprise. I long for Osmanthus cake, Dongfang Daodao confessed. Each time she savored it, her spirit soared, and today her craving was particularly intense. Upon hearing this, Charnan opened the food box, revealing layers of culinary delights. The youth produced a plate adorned with exquisite illustrations, presenting it to Dongfang Daodao with a radiant smile, showcasing his small canine teeth, as if sharing a treasured possession with the closest companion. Before I lay Osmanthus cake, Budo jumps over the wall, squirrel fish, and even crystal pig trotter, dishes Lu Jin had once promised to prepare for her. Now, this serendipitous encounter with Charnan had yielded her favorite meal early in the morning, while Lu Jin busied himself packing for the return of other ladies to the capital. Dongfang Daodao accepted the Osmanthus cake from Charnan, delicately lifted a piece, and placed it in her mouth, savoring it slowly. It was still warm, freshly made, and delectably sweet. She squinted her eyes, wishing to immerse her senses in the gentle sweetness, dispelling the bitterness lingering in her heart. Is it not to your liking? Charnan observed her expression with confusion. She was smiling, yet her eyes glistened with unshed tears. It is exceptionally delicious, Dongfang Daodao replied, her gaze meeting Charnan's concerned expression, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Please, do not cry. Charnan had never witnessed a man shed tears. Having been mischievous and often punished since childhood, he had never wept, even when faced with harsh reprimands. Why was Dongfang Chu weeping over a piece of Osmanthus cake? You seemed quite pleased when you last had Osmanthus cake. If this continues, I shall never buy you Osmanthus cake again, Charnan fumbled, attempting to comfort Dongfang Daodao. At that moment, both Yin Zhao and Chong Yi paused, unsure how to react to Dongfang Daodao's tears. Let us return to the capital. I do not wish to remain here any longer, Dongfang Daodao said, hastily wiping her tears with the back of her hand. I shall go gather my belongings, Yin Zhao declared, rising to return to their room. Chong Yi stood behind Dongfang Daodao. Though he was unaware of her unusual behavior, he was resolute in his duty to protect her side. All right, please cease your tears. I shall have someone gather things, and we will set off immediately. Charnan gently wiped the tears from the corners of Dongfang Daodao's eyes and stood to make arrangements. Dongfang Daodao composed herself, starting to repack the food items on the table into the food box. Half an hour later, the group was ready to depart. Dongfang Daodao sat in the carriage, clutching the food box in silence. Charnan, holding a dice cup, teased her. What do you think of this carriage? I just acquired it. If you win against me, it shall be yours. And if I lose? Dongfang Daodao inquired, lifting her gaze. Well, then I shall impose a penalty. You must never cry again, Charnan replied, never having considered that Dongfang Daodao could lose to him, especially after witnessing her consistently roll 3 sixes. That will not do, let us change the stakes. Dongfang Daodao felt Charnan was rather naive, failing to seize such a splendid opportunity. Then let it be this. I wish to see you whenever I desire, you must not leave without notice, Charnan proposed, considering it his greatest wish. Agreed, Dongfang Daodao took the dice cup and began to gently shake it. After a few moments, she placed the cup on the table, pretended to frown while scrutinizing it. I did not perform well this time, let us try again. She reached for the cup once more. Charnan, alarmed, quickly extended his hand to clasp hers atop the dice cup. No cheating. Just as he was about to open the cup, he belatedly realized his hand was enveloping Dongfang Chu's, her small hand cold and smooth. They both froze. Ahem, did you not wish to see the outcome? Dongfang Daodao broke the silence. Oh, right, Charnan quickly withdrew his hand, his gaze flitting about, uncertain where to place it. Dongfang Daodao disregarded his foolish demeanor and opened the dice cup. 3 ones, she murmured. Truly. Upon closer inspection, Dongfang Chu had rolled 3 ones. He hastily picked up the dice cup, shaking it vigorously, then placed it forcefully on the table and carefully opened it. 3, 4, 6, Dongfang Daodao mentally counted, revealing nothing on her face. I have won. Charnan, seeing his own result of 3, 4, 6, was overjoyed, imagining the prospect of seeing Dongfang Chu at will. Dongfang Daodao, witnessing his unrestrained glee, could not help but smile in return, their laughter spilled out of the carriage, and the gloom of the day finally dissipated. Chapter 64, Obsession. The laughter of the two resonated throughout the carriage, as the day's gloom finally dissipated. At this moment, Lu Jin instructed his men to prepare for their departure the following day. Once finished, he intended to seek out Dongfang Chu, only to discover they had already departed. He stood in the empty room, feeling as though his heart were equally hollow. He had left without a word, departing alongside Chang'an. Ashen, saddle the horse. A surge of unnameable anger welled up within Lu Jin. Young master, the master specifically instructed in his letter that you must personally escort Miss Fu back to the capital. The last time you left without notice, the master was ill for many days, Ashen quietly reminded him from the side. Lu Jin recalled how his father had toiled for years to secure the position of Fu family's legitimate husband. He halted his steps. His father was a servant to his mother, hailing from a merchant background, and had long been looked down upon by the maternal family. The legitimate husband, benefiting from a noble lineage, had consistently suppressed Lu Jin's father. Thus, his father remained in the capital, both to care for his wife and to plan for his son's marriage. It had become his father's obsession to ensure his son took on the role of the legitimate husband. Return to the room. Dispatch 15 guards immediately to track down Dongfang Chu and their whereabouts, ensuring their protection along the way, but do not alarm them, Lu Jin commanded. Ashen thought it unwise to send only 15 guards to escort Miss Fu, but he refrained from further urging Lu Jin, for he understood that this was the extent of Lu Jin's compromise. Young master, it seems that Miss Fu's personal maid was dissatisfied with the food at the inn this morning, Ashen ventured to remind him. See to it as you deem fit, Lu Jin replied, pinching the bridge of his nose, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Ashen quickly withdrew upon noticing this. As noon approached, Ashen arrived at Jinju's door, accompanied by 2 guards bearing a large food box, and gently knocked on the door. Who is it? Jinju answered impatiently. Upon seeing Ashen and the guards with the food box, his expression softened somewhat. My young master has sent someone to the finest tavern in Luzhu to order several signature dishes, and I humbly present them to Miss Fu, Ashen said with a respectful bow. Very well, bring the food box inside, Jinju replied, stepping aside to allow them entry. This Jinju, a mere servant, resided in a first-class guest room, dressed in attire more extravagant than that of many wealthy young masters. It was quite out of place, indicating that Miss Fu held this Jinju in high regard, Ashen mused inwardly. Where is your young master? Why has he not come to visit my esteemed lady? Jinju inquired. My young master is unwell and fears that his illness might be transmitted to the esteemed lady, hence he sent me in his stead. Ashen lowered his tone, adopting a humble demeanor. Observing his master's actions, it seemed inevitable that he would marry Miss Fu. Offending the wife before even entering would surely complicate matters for his master in the future. Such poor health. Has he seen a doctor? He fell ill quite suddenly last time. Is your young master truly capable? Jinju expressed disdain. What merits does this Lu possess, aside from a few unappealing coins, that he should be granted the position of legitimate husband? Master Jin, I urge you to choose your words carefully, lest you tarnish my young master's reputation, Ashen retorted, clenching his fists and striving to suppress his fury. HMPH. Just leave if there's nothing more to say, Jinju dismissed him. What was there to be pretentious about? He was merely a merchant. After all, why should it matter if he had a reputation? With that, Jinju shut the door, examining the food Ashen had brought. He tested each dish with a silver needle for poison before selecting a few exquisite items to send to Fu Rongrong's chamber. Esteemed lady, this is what young Master Lu has sent over. It has all been verified and poses no issue, Jinju said attentively to the woman reclining on the bed, her garments slightly disheveled. I have never wished to engage with Lu Jin. It is all my father's fault for insisting on the position of husband to the Lu family, forcing me into this charade. If he comes to see me, just inform him that I am fatigued from travel and require rest, Fu Rongrong pouted. Allow me to offer you a massage to alleviate your weariness, Jinju suggested, kneeling before Fu Rongrong and gently kneading her legs. Master, the Lord has instructed me to prepare for Miss Dongfang's coming-of-age ceremony in advance. What are your thoughts? Jinju inquired softly. See to it that it is splendid and luxurious, but do not expend too much effort, as it may not be needed, Fu Rongrong replied with a light laugh, reaching out to touch Jinju's brow, reminiscent of another. Jinju raised his gaze to meet Fu Rongrong's, noticing her eyes fixated on his features. He instinctively reached out, attempting to caress her cheek. Impudence. Fu Rongrong kicked Jinju squarely in the chest. Despite her slight frame, the force knocked him to the ground, taking him some time to rise. Someone, Jinju has failed in his duties, administer 20 lashes. Fu Rongrong called out sternly to punish Jinju. The sound of their whip and cries for mercy echoed throughout the inn. He sneered coldly, this was the wife his father had so desperately sought for him. Young master, in this era, women of noble birth are rare and esteemed. Although Miss Fu is known for her capricious temperament, she has maintained a relatively clean record, having yet to marry or even take on a single attendant. It is said that Jinju is a lowly servant, and Master Fu took pity on him, allowing him to serve Miss Fu. It seems Miss Fu, perhaps mocked for his lowly status, sought to vent her frustrations on him, Ajin noted, attempting to comfort his master as he observed Lu Jin's displeasure. It matters not how they conduct themselves. It is of no concern to me, Lu Jin replied, regaining his usual indifferent demeanor. His compliance with his father's arrangement to escort Fu Rongrong back to the capital was a strategic retreat. He hoped that Fu Rongrong would not let him down. Have the matters in the capital been addressed? Lu Jin inquired of Ajin. Everything has been taken care of, the painting should now be displayed at Jinlu, Ajin answered. Good. And what of the residence you were to procure? Lu Jin asked, taking a sip of tea. Young master, there are scarce properties with hot springs surrounding the capital, most belonging to prominent families, and few are available for sale. However, I have already dispatched someone to keep an eye out, Ajin replied, puzzled by the sudden desire of his master, who had been away from the capital for so long, to acquire a residence with a hot spring. Very well, you may leave. Let everyone rest well today, we shall set forth tomorrow. Lu Jin waved Ajin away, wishing to be alone for a moment. Lu Jin had never felt so exhausted and helpless as he did today. Once he had eagerly awaited Dongfang Chu's safe return in the cave, and later chanced upon him tidying up after Hu Xiao on the street. Every moment, his safety, his joys, and his sorrows, had tugged at Lu Jin's emotions. He had believed that as long as he strategized diligently, he could remain by Dongfang Chu's side, yet today, he had left without a word. The image of Dongfang Chu, disheveled and frolicking with Charlin just yesterday, lingered in his mind. He did not seek anything extravagant, even preparing himself mentally for the possibility of Dongfang Chu marrying someone else. However, witnessing the intimacy between him and Charlin stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. Once again, Lu Jin found himself hopelessly ensnared in confusion. Now, he yearned to rush to Dongfang Chu's side, but the abrupt appearance of Fu Rongrong and his father's letter forced him to confront reality. He must resolve his own marriage arrangements, or rather, expedite their conclusion without provoking his father, so that he could approach Dongfang Chu without trepidation. Wait for me, Lu Jin whispered to himself, Chapter 65. The title, Wait for Me, Lu Jin murmured to himself. The following day, Lu Jin's entourage waited from morning until noon, when Fu Rongrong finally arrived, gracefully supported by Jin Chu, dressed in resplendent attire. Her figure was slender, and her fair skin, adorned with pearls and jade, made her otherwise ordinary features seem rather unremarkable. The guards waiting outside furtively raised their heads, eager to catch a glimpse of the capital's most beautiful woman. All were captivated by her beauty. Typically, the women they encountered were robust with dark, coarse skin. Yet any woman who possessed such porcelain-like complexion was deemed extraordinarily beautiful. Moreover, although Fu Rongrong's features were not striking, they were far superior to those of ordinary women. In the eyes of the onlookers, Fu Rongrong undoubtedly deserved the title of the capital's foremost beauty. They felt privileged to escort her. Let us set forth now, Jinju commanded in a loud voice. Lu Jin maintained a serene demeanor, signaling for everyone to begin their journey. Fu Rongrong, self-absorbed, settled herself into the most luxurious carriage. As soon as she was seated, Jinju's voice resounded from within the carriage, Young Master Lu will guard the carriage. Miss Fu, my skills in tea-making are commendable. I hope to brew tea for you, Lu Jin remarked as he approached the carriage. There's no need for that. Please attend to your own matters, I am weary, Fu Rongrong's impatient voice replied. Very well, I shall proceed to the nearest state capital, Danju, to arrange for your arrest, Lu Jin continued. Fu Rongrong acknowledged, indicating her acquiescence. Lu Jin rode ahead, leaving Ajin and the Qingyi guards to escort Fu Rongrong. Without Lu Jin by her side, Fu Rongrong's mood lightened considerably. She instructed her entourage to slow their pace, meandering leisurely. What should have taken an hour stretched into 3, as they ambled into Danju just before the city gates closed. Lu Jin awaited them at the city gate, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Ajin observed Lu Jin's behavior with mild astonishment. In the past, even before the young master's grandmother, he had never witnessed such humility from him. Could it be that he had truly set aside Dong Fangchu, heeding his father's wishes to marry? Miss, I have arranged a banquet at Jinlu to welcome you, Lu Jin said, bowing towards the carriage. Very well, let us go to Jinlu, Fu Rongrong responded without lifting the curtain of the carriage. Upon hearing that this was the noble lady's carriage, passers-by instinctively made way. The group proceeded unimpeded to Jinlou. Lu Jin stood beside the carriage, awaiting Fu Rongrong's descent. Jinju dismounted first, then bent low to assist Fu Rongrong down. Fu Rongrong's hair was elaborately styled, and her makeup meticulously applied. The men gathered around Jinlu gasped in admiration as they beheld Fu Rongrong alight from the carriage. Danju, being the nearest state capital to the imperial city, frequently hosted dignitaries seeking respite, and many noble ladies had passed through, yet none compared to her beauty. Fu Rongrong revelled in the compliments of onlookers. Though accustomed to such attention, it still pleased her. A fleeting smile graced her lips, emanating from her heart. She walked elegantly into Jinlu, where the proprietor politely led her to the largest private room, already adorned with exquisite delicacies that were both enticing and meticulously arranged. The proprietor had initially assumed the master would host this noble lady in his private chamber. Unexpectedly, he found her reception in the grandest room. Though it appeared lavish, it belied a lack of genuine regard from the master. Puzzled by the reasoning behind this arrangement, he could only proceed as directed. Fu Rongrong took her seat at the head of the table, with Jinju standing behind her. Lu Jin entered the room, holding a sandalwood brocade box with both hands, under the watchful gaze of the master and servant. Fu Rongrong lifted her chin slightly to regard Lu Jin, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing, yet she remained silent. Lu Jin did not close the door, standing opposite her at the table. Miss, I have urgent matters to discuss. I beseech you for a moment of your time, he said. Fu Rongrong, already somewhat impatient, had not initially disliked Lu Jin. His appearance was pleasing, yet his excessive pride, his hasty evasion of her overtures, and his subsequent flight from the capital without a word of apology had greatly diminished her esteem for him. Now, forced to interact with Lu Jin due to her father's displeasure over her clandestine departure, she felt trapped. Let us speak after I have dined, Fu Rongrong declared haughtily, her hunger prompting her to dismiss any delay. Did he not know to serve the dishes? Very well, I shall wait until you have finished your meal, Lu Jin replied, his tone unhurried, standing quietly in silence. Fu Rongrong felt a surge of irritation but refrained from expressing it, glancing at Jinju. Jinju immediately understood and called out, Young Master Lu, why not withdraw for now? Once the lady has dined, I shall summon you. It makes no difference to me where I wait, Lu Jin replied, remaining steadfast in his position. What is it? Speak swiftly. Fu Rongrong glared at him, eager to expel him from her presence. However, given that this was Lu Jin's establishment and the gathering was public, she needed to maintain decorum. Miss, my father has long desired a union between our families, and your father is also keen on this marriage, Lu Jin slowly began, gauging the reactions of both the lady and her attendant. Fu Rongrong's eyes widened in shock, while Jinju glared at Lu Jin with indignation. How brazen he was. Lu Jin suppressed a cold smile, continuing with an unperturbed expression, as the saying goes, marriage is a matter of great importance, dictated by the will of the parents and the words of the matchmaker. Since our elders are inclined towards a union, it is incumbent upon us, as their children, to comply. At this, Fu Rongrong clenched her hands tightly within her sleeves, striving to suppress her emotions. Taking a deep breath, she replied, I am yet to take a husband. This matter is of great significance and must be discussed further upon our return to the capital. She would never accept Lu Jin as her legitimate husband. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Were it not for another person, she would not demean herself by feigning civility with Lu Jin, merely offering them an empty promise. Lu Jin dared to publicly air an unconfirmed engagement, showcasing a disregard for her reputation. It seemed her father had underestimated Lu Jin's audacity. "Miss, your celestial beauty is unparalleled, while Lu Jin is but a merchant, fully aware that I am unworthy of your esteemed hand," Lu Jin aptly expressed, feigning humility. Upon hearing this, Fu Rongrong's expression softened slightly. She perceived that Lu Jin possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Taking a sip of tea, she signaled for him to continue. "However, my father's wishes are not easily dismissed. Today, Lu Jin is willing to offer his entire fortune, simply hoping for a token of engagement from you, granting me the title of husband. I do not dare to ask for more." Lu Jin stepped forward, placing the brocade box on the table before retreating back to the doorway. Jinju's eyes brightened at this declaration, eager to retrieve the box, but a scathing glance from Fu Rongrong deterred him. In the kingdom of Luanfeng, a woman requires a letter of engagement to marry. As long as the letter bears the woman's personal seal, it holds validity. Before reaching maturity, a woman's seal is typically safeguarded by her elders, and she has no authority over marriage matters. However, once she comes of age, she retains complete control over her seal and may choose her husband according to her desires. Fu Rongrong had come of age 2 years prior, thus she was fully capable of making her own marital decisions. Lu Jin's offer, trading a wealth comparable to a national treasury for merely a title of husband, was not unreasonable. Lu Jin stood quietly to the side, awaiting Fu Rongrong's decision. Chapter 66, Calculations. Lu Jin stood quietly to the side, awaiting Fu Rongrong's decision. Fu Rongrong was taken aback by Lu Jin's unexpected demeanor today. At just over 20, he had already become the head of the Lu family and the wealthiest man in the kingdom of Luanfeng. The entirety of his fortune was an exceedingly tempting bargaining chip, and he sought merely a formal acknowledgement of their union, relinquishing any desire for the title of a legitimate husband. This condition was, in fact, one that should have been accepted, yet Fu Rongrong found herself unable to acquiesce. For his sake, and for the future they envisioned together, even if Lu Jin were to request only the title of a husband as attendant today, it would still be impossible for her to agree. This matter is not urgent. A marital union of such significance necessitates the formalities of 3 mediators and 6 gifts to do justice to young Master Lu, Fu Rongrong declared, her mind racing to devise this excuse. There was no way she could agree to Lu Jin today, yet she could not completely dismiss him either. Only by maintaining a connection to the Lu family's wealth could she hope to secure her future. "I do not care for hollow titles. I seek only a letter of betrothal from your esteemed family. Should my wishes go unfulfilled today, my reputation may suffer irreparable damage, and future prospects for marriage would be bleak," Lu Jin lamented, his voice laced with anguish. Outside the door, Ajin felt a cold sweat break out upon his brow. It was a rare sight for a young master to adopt such a guise unless he intended to manipulate someone. Was Lu Jin truly here to scheme against Miss Fu? Ajin was taken aback by his own thoughts. He dared not speculate on his master's intentions, silently praying for Miss Fu's well-being. "I could never marry you," Fu Rongrong exclaimed, her voice resolute. She could not grant Lu Jin the title of husband, her impatience getting the better of her. The moment the words left her lips, everyone fell into stunned silence. If she refused to marry, why entertain discussions of marriage at all, or enjoy the privileges of the future mistress of the Lu family? At that moment, the guards outside and the attendants of Xin Lu felt a deep sense of injustice for their master. Such a fine reputation was being tarnished by a member of the Fu family. Who would wish to marry their master after this? "Esteemed lady, if you harbor such thoughts, why then discuss marriage with me and tarnish my name?" Lu Jin's face flushed with shame and indignation. In the kingdom of Luanfeng, if a man and woman engaged in discussions of marriage but the woman did not accept him, it was practically equivalent to being jilted, rendering future unions nearly impossible. Thus, once both parties expressed interest in marriage, it was uncommon for either to retract their intentions, unless there existed a deep-seated grudge. Few women would toy with a man's prospects in such a manner. It was your father who sought us out. My father did not wish to damage his reputation, which is why he did not outright refuse, Fu Rongrong stammered, panic rising within her. What was she to do now? Was she to accept Lu Jin as a mere attendant? Her father had advised her to wait until they reached the capital to deliberate, but what was she to do in the meantime? Fu Rongrong found herself at a loss. Then, in that case, I invite Miss Fu to dine here. I shall take my leave and not intrude further, Lu Jin said, picking up the ornate box from the table and turning to leave without casting another glance at the pair within. Fu Rongrong had never been treated with such disregard. The thought of potentially missing out on the Lu family's wealth ignited her fury, and she overturned the dishes on the table. The clattering of bowls and plates echoed throughout Junlu. The innkeeper, down below, furiously counted the costs, having been told that meals were complimentary, but nothing had been mentioned about freely shattering dishes. He would ensure that the bill was presented to that insufferable young lady. Lu Jin departed with all the guards, hastening toward the capital. Jin, still bewildered, could not fathom what his master had just orchestrated. Could it be that Lu Jin had intentionally allowed Fu Rongrong to reject him, thus sullying his own name? If so, why had they travelled such a long distance to Jianzhou to seek out Dongfang Chu? Jin, what are you pondering? Go inquire with the guards about when Chang'an and the others arrived in the city. Lu Jin's voice broke through Jin's thoughts. Jin dismounted to seek out the city guards, who informed him that Chang'an and his party had entered the city approximately an hour prior. Jin, accompany me to the Yangyang Bin Lu. The rest of you may return to the Lu residence, Lu Jin instructed, outlining their destination. Young master, are you hungry? We could simply go to Jin Lu. The owner of Yangyang Bin Lu has long declared you unwelcome, Jin reminded him. Jin, you too shall return to the Lu residence. This duty had to be fulfilled by someone, and Jin was the most suitable candidate. What, young master, spare me. If my lord learns of today's events, he will surely flay me alive. Jin quaked at the thought of his father's reaction to Fu Rongrong's words. Go now. Upon completing this task, I shall grant you a raise, Lu Jin reassured Jin before continuing on his way. Young master, can a mere raise resolve this? This is a matter of life and death. Jin gazed at Lu Jin's retreating figure, resignedly heading toward the Lu residence. Meanwhile, Dongfang Daodao, Chang'an, Yun Zhao, and Zhang Yi were indulging in a lavish feast within a private room at Yangyang Bin Lu. Dongfang, this peach blossom pastry is quite delightful. Do give it a try, Chang'an said, placing a piece of the delicacy onto Dongfang Taotao's plate. Indeed, you should try some as well. This place is rather splendid, Dongfang Daodao praised sincerely. Though this establishment was not the finest in the capital, the food was exquisite. Why had the meals she had previously consumed been so unpalatable compared to this? Dongfang Daodao had returned to the capital, her previous life's memories flooding back to her mind, raising an increasing number of questions. Only a few days remained until she would come of age. It was imperative to purchase a residence and establish her own household. She did not wish to play act alongside her dear sister and second father any longer. Furthermore, the matter regarding Lu Jin's painting required urgent clarification. Chang'an, do you know how to contact someone from the Xuanji Pavilion? Dongfang Daodao intended to start her inquiries from the birthmark on the boy depicted in the painting. Acquiring information from Xuanji Pavilion seemed the most expedient route. Xuanji Pavilion, I have never dealt with them, but I have heard that their spies are widespread throughout the kingdom of Chaoyang and the kingdom of Luanfeng. The pavilion master is said to oversee numerous brothels, and his reputation is rather poor. He remains unmarried at over 20, Chang'an replied, expressing disdain at the mention of Xuanji Pavilion. Why should the pavilion master be on the same list of hard-to-marry individuals as him? He merely enjoyed a bit of mischief, while that fellow had been running Xuanji Pavilion since he was a teenager, opening brothels and gambling houses one after another. Their family had only one gambling house. Why was he also deemed difficult to marry? Is it possible to find someone from Xuanji Pavilion at a brothel? Dongfang Daodao disregarded Chang'an's complaints about marriage, as the accuracy of the information was what truly mattered. Whether the pavilion master found a spouse was of no concern to her. That might be quite difficult, Chang'an replied, aware that he could not disguise himself to enter a brothel in the capital. Being discovered by his father would result in severe punishment. I can go alone, Dongfang Daodao declared, recalling how Chang'an had concealed himself when visiting Yunxiao Pavilion, not wishing to subject him to that ordeal again. I will inquire on your behalf, Yun Zhao offered, unwilling to have any further dealings with the brothel, but seeing Dongfang Taotao's determination to seek out the pavilion master, he resolved to assist her. Zhao Ji, you must never visit a brothel again. The pavilion master cannot possibly reside in one. We shall wait for him to emerge and intercept him, Dongfang Taotao suggested, casting a glance at Zhang Yi. It's up to you. If you discover his whereabouts, do inform me. I shall assist in capturing the pavilion master for you, Zhang Yi proposed, eager to spare Dongfang Taotao the trouble of running around. Forget it. You all need not concern yourselves with this matter. Let us first find a residence. We must settle in the capital. Dongfang Taotao decided that seeking out the pavilion master was a task best undertaken personally, fearing that entrusting it to others might lead to complications. Settling down. Charnan's face lit up. Yun Zhao and Zhang Yi felt a stirring in their hearts. Would they finally have a home? Chapter 67. Conclusion. Yun Zhao and Zhang Yi felt a stirring in their hearts. Were they finally to have a home? I will have someone inquire if there are suitable houses for sale, Charnan suggested, wishing to find a residence near the Duke of Fuguo's estate for Dongfang Chu. It was an area populated by dignitaries and nobility. It remained uncertain whether any properties were currently available. He would have someone investigate thoroughly. Please ask about houses near Shushe Street. Dongfang Taotao expressed her desire to reside close to Fu Fu. She sought to ascertain the routine of Fu Boshu, feeling that her tragic demise in her past life was orchestrated by him, yet lacking any evidence. Now that she had arrived in the capital and was about to meet him, she understood that while a direct confrontation was manageable, the subtler threats were far more perilous. Thus, she resolved to remain vigilant regarding any developments in that direction. That location, Charnan remarked, surprised that Dongfang Taotao specifically wished to reside there. It was a bustling area filled with a languor of new aristocrats, wealthy merchants, and those from the underworld, brimming with vibrancy and life, and conveniently close to the Duke's estate, a commendable choice indeed. I shall send someone to make inquiries, Charnan volunteered, taking the initiative. Come, let us eat first. With that, he served a piece of squirrel fish into Dongfang Taotao's bowl. Dongfang Taotao began to relish her first grand meal upon returning to the capital, while Yun Zhao habitually arranged the dishes for her. After days of companionship, he had become well acquainted with her culinary preferences. Zhao Ji, you should eat too. Dongfang Taotao glanced at the spread and noticed the absence of crystal pork knuckle. Waiter, 1 serving of crystal pork knuckle, please. Dongfang Taotao called out with a cheerful tone. No need for that. One cannot indulge in pork knuckle too often, Yun Zhao replied, recalling how every time they dined out since leaving Yongxieoguan, Dongfang Taotao had insisted on ordering it for him alone, leaving her own portions untouched. Indeed, you always order pork knuckle, and you never allow anyone else to take any. All of it goes to Yun Zhao. His face has grown rounder because of it, Charnan remarked, perplexed by her incessant craving for the dish. Yun Zhao's cheeks tinged with a slight blush. He had been eating well lately, and his spirits were high, yet he had not realized how noticeably his figure had changed. Zhang Yi remained silent, savoring his meal. He had a fondness for braised pork, but his master had never inquired about it nor showed any concern, only reminding him daily to take his medicine. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed braised pork, and he envied Yun Zhao, who was clearly cared for by his master. Once he received his monthly pay, he would treat himself to some. Just then, the door swung open, and Lu Jin appeared at the threshold. The Jinlo had always overshadowed their Yangbin Lu, and their employer had made it clear that Lu Jin was not welcome. However, one could not turn away a customer, so they reluctantly allowed him to enter. Dongfang Taotao, who had been in high spirits, found her appetite vanished the moment she laid eyes on Lu Jin. With a smile on his face, he entered alongside the waiter and seated himself at the table closest to her, as if the spot had been reserved for him. Young Master Lu, have you come to deliver the consultation fees? Dongfang Taotao set down her chopsticks, her expression devoid of warmth. She wished to expel Lu Jin, but with the fees still unpaid, she decided it was best to settle matters today. Lu Jin wished to inform her that he had finally resolved the troubles surrounding his marriage. He had hurried over to share this good news with her, albeit through the least desirable means. Though it had proven effective, however, her distant demeanor felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him, causing him a pang of hurt. Maintaining his composure, he slowly replied, "It may be necessary for the esteemed Dongfang physician to continue my treatment. You may set the consultation fee." Having previously agreed with Dongfang Chu that they would part ways upon arriving in the capital, Lu Jin now feared that should he reveal this matter, they might never cross paths again. He could not allow such a fate to befall them. If the consultation fee remained their only connection, he would cling to that slender thread to stay near Dongfang Chu. "I suddenly find myself unwilling to treat you any longer," Dongfang Daodao asserted, eager to draw a line between herself and Lu Jin, not wishing to have any ties with the man who was involved with Fu Rongrong. "Money could be earned anywhere. This is the consultation fee from earlier. I implore you to accept it and continue treating me," Lu Jin insisted, producing a banknote from his sleeve and placing it before her. He remembered Dongfang Chu as a person who cherished wealth, hoping this would temporarily secure her favor. Moreover, with the high costs in the capital, having more silver would surely help him lead a more comfortable life. "I shall only accept this 50,000 taels. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to deliver the prescription to your residence, and we shall not meet again thereafter," Dongfang Daodao declared, having discerned Lu Jin's intentions. Though she had once genuinely liked him, her guise as a man had likely led to a misunderstanding. She had cherished him as more than a friend, while he may have viewed her merely as a confidant. Now that he had chosen to accept Fu Rongrong, there was no need for any pretense of illness or medicine. "Regarding marriage, I hope you will exercise caution. A woman who truly cares for you will not allow you to suffer," Dongfang Daodao offered a kind reminder, wishing for him to find a suitable partner. Losing her appetite, she pocketed the banknote and stood to leave. "Wait, why have you suddenly stopped eating?" Chang'an, aware of the rift between Lu Jin and Dongfang Chu, had deliberately refrained from dining at Chenlo. He was taken aback to find Lu Jin blocking their path at Yangbin Lu. It was utterly detestable. He shot Lu Jin a glare before rushing after Dongfang Daodao. Chang Yi quickly followed suit. Yun Zhao regarded Lu Jin with a troubled gaze and, as he passed by, kindly cautioned, "When you left that day, she was in a foul mood, and today she has only just begun to feel better. Yet here you are again." Lu Jin smiled bitterly, pondering whether it was due to his concealment of matters involving Fu Rongrong. Surely, his father must have realized that this marriage was nothing but a farce. Meanwhile, Arjun knelt in the study of Lord Lu, recounting every detail of the conversation between Fu Rongrong and Lu Jin. Lord Lu's face darkened, his fingers trembling with rage. The audacity of the Fu father and daughter to so brazenly deceive and degrade his son was utterly intolerable. He regretted having misjudged their character, which had tarnished his son's reputation. After years of careful planning, he finally believed he had found a suitable match, only to bring ruin upon his son. "You may leave, this matter must not be mentioned again," Lord Lu's weary voice echoed as he weakly gestured for Arjun to depart. "What will become of my Jinner?" Lord Lu murmured to himself, seated alone in the study. Lu Jin was his only son, and he vividly recalled the cherubic face of his newborn. Lu Jin was the first child of his beloved wife, and fearing resentment from his legitimate wife and other concubines for keeping him close, he had endured the heart-wrenching separation to send his young son back to their hometown for proper upbringing. For all these years, he had remained in the capital, serving his wife and seeking a suitable match for Lu Jin. No matter what Lu Jin wished to learn, he had always endeavored to find the finest mentors for him. Lu Jin had proven himself worthy, turning the family business into a thriving enterprise, elevating the Lu family to the status of the wealthiest in the kingdom. He felt a sense of satisfaction and pride. He had envisioned that once Lu Jin's marriage was settled, they would lead a stable and happy life, free from the constraints of his own past, yet now, he had brought misfortune upon his son. Chapter 68, Purchasing a house in the present day. However, it has brought misfortune to Jinner. Lu Jin, who has been severely deceived by his biological father, remains oblivious to how he has offended Dongfang Chu. He merely assumes that Dongfang Chu, as initially agreed, has parted ways with him upon arriving in the capital for reasons too delicate to disclose. Always resourceful, he finds himself at a loss for what to do next and can only send someone to discreetly protect Dongfang Chu. Dongfang Daodao returns to familiar grounds with Chang'an and others. She is exceedingly well acquainted with Xuexue Street. She eventually halts before a residence at the corner behind the Fu residence, clasping her hands behind her back as she circles the area. With a beaming smile, she turns to Chang'an and says, "Young Master Chang, I wish to purchase this residence. Could you kindly inquire with the owner about the selling price?" Seeing Dongfang Daodao approach him with such amiable demeanor for assistance for the first time, Charnan promptly puffs out his chest and assures her, "You can count on me." With Charnan's guarantee, Dongfang Daodao feels that the matter is nearly settled. She urges him to return home to report safely and also to send someone to inquire about the house. She recalls that in her previous life, this residence was indeed the property of the Duke of Fuqua, which Fu Buxian had once attempted to acquire, only to be rebuffed by the Duke's estate. "Let us visit a tea-house to gather some gossip," Dongfang Daodao decides. Having resolved the matter regarding the house, her next step is to understand the recent happenings in the capital before seeking out the master of the Zwarniage. The trio arrives at the most bustling tea-house in the capital, ordering a pot of tea and a plate of sunflower seeds as they settle in to listen to the storyteller recounting tales of the capital's curiosities. From the escalating tensions at the border between the Chaoyang Kingdom and the Luanfeng Kingdom, to the royal heir still awaiting marriage, to the empty courtyard of the capital's most beautiful maiden, Fu Rongrong, and the impending coming-of-age ceremony for her frail younger sister, Dongfang Daodao. Dongfang Daodao finds herself somewhat speechless as she listens to the gossip that circles back to her, after a decade away from the capital, having healed countless individuals. How has she come to be labelled as a frail one? However, the fact that she is still remembered, on the verge of coming of age, and that Fu Rongrong's courtyard is vacant, suggests that there are not many eligible women in the capital. How old are the current crown prince and the two princes? Dongfang Daodao inquires, handing a few coins to the waiter. "Our esteemed guest, you must be from out of town. The crown prince is now 23, the second prince is 21, and the third prince is 19. If you have any further questions, I shall answer without hesitation," the waiter responds with enthusiasm. "Are there any noble young ladies in their 20s in the capital who remain unmarried?" Dongfang Daodao asks, intrigued. Her good sister has steadfastly refused marriage for 2 years. Could this be a trend among noble ladies in the capital? Excluding those who have yet to come of age, it should only be Lady Fu. Thus, it is said that numerous high-born families are discreetly discussing marriage proposals with the Fu family, the waiter whispers, lowering his voice. In his view, the young lady before him, blessed with such beauty, might catch Lady Fu's eye. After all, who among the unmarried gentlemen in the capital would not wish to marry the first beauty, Fu Rongrong? Where might I encounter Fu Rongrong? Dongfang Daodao expresses her desire to see her good sister. You have come to the right person. I have heard that Lady Fu will soon return to the capital. Our tea-house lies along her route home. Should you come by daily, you are certain to catch a glimpse of her. If fortune smiles upon you and she takes a liking to you, who knows, you might even find yourself wed to her, the waiter exclaims, his eyes sparkling. Dongfang Daodao rewards him with another handful of coins. This waiter is indeed underappreciated. He should be a storyteller instead. Yun Zhao and Zhang Yi observe Dongfang Daodao eagerly inquiring about the gossip, and they cannot help but facepalm. Hearing her keen interest in Fu Rongrong's whereabouts, they momentarily ponder his intentions. "Let us depart. We are to purchase a house," Dongfang Daodao declares as she finishes the last sunflower seed and rises to leave. "Are we not going to buy the house we just had young Master Chang inquire about?" Yun Zhao questions, puzzled, noting that Dongfang Daodao seemed earnest earlier, not jesting. "Of course we shall buy it. I have earned quite a sum. Selling just one residence would hardly suffice for my expenditure," Dongfang Daodao responds. Soon, she will come of age, and she intends to embody two identities, one as the divine healer Dongfang Chu and the other as the frail Dongfang Daodao. With 2 residences and 2 identities, she can navigate the capital with ease and seek out the truths she could not uncover in her previous life. She engages a middleman to inspect the houses and ultimately discovers a quaint villa with a hot spring nestled in the mountains just outside the city. Surrounded by breathtaking scenery, the residence is elegantly tranquil, and although the price is exorbitant, it pleases her immensely, and she purchases it without hesitation. Upon receiving the report from the guards discreetly protecting Dongfang Daodao, who informs him that Dongfang Chu has acquired a villa with a hot spring outside the city, Lu Jin feels a sense of relief. It seems he intends to reside in the capital for an extended period, otherwise, with his avaricious nature, he would not have spent lavishly on a 3-courtyard estate. Send someone to locate a nearby residence with a hot spring, regardless of the price. The closer it is to Dongfangchu's residence, the better, Lu Jin instructs Ajin, assigning him a new task. He feels somewhat disgruntled, having already commanded Ajin to seek out a hot spring villa, yet no results have been yielded. How is it that Dongfang Daodao could effortlessly find one today? Understood, young master, Ajin replies, feeling unjustly treated. He had heard of that very villa but refrained from reporting it to Lu Jin due to its small size. Surely, the young master would be seeking a more substantial estate. Little did he realize he had overlooked this detail. Young master, the master has ordered a lockdown on matters between you and Lady Fu, Ajin reports, bowing respectfully. He has an inkling that the young master intentionally invited rejection regarding the marriage proposal. Moreover, with the young master's intellect, the delay in sealing off the news suggests ulterior motives. Thus, he promptly relayed this information to the young master after hearing of the lockdown. Let the news of my rejection spread discreetly, pretending it is being disseminated by the Fu family, Lu Jin smirks. He has completely abandoned concern for his reputation. After all, he has no intention of marrying. Maintaining that reputation would only serve as a burden. It is better to relinquish it entirely, trading it for future tranquility. Young master, if you proceed thus, what will you do afterward? Ajin queries, knowing the young master's decision is immutable but still feeling a pang of sympathy. He has observed how much the young master has changed since encountering Dongfangchu, becoming reckless in his actions. If the master were to find out, he would undoubtedly spare no mercy for Dongfangchu. This must be handled discreetly. My father must not learn of it, Lu Jin cautions, seemingly aware of Ajin's concerns. Chapter 69, Is It Beautiful? The guards assigned to protect Dongfang Daodao were struggling to keep pace as she, Yun Zhao, and Zhang Yi wandered through the bustling streets. Due to Zhang Yi's exceptional martial prowess, the guards could only follow from a distance to avoid detection. Throughout their journey, Dongfang Daodao and her companions purchased a plethora of items, tables, chairs, rice, flour, and fabric, as if they intended to reside in the capital for a lifetime. Archu, that should suffice. We've acquired quite a bit already, we can always return tomorrow for the rest, Yun Zhao remarked, burdened with numerous packages. Brother Zhao, I still haven't found the attire I desire. How is it that after wandering for so long, we have yet to come across a clothing shop? Dongfang Daodao wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and paused, surveying her surroundings. We have already procured the fabric. If you wish for new garments, I can craft them for you upon our return, Yun Zhao suggested, believing that upon arriving in the capital, Dongfang Daodao, having seen so many young men clad in splendid attire, wished for something new. He had intentionally purchased silk to make clothes for her when he couldn't find ready-made garments earlier. The white and sky blue silk would suit her beautifully. Brother Zhao, it is imperative to purchase this first. The style is somewhat intricate and demands considerable effort, Dongfang Daodao responded. In a few days, she would come of age, and her mother undoubtedly lacked the inclination to prepare an outfit for her special day, necessitating her own selection in advance. Furthermore, in the capital, it was customary for women to present themselves in feminine attire, thus having a few sets was essential. I shall inquire, Yun Zhao said, approaching an elderly vendor selling pancakes to ask for directions. Brother Zhao, I wish to visit the largest and finest clothing shop in the capital, Dongfang Daodao interjected. The pancake vendor informed them that the most prestigious clothing establishment was Lu's Huaxiangrong, while the largest was Jinqiufang, both situated in the eastern part of the city and in close proximity to each other. Let us proceed to Jinqiufang, Dongfang Daodao declared, as she had no desire to encounter anything associated with Lu Jin, nor did she wish for him to profit from her. Zhang Yi silently followed behind her, perplexed by the need to purchase such an abundance of items. During his years at the Bloodlight Pavilion, he had managed with merely 2 changes of clothing. He worried about his master's extravagant spending. Could they truly afford to live in the capital? If necessary, he considered taking on assassination missions to supplement their expenses. Living frugally should suffice. In no time, the trio arrived in the eastern part of the city, where clothing and jewelry shops flourished, bustling with customers, the majority of whom were men. Shouldn't it be women buying clothing and jewelry? Why are there so many men patronizing these shops? Dongfang Daodao questioned, bewildered. Upon entering the opulent Jinxiu Fang, she was greeted by a courteous attendant. Esteemed guest, what style of menswear do you wish to select? Our materials and designs are of the highest quality, the attendant inquired eagerly. Women's attire, I am here for women's clothing, Dongfang Daodao replied. There are many styles of women's garments, are you selecting for your sisters at home? You may bring your esteemed lady to our Jinxiu pavilion for fittings, the attendant suggested, noting that this young gentleman appeared to be unmarried and, judging by his looks, his sisters must be quite striking. If they were to visit the shop, it could attract many suitors. It was uncommon for unmarried young men to purchase women's clothing, even those who were betrothed typically sent their attendants to discreetly procure dresses to avoid scandal. I can try them on myself, Dongfang Daodao dismissed the attendant's suggestion. Allow me to escort you upstairs to select your garments, the attendant stammered, astonished by such a peculiar customer. Why would a fine young man wish to try on women's attire? He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, casting a cautious glance at this striking patron. With such exceptional beauty, one could hardly imagine the scene were he to don feminine garments. The attendant led Dongfang Daodao upstairs, where, burdened by their numerous purchases, Yun Zhao remained downstairs while Zhang Yi ascended to guard her. The second floor boasted even more lavish decor, with each gown meticulously arranged for easy selection. Dongfang Daodao paused before a stunning gown, a rich magenta silk adorned with exquisitely embroidered peach blossoms, perfectly tailored, luxurious yet elegant. I wish to try this one, she said, pointing to the magenta dress. Would you consider viewing other dresses? Many materials and styles are equally exquisite, the attendant urged, internally lamenting. This gown had been designed by the owner himself and was intended solely for display. Due to the limited fabric available at the time, it had not been tailored to the measurements of most noble women. It had been hanging for over a year, and even the capital's most beautiful woman, Fu Rongrong, could barely fit into it. The manager had half-jokingly remarked that whoever could wear it might just win the owner's heart. Dare I not sell the owner's dowry, he thought, frightened. I want this one, Dongfang Daodao insisted, having never before encountered such a beautiful gown in her 2 lifetimes. Most importantly, the other dresses were far too loose for her. With the coming of her coming-of-age ceremony, she lacked the time for alterations. The attendant stood frozen, hesitant to refuse the customer outright. Zhang Yi, with a stern expression, approached to claim the gown for Dongfang Daodao. Oh dear, esteemed guest, please be gentle. I shall retrieve it for you, the attendant exclaimed, rushing forward to take the gown from Zhang Yi, who bore an intimidating demeanor. Just let me try it on, Dongfang Daodao thought, appreciating Zhang Yi's protective gesture. Zhang Yi, ensure no one disturbs me while I try this on, she instructed. Understood, he replied, casting a cold glare at the attendant who dared to approach. The attendant froze in place, paralyzed by fear. With the experience of her past life, Dongfang Daodao effortlessly donned the intricate gown, which fit her perfectly. Her hair was still styled in the high ponytail typical of unsure of her appearance. She stepped out of the fitting room to face Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, does it look good? She asked, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. At that moment, Zhang Yi lifted his gaze and was utterly captivated. He would never forget this moment for the rest of his life. His master stood before him like a celestial being, illuminating the room and brightening his otherwise dim existence. The sensation of seeing her for the first time surged within him, and he realized that his heart had long been claimed by her, leaving no room for anyone else. My heavens, the attendant gasped, lamenting that if this young man were a woman, how fortunate it would be. Silence! Dongfang Daodao commanded, preventing him from continuing to exclaim, I shall take this dress. How much is it? Please wrap it up for me. Of course, the attendant replied, momentarily dazed, having forgotten his earlier reservations, and he agreed without hesitation. Once Dongfang Daodao departed, the attendant suddenly came to his senses. I'm doomed. The owner will never forgive me. The proprietor of Jinxiu Fang, upon learning that one of his meticulously designed gowns had been purchased by a young man, found himself at a loss for words, caught between laughter and tears. Find him, and do so within a day, he ordered, reclining on a soft couch draped in fox fur, his elegant fingers cradling a delicate white jade warming stove. Curiosity about the peculiar young man began to take root within him. Chapter 70. No need for deception. Go and find him. Bring him to me within a day. He reclined on the soft couch, draped in a luxurious fox fur, his bony hands cradling an exquisite white jade warmer. A sudden curiosity about the peculiar young boy flickered within him. At this moment, Dongfang Daodao was blissfully unaware that she had drawn attention due to a mere dress. She hurried back to the hot spring residence nestled halfway up the mountain with Chongyi and Yun Zhao. As Dongfang Daodao beheld the courtyard bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, an indescribable sense of antiquity and elegance enveloped her. What should we name this residence? She pondered aloud. Yun Zhao and Chongyi could offer no suitable suggestions. Falling into silence, let us call it the Hot Spring Cottage, she finally declared, her mind racking for a name that still bore a touch of refinement. Should we have someone craft a plaque with this name? Yun Zhao recalled how the illustrious families in the capital adorned their residences with grand signs, exuding an air of sophistication. A splendid idea. Tomorrow, we shall seek out the most skilled calligrapher in the capital to commission a piece of art, Dongfang Daodao exclaimed. Her own handwriting had always been lacking. Perhaps by gazing at an exquisite plaque, her own skills might improve. Very well, I shall go in search of him tomorrow, Yun Zhao responded, feeling a warmth in his heart as he revelled in the familial camaraderie they shared in this moment. Meanwhile, Chongyi remained lost in thought, still captivated by a fleeting glimpse from the embroidery workshop. The trio arranged the items they had purchased that day within the residence, preparing to cook. I cannot cook, Dongfang Daodao shrugged, her expression clearly indicating her unwillingness to be put to task. Neither can I, Chongyi murmured, having spent his life focused solely on his training, neglecting all else. Allow me, Yun Zhao interjected, sensing that if he did not take charge of the cooking, they might all go hungry. I in the kitchen, Yun Zhao busily chopped vegetables and steamed rice, while Chongyi tended to the stove, the two of them engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. Dongfang Daodao, unable to contain her excitement, rushed to her room, retrieving the new dress she had purchased, unable to resist its allure. Ultimately, she donned the garment, though regrettably lacking a bodice. She could only bind her chest with a wrap. Glancing at her reflection with a tinge of disappointment, how would she resolve the bodice situation? In the realm of Luanfeng, women were cherished and seldom engaged in needlework. Therefore, intimate garments like bodices were typically crafted by their personal attendants or husbands, making it impossible to find such items in ready-made shops. Dinner is ready, Yun Zhao called out, stepping out of the kitchen only to find Dongfang Daodao absent. He proceeded to her room to summon her. Oh, I'm coming. Dongfang Daodao, upon hearing the mention of food, forgot she still wore the dress and opened the door to step outside. A striking figure collided with Yun Zhao's gaze, capturing his heart in an instant. He stood frozen, as if the world had fallen silent, the only sound being the erratic beating of his heart. Zhao Ji, can you style a woman's hair? A simple arrangement will suffice, Dongfang Daodao requested. In her previous life, she had never learned to style hair, as she had never permitted Yun Zhao to come close, leaving her uncertain of his skills in this area. Of course, he replied. She turned gracefully and seated herself before the dressing table. Yun Zhao, momentarily dazed, instinctively moved closer, following her instructions as he gently removed her hairpin. Her long, silken tresses cascaded down like a waterfall, exuding a warmth that seemed to burn his fingers. The delicate strands brushed against his fingertips, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. Yun Zhao felt as though he were in a dream. Drawing upon his memories, he meticulously styled Dongfang Daodao's hair. As he gazed into the mirror at her radiant beauty, akin to that of a celestial being, his heart raced uncontrollably. Zhao Ji, I'm hungry, what delectable dishes have you prepared? Dongfang Daodao's voice jolted him from his reverie. Why, what is it? As his awareness returned, Yun Zhao recalled Dongfang Daodao's previous peculiarities and a bold hypothesis surfaced in his mind. Perhaps Dongfang Chu had been disguised as a boy, and now, clad in a dress, was revealing her true self. Upon hearing Yun Zhao's inquiry, Dongfang Daodao slapped her forehead, suddenly remembering that she had yet to disclose her identity to him. It was time to reveal her true self to both Yun Zhao and Chongyi. They were her trusted companions, and there was no need for pretense. Zhao Ji, where is Chongyi? I have something to share with you both. A gentle smile graced her lips, revealing her charming dimples. In the kitchen, Yun Zhao replied, striving to steady his racing heart as he led Dongfang Daodao toward the kitchen. Observing her graceful silhouette, the answer he sought began to crystallize in his mind. At that moment, Zhongyi was busy tidying up the chaotic kitchen, his face and hands smeared with soot. Upon seeing Dongfang Daodao once again adorned in that exquisite dress, he halted his work, standing stock still. Clearing her throat, Dongfang Daodao dropped the pretense of a boyish voice and declared, Yun Zhao, Zhongyi, I am Dongfang Daodao. My father was the late General Dongfang Wei of the northern town. For the sake of studying medicine, I have been disguising myself as a boy. Now that I am approaching the age of maturity, I have come to the capital to seek my mother and reclaim my household registration, to establish myself. Her melodious voice rang in their ears, and both men struggled to comprehend her revelation, yet the sight of her standing before them compelled them to accept it. It felt like a dream. Their savior and protector was, in fact, a woman, a stunningly beautiful woman. Noticing their stunned expressions, Dongfang Daodao beckoned them to join her in the dining area. Like marionettes, they followed her to the dining hall. A large table was set with a plate of stir-fried vegetables and 3 bowls of white rice. Yun Zhao and Zhongyi dared not lift their heads, feeling shameful for having prepared such meager fare for a woman of such stature. In any other household, they would surely face severe reprimands for such inadequacy. Is this our first meal in our new home a bit too bland? Dongfang Daodao mused, longing for meat after a long day of exertion. I had intended to make braised pork, Yun Zhao began, hesitating. It burned, Zhongyi murmured, keeping his gaze lowered. Dongfang Daodao's stomach grumbled audibly, prompting her to pick up her chopsticks and begin eating. The stir-fried vegetables were undercooked, and the rice was hard. Let us return to the city and dine at the Yangbin Tower, she suggested, her heart softened by Yun Zhao and Zhongyi's expressions of guilt. We should find a good chef to bring back with us. No wonder Lu Jin had insisted that culinary skills were essential in choosing a husband. It truly was of utmost importance. Though he was an insufferable individual, some of his words were worth heeding. Dongfang Daodao swiftly returned to her room to change her attire, preparing to head to the Yangbin Tower. This left the hidden guardians, the Qingyi guards, in a state of distress. They had been stationed outside the hot spring cottage, resting momentarily when they spotted the 3 riders setting out once more. By the time they arrived at the Yangbin Tower, all private rooms were occupied, forcing them to settle in the main hall. Dongfang Daodao ordered the signature dishes and handed the menu to Yun Zhao and Zhongyi, who stood nervously at her sides. Each of them selected a dish, then resumed their positions flanking her. Why are you both being so idle? What's with the sudden change today? Dongfang Daodao recalled that they now knew her true identity as a woman. A sense of helplessness washed over her. Appearing as a boy had offered her comfort and ease, but she would soon have to don feminine attire more frequently. Please, sit down, it feels strange with you both standing like that, she urged, gesturing to the chairs. They obediently took their seats, their gazes cast downward. Chapter 71, The chef. The 2 sat down obediently, their brows furrowed and eyes cast low. They were still grappling with the fact that Dongfang Daodao was a woman. During her last visit to the banquet hall, she had not encountered such a lively atmosphere in the main hall. I wonder how much silver they earn in a day, she mused, surveying the diners around her and the lavish dishes spread across their tables, mentally calculating the restaurant's revenue, her admiration evident. At a nearby table, several patrons chatted casually while sipping their drinks. Have you heard that Lu family is so eager for marriage that they are actively seeking to wed Miss Fu? I heard the same. It seems the rumor has spread, so it must have some truth to it. What does it matter if the dowry is substantial? She was still turned down. I wonder what kind of man Miss Fu would choose as her husband. Surely, it would be a man who can win her heart. Not necessarily. Virtue in a husband is paramount. Just look at how many men have sought her hand, how many have succeeded. Dongfang Daodao was taken aback by this news. Wasn't Lu Jin the one most concerned with his reputation? To avoid tarnishing it, he had traveled great distances to seek her medicinal expertise, offering a handsome sum as a bribe for her silence. Yet now, he was disregarding everything to pursue marriage. Was he truly so enamored with Fu Rongrong? With a sharp crack, her chopstick snapped in two. Does your hand hurt? Yun Zhao asked with concern, gazing at Dongfang Daodao's delicate hand, wanting to pull it over for inspection, yet, recalling something, he halted his movement. Zhang Yi's attention also fixed on Dongfang Taotao's hand, surmising that she was uninjured. The trio of young gentlemen nearby, having heard the commotion, turned to look, their disdain evident as they witnessed a handsome young man breaking chopsticks, while his attendant appeared overly anxious. What a disgrace for the kingdom of Wanfeng to have such a feeble young man. It's nothing, the chopsticks are just a bit flimsy, Dongfang Daodao replied awkwardly. Yun Zhao rose to fetch a new pair of chopsticks for her, while Zhang Yi sat upright, his expression impassive, vigilant for any untoward behavior towards his beautiful charge, oblivious to the fact that others perceived Dongfang Daodao merely as an overly coddled young master. After a brief wait, the seemingly delicate Dongfang Daodao finally began to indulge in the grand feast. Yun Zhao meticulously arranged the dishes for her, while Zhang Yi stood guard, his stomach rumbling from hunger. This tableau was particularly striking in the tavern, drawing the attention of onlookers, who could hardly believe they were witnessing such pampering of a young man. One might think they were attending to a noble lady. "Brother Zhao, I can manage myself." "Please sit and eat," Dongfang Daodao insisted, yet Yun Zhao ignored her request, continuing to serve her. "Zhang Yi, you should sit down too. Look at which of the young masters has their attendants standing idly by in the hall," she chided Zhang Yi once more. Zhang Yi remained silent and motionless, with no other recourse. Dongfang Daodao resigned herself to the situation, wishing she had simply informed them after the meal. Her hunger was insistent, and she chose to overlook the peculiar stares of others as she began to eat, savoring a piece of braised pork that tantalized her taste buds. "The chef here is truly remarkable," Dongfang Daodao praised sincerely, finding the food even more delectable than her previous visit. "If it's delicious, then eat more," Yun Zhao urged, adding 2 more pieces of braised pork to her plate. Thus, she was continuously fed until she could eat no more and finally set down her chopsticks. "Brother Zhao, Zhang Yi, I truly am full, you should eat now," she declared, inadvertently belching, as if to validate her statement. Only then did the two take their seats and begin to eat. Observing that they had consumed most of the dishes, Dongfang Daodao concluded that they too appreciated the restaurant's offerings. With a decision made, she called for the manager. "What can I do for you, young master?" The manager bowed respectfully. "Who is the chef in charge today?" Dongfang Daodao inquired with a cheerful demeanor. "It is the dedicated chef of our owner. Today, since our owner is here and the number of guests is high, he has come to assist in the kitchen," the manager thought silently, unable to voice it directly. "Is he a new chef? Is there anything unsatisfactory, esteemed guest?" the manager replied politely. "A newcomer, you say? I happen to be in need of a chef at home and would like to hire this new chef who prepared our meal. The price is negotiable." Dongfang Taotao's interest was piqued upon learning he was a new addition to the establishment, her mind racing with possibilities. As long as he was not the head chef, negotiations should be feasible. "Young master, you jest. What establishment would send its own chef away?" The manager thought it curious. This young master had a discerning palate. Most patrons could not discern the difference in skill between the restaurant's chefs and the owners. Originally, it was believed that only the owner could tell, but now this young master had emerged as well. "Manager, I've already stated that the price is negotiable. Whatever you pay him, whatever contract you have with him, I will pay you in full." Dongfang Daodao assumed the manager was deliberately inflating the price and generously offered a concession. "Young master, this is not merely a matter of money," the manager struggled to explain. It was impossible to disclose that their owner reserved the best chefs for personal service. "Is your owner present? I would prefer to speak directly with him." Dongfang Daodao observed the manager's hesitance, realizing he was not in a position to make decisions. "Please, young master, do not put me in a difficult position. If you find our dishes to your liking, we welcome you to visit often." The manager dared not trouble the owner with such an absurd request. "Very well, we have no further business here. You may return to your duties," she concluded. She intended to stay permanently at the Hot Spring Lodge, which was quite a distance from the banquet hall, and did not wish to travel back and forth daily. The most efficient solution was to lure the chef back with her. Since the manager refused to take her to see the owner, she would have to devise another plan. Dongfang Daodao tapped her right index finger against the table, tilting her head to observe the manager as he attended to the guests. "Waiter, bring me a plate of peanuts," she called out cheerfully. The waiter promptly delivered the peanuts, while the manager also presented a pot of Osmanthus wine. Yun Zhao and Zhang Yi had already satiated their appetites, and seeing Dongfang Daodao leisurely snacking on peanuts, they stood quietly beside her in attendance. After half an hour, the only remaining patrons in the establishment were Dongfang Daodao and her companions. The tavern was brightly lit, and the waiters busily cleared tables while casting glances at Dongfang Daodao, seemingly questioning why they had not yet departed. Dongfang Daodao was in no hurry, for she had noticed a private room on the third floor where waiters occasionally delivered exquisite dishes, the lights remaining aglow. Neither the manager nor the waiters had disturbed the occupants within. She surmised that the individuals in that room were likely the owners of this establishment, as Lu Jin also maintained a private chamber in his tavern. Perhaps this was a customary practice among tavern owners. With a jug of wine in her right hand and a cup in her left, Dongfang Daodao rose and ascended the stairs. The waiters, perplexed, made no move to stop her. Just as the manager prepared to intervene when he saw Dongfang Daodao heading for the third-floor room, he was halted in his tracks by Zhang Yi. The manager, having some martial training himself, recognized Zhang Yi's formidable presence and realized he could not contend with him. He lowered his head, ceasing his actions, resigned to await his owner's reprimand. Chapter 72, Conditions. He lowered his head, ceasing all movement, resignedly awaiting the master's reprimand. Young master, Dongfang Daodao requests an audience. Dongfang Daodao stepped to the door of the private room, paused, and spoke in a clear voice. Zhang Yi and Yun Zhao, downstairs, were taken aback upon hearing Dongfang Daodao utter her real name. With a creak, the door swung open. A black-clad guard stood at the entrance, inviting Dongfang Daodao inside. Within the room, a heated dragon was ablaze, and upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped her. Typically sensitive to the cold, Dongfang Daodao surprisingly felt a hint of heat. The air carried a faint herbal aroma, artfully masked by the sandalwood incense burning in the censer. Were it not for Dongfang Daodao's keen senses, she would hardly have noticed the peculiarity. The room was lavishly adorned, and a young man in white lounged gracefully on a soft couch, a chessboard set before him, while a side table displayed an array of exquisite pastries. His attention seemed entirely absorbed by the chessboard, oblivious to Dongfang Daodao's visit. Realizing she had been invited in, Dongfang Daodao chose not to rush, refraining from disturbing the young master's thoughts as she settled at the table, scrutinizing the young man in white. His skin was fair as snow, yet exuded a sickly pallor. His eyes seemed to harbor a myriad of emotions, yet a chilling aura surrounded him. The stark contrast compelled one to draw closer, to discern his true essence. "Have you finished observing?" the young man in white spoke casually. "If you were to come a little closer, you would see more clearly." Dongfang Daodao felt that this young master did not appear ill, yet he emanated a fragile vulnerability. "Then come sit opposite me," the young man in white replied with a light laugh. His smile was akin to spring flowers suddenly blooming across a mountainside, unparalleled in beauty. Dongfang Daodao could not deny that she was captivated by his allure. This was the first time she had encountered such a strikingly beautiful man. Indeed, the capital not only dazzled with wealth but also ensnared the heart with beauty and delicacies. Steadying her composure, she boldly took a seat across from the young man in white. Unable to decipher the chessboard and reluctant to gaze directly at his face, she diverted her attention to the pastries on the side table. "Why does the young master insist on taking my chef?" The young man in white observed Dongfang Daodao's reluctance to leave even as closing time approached, prompting him to inquire directly. "The dishes he prepares suit my palate perfectly." Surely, the young master, with his refined demeanor, does not place such value on mere culinary delights as I, a commoner. Why not relinquish that chef to me? We can negotiate a fair price. Dongfang Daodao understood that whether she could take the chef depended entirely on the decision of the individual before her. Having finally arrived in the capital, she could not afford to compromise on her culinary pleasures, nor could she bear the daily to and fro. Judging by the young man's demeanor, he appeared to be a pampered noble. Thus, she assumed he would not demand an exorbitant price for something as trivial as food. "How coincidental, I have loved the dishes prepared by that chef since childhood," the young man in white replied with an enigmatic smile. He had never encountered someone so audacious as to specifically come requesting a chef. Did she perhaps starve to death in a past life? Dongfang Daodao furrowed her brow. Such a privileged upbringing suggested either an endless supply of wealth or a frail constitution. Observing the young man's complexion, it seemed likely he belonged to the latter category. I possess a method to enhance your appetite. You could thrive on simple fare and remain in good health. Dongfang Daodao gazed earnestly into the young man's eyes, making her promise. Having been nurtured with such delicacy, she naturally hoped he could become robust. If she could help him restore his health, he might be able to enjoy coarser meals afterward. Oh! The young man in white raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her words. To be frank, I possess a modicum of medical knowledge and can diagnose and prescribe for you, Dongfang Daodao offered respectfully. The young man's expression darkened momentarily. Throughout his life, his father had sought renowned physicians to treat his frail condition, but they only addressed the symptoms without remedying the root cause. 2 years prior, a secret medicine from the western regions had been presented to them. While he appeared healthier on the surface than before, he remained far from robust. Every time he caught a chill, he would fall gravely ill. If you are to treat me, within 10 days, should my condition show no improvement, you shall sever an arm, never to set foot in the capital again, the young man in white stated slowly, contemplating that this should deter the audacious youth before him. If my health improves, the chef will be mine, and this banquet hall shall belong to me, Dongfang Daodao replied with a sly glint in her eyes, a playful smile gracing her porcelain-like visage, her dimples enchanting. The young man's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He had never encountered such vivacity in someone's gaze, such a spirited individual. For the first time, someone dared to present conditions before him. His fragile health had long been akin to a candle flickering in the wind, uncertain of when it might extinguish, yet this vibrant and radiant person had suddenly appeared before him, instinctively prompting a desire to hold on tightly. Very well, he unconsciously smiled, acquiescing to Dongfang Daodao's proposal. Her eyes sparkled with delight, like stars bending into the shape of a crescent moon. She extended her pinky finger towards the young man, declaring, "Let us make a pact, no one shall renege." Initially, he intended to mock this as a child's game, yet upon meeting her captivating gaze, he found himself unwittingly extending his own pinky in agreement. At the moment their fingers intertwined, the young man felt a tinge of embarrassment, along with an unexpected longing for that touch. Little did he know, from that moment forth, he was not merely offering a promise, but rather his entire heart. Dongfang Daodao withdrew her hand contentedly, adding, "Every day within this banquet hall, I shall attend to your health." Agreed, the young man replied without hesitation. The guards beside him exchanged bewildered glances. When had their master become so accommodating? Escort Miss Dongfang downstairs, the young man commanded, his tone reverting to its usual nonchalance. The black-clad guard stepped forward and bowed in acknowledgement. Dongfang Daodao, however, did not leave with the guard. Instead, she shifted closer to the young man's position, taking his right hand and, oblivious to her surroundings, began to take his pulse. The guard stood astonished. His master was known for his fastidiousness, and to have someone so brazenly examine him was unprecedented. He could only wonder how his master would react later. Yet, the young man remained calm, sitting quietly as though this were the most natural occurrence. After a while, Dongfang Daodao released his hand, her brow slightly furrowed. "Has the young master taken any special medicine in the past 2 years?" she inquired. 2 years ago, I inadvertently came across a secret medicine, which I have been taking. My health has improved somewhat since then, the young man replied. If you allow me to treat you, you must cease taking that medicine, Dongfang Daodao stated earnestly. What if I refuse? The young man had previously had that secret medicine tested and found it harmless. If you refuse, the conditions we just discussed shall be null and void. Dongfang Daodao will depart immediately, having never treated you, she declared, rising and giving a respectful bow to the young man. You were adamant just now, yet you would break your word in an instant. Miss Dongfang, you truly are something else, the young man replied, amused, for he had never encountered anyone bold enough to toy with him in such a manner. Chapter 73, Trust. Just now, you spoke with such conviction and yet are on the verge of breaking your word. Truly, the Eastern young master is remarkable, the young man in white chuckled, amused, for no one had ever dared to toy with him so audaciously. My lord, you suffer from a frail constitution. If my conjecture is correct, your mother was poisoned during her pregnancy, and you were born prematurely, Easton Dao Dao surmised. Observing the young man's reaction, she sensed that failing to speak further might result in her not leaving unscathed today. It was prudent to earn some silver quickly, indulging in whatever she desired without the constant dread. Such matters are known to any physician of repute, the young man in white replied with a trace of self-mockery. He had sought the expertise of countless renowned doctors, apart from the head of the immortal herb pavilion, yet his condition had shown little improvement. Even after his father had offered a hefty reward, no doctor had come forth to claim it. I was previously unaware of this, Easton Dao Dao replied, puzzled. She had never heard of a patient with a frail constitution seeking treatment at the immortal herb pavilion. Her grandfather likely had not treated a similar case either. Let us speak of something else, or you may very well lose your right arm right now, the young man in white said, growing irritated at Easton Dao Dao's self-satisfied demeanor. My lord, the medication you are taking may give you a temporary illusion of improved health, yet prolonged use will harm your very essence, ultimately rendering you beyond cure, Easton Dao Dao asserted confidently. The concoction he was consuming was akin to drinking poison to quench one's thirst. If continued, it would surely lead to his demise within 3 years. Such a handsome individual, despite his seemingly irritable nature, should not meet an untimely end. The young man in white fell silent. My lord, it is time for your medication. A guard entered, holding a tray with a small peachwood box. With swift reflexes, Easton Dao Dao seized the box, opened it hastily, and brought the black medicinal bowl to her nose for a sniff. The guard, seeing this, reached to reclaim the pill, but the young man in white halted him with a wave of his hand. Easton Dao Dao furrowed her brow, pinched a bit of the powder, placed it in her mouth, and immediately contorted her features, spitting the powder out. My lord, every ingredient in this pill is quite precious and originally an excellent tonic. However, when combined, their effects counteract one another, and with the presence of a small amount of cinnabar, it is best to cease its use, lest you find yourself unable to live beyond 3 years, she declared, tossing the pill back to the guard. The young man in white straightened, regarding Easton Dao Dao with an intensity that seemed to pierce through her very being. Having presided over the mystical pavilion for many years, he had encountered countless individuals and learned many hidden truths, yet he had never seen eyes so clear, nor had anyone been so forthright in telling him that his time was limited. In his eyes, this youth radiated brightness and candor, prompting a natural inclination to trust him without probing further into his origins or intentions. Write a prescription, and I shall discontinue this medicine. The young man in white finally articulated his decision, entrusting his life to this youth, whom he had just met and only knew by name. He commanded that pen, ink, paper, and an inkstone be brought to Easton Dao Dao. She seated herself at the table, taking her time to compose the prescription. With her right index finger gently tapping the surface, she contemplated for a considerable while before inscribing her remedy. Take 1 dose in the morning and evening. You will experience drowsiness for 3 days, and your diet should be light. Easton Dao Dao handed the prescription to the young man in white. Should any other discomfort arise, summon someone to find me at the hot spring cottage halfway up the mountain, she advised earnestly. Very well, He expresses his gratitude to the divine physician, he replied. So your name is He. What a splendid name. Your parents must have wished you a life of good fortune and health, Easton Dao Dao said, pleased to hear the young man voluntarily share his name. Rest assured, He, I will restore your health, she declared, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The guard nearby felt a pang of anxiety for Easton Dao Dao, knowing his master had a penchant for cleanliness. At that moment, He could scarcely believe his ears. This young lad promised he could heal him, words he had longed to hear during every visit to a physician. Today, they had floated effortlessly from this youth's lips. Escort Easton young master back to his residence, He instructed the guard. The guard, surprised at his master's calm demeanor, wondered what had come over him. Though puzzled, he promptly obeyed, accompanying Easton Dao Dao on her way back. Only He remained in the room. He rose to extinguish the burning sandalwood incense, scrutinizing the prescription left by Easton Dao Dao. Their handwriting was somewhat untidy, yet legible, and the herbs listed were exceedingly simple. Regardless of whether you deceive me, I am willing to give it a try. Having settled matters with the cook, Easton Dao Dao was content to return to her hot spring cottage with Yun Zhao and Chang Yi. It was quite cold outside, and she yearned to soak in the warm waters. The group hastened their return, causing the shadowy protectors clad in green to groan in despair. After escorting Easton Dao Dao safely back to the hot spring cottage, He Ji's guard returned to report. "Master, I have ensured Easton Taotao's safe arrival at the hot spring cottage. The guard accompanying her possesses formidable martial skills. It is likely that their background is not simple. Shall we investigate their identities?" The guard knelt before He Ji, reporting dutifully. "Proceed with the investigation," He Ji replied, setting down the medicinal bowl and donning his cloak as he stepped outside. Meanwhile, Easton Dao Dao, blissfully unaware that her identity would soon be discovered by He Ji, was relishing the joy of bathing in the hot spring. "This feels so delightful," she exclaimed, immersed in the warm waters, as if the weariness of the day evaporated with the rising steam. Yun Zhao, now aware that Easton Dao Dao was a girl, dared not leave her alone to bathe, yet she stubbornly insisted he keep his distance, leaving him to guard the edge of the hot spring. Chang Yi, a loyal guard, also remained dutifully at his post outside the pool. Both maintained a respectful silence. Half an hour later, Easton Dao Dao emerged, clad in thick garments, her hair still damp. Habitually, she approached Yun Zhao. "Zhao Ji, help me braid my hair." Yun Zhao recalled the times he had assisted Easton Dao Dao with her hair, his cheeks flushing slightly. He had never realized she was a girl. With gentle hands, he began to dry her cascading tresses. Chang Yi, after a moment of silence, felt the tranquil scene of Easton Dao Dao sitting quietly while Yun Zhao skillfully braided her hair was somewhat overwhelming. He quietly withdrew, accustomed to concealing his presence, which meant Easton Dao Dao seldom noticed him. In the shadows, he watched the harmonious interaction between Yun Zhao and Easton Dao Dao, suddenly filled with envy. Though he was always by his master's side, they were not close. His master preferred to confide in Yun Zhao. He had thought that once Yun Zhao married, his master would grow closer to him, but now it seemed he had been mistaken. It appeared they would only grow closer in the future. For some reason, a bittersweet feeling lingered in his heart. Thankfully, Yun Zhao soon exited Easton Taotao's room, just as he usually did. Seeing Yun Zhao depart, Chang Yi let out a significant sigh of relief. He looked up at the moon in the sky, puzzled by his own emotions. Chapter 74. The shop. He lifted his gaze to the moon hanging in the sky, perplexed by his own state of mind. Early the next morning, with a refreshing spirit, Dongfang Dao Dao donned a sharp male attire to seek out Yun Zhao. She stood outside Yun Zhao's window for a moment, and upon noticing the silence within, a sense of urgency began to rise within her. "Zhao Ji, are you there? We should head to the city early today." Still, there was no response from inside. Tilting her head, Dongfang Dao Dao moved closer and strained her ears to catch any sounds, but it seemed there was no one present. "Chang Yi, where is Zhao Ji?" Dongfang Dao Dao inquired of Chang Yi, turning back. "He may have gone to prepare breakfast for the master," Chang Yi replied, having seen smoke rising from the kitchen earlier, though he did not wish to elaborate as the master hadn't he asked. He had never seen Yun Zhao rise so early to cook before. Dongfang Dao Dao hastened to the kitchen, just as Yun Zhao emerged, carrying a tray of food, and they nearly collided. "Master, are you all right?" Yun Zhao asked with concern. "Zhao Ji, I'm fine. Why are you up so early making breakfast? I was hoping to go into the city to eat together," Dongfang Dao Dao remarked, finding Yun Zhao's address for her somewhat peculiar. Yet, it seemed that in her past life, he had always referred to her this way, calling her Dao Dao only during their last encounter. "It is only right to prepare breakfast for the master every morning." "I had merely been lazy before," Yun Zhao said, his head bowed. "Zhao Ji, please don't call me master, it sounds odd, just call me Dao Dao," she insisted, disliking the term he used, as she considered him family. Yun Zhao lifted his gaze to Dongfang Dao Dao, seemingly seeking confirmation of her sincerity. Upon seeing her serious expression, he felt as though his heart had been sweetened with honey. Did this mean that his place in her heart was unique? Indeed, she had called him Zhao Ji from their very first meeting. "Very well," Yun Zhao replied, a faint smile curving his lips. Chang Yi, standing beside them, felt a subtle pang of disappointment flicker across his otherwise calm visage. He lowered his head, concealing the emotion swirling within his eyes. What are we all lingering here for? Zhao Ji has already prepared breakfast. Let us eat quickly and head to the city, Dongfang Daodao urged, pulling Changyi towards the dining hall. The breakfast Yin Zhao prepared was light yet evidently crafted with care, comprising lotus seed 8 treasure porridge, 2 dishes of greens, and freshly steamed soup dumplings. Dongfang Daodao found it somewhat unusual to her palate, yet she appreciated it and finished every morsel, feeling it was a shame to waste what Zhao Ji had risen early to prepare. Changyi had scarcely slept the previous night and had not anticipated that he would need to prepare breakfast for Dongfang Daodao. As he gazed at the thoughtfully arranged meal, he found it hard to swallow, realizing he had never learned to cook. Although Yin Zhao's culinary skills were limited, they surpassed his own, which explained why the master regarded Yin Zhao with such esteem. Yin Zhao, indeed, was meticulous and quick to learn. Observing Dongfang Daodao eat heartily brought Yin Zhao joy, and he resolved to rise at dawn every day to prepare breakfast for her, experimenting with a greater variety of dishes. Unbeknownst to Dongfang Daodao, as she savored her meal, both Yin Zhao and Changyi harbored distinct thoughts. The trio made their way to Zhonghua Street, renowned for its multitude of ready-made clothing and jewelry shops. Dongfang Daodao selected a conspicuous little storefront, ultimately purchasing it for 5,000 taels. Daodao, what do you intend to do with this shop? Yin Zhao inquired, somewhat perplexed. Typically, women were nurtured by their families, usually purchasing clothing and accessories, with their husbands managing other affairs. He could not fathom why Dongfang Daodao had rushed to acquire a shop so early in the day. Of course, I plan to sell my exquisite beauty ointment here in the capital. The expenses in the capital are considerable, and I must open the shop promptly. Once I establish a reputation and expand my market, I need not worry about running out of silver, Dongfang Daodao declared confidently. In her previous life, during her exile, she had lacked the means to earn a living, relying solely on the money Yin Zhao had provided for her survival. 10 taels of silver had been her sole lifeline, and even splitting a copper coin in half left her hungry and cold. She was determined never to endure such hardship again. Now, she was not only a renowned healer but also possessed a formula for the beauty ointment worth its weight in gold. Earning her own living was her path forward. My first shop shall be named Juyan Fang, she proclaimed, gazing at the bustling crowds on the street, envisioning a future of prosperity. Running a shop is arduous, Daodao, Yin Zhao cautioned. Having traveled alongside her, he understood that she was unlike ordinary women, but the thought of her toiling like a man to earn a living compelled him to voice his concerns. I fear not the toil. As long as I can lead a life of comfort and freedom, I welcome any hardship. Everything in this world comes at a price. There are no rewards without effort. What appears readily available is merely a matter of time before one must pay the price. If I rely solely on what is easily obtained, I shall inevitably regret it. If everything I possess is earned through my own labor, then no one can take it from me. Even if I find myself at rock bottom, I still possess the ability to rise again. Dongfang Daodao spoke as if to herself, yet her eyes radiated a determination Yin Zhao had never witnessed before. Through a decade of hardship and trials, she had grown into her own strongest ally. Even without a father, an indifferent mother, and devoid of familial support, she had managed to navigate this world without succumbing to despair, hunger, or the cruelty of others. Is there anything you need me to do? Yin Zhao asked, uncertain of the experiences that had shaped Dongfang Daodao's perspective at such a young age, yet he resolved to stand by her side in whatever she chose to pursue. Zhao Ji, once this shop opens, I would like you to be the shopkeeper, Dongfang Daodao suggested, believing Yin Zhao's steadiness and meticulous nature made him perfectly suited for the role. Very well, Yin Zhao agreed, though he knew that taking on the role of shopkeeper would likely distance him from Dongfang Daodao. Nonetheless, he unconditionally accepted her proposition. Master, is there anything I can do? Changyi, who had been quietly listening, suddenly interjected. He believed that not only was Dongfang Daodao unparalleled in beauty, but her intellect was also exceptional. He felt fortunate to have the opportunity to serve as her guard. You, of course, must remain at my side to protect me at all times. Once I become a beauty of great wealth, there may be those with ill intentions who would seek to harm me, Dongfang Daodao said, standing on tiptoe to pat Changyi's shoulder. Chang Yi's expression turned serious. He understood that with his master's beauty, should she revert to female attire, her safety would be compromised. He vowed to protect her from any nefarious individuals who might seek to do her harm. Now, let us proceed to the pawn shop to acquire some assistance. We cannot rely solely on the three of us for the production and sale of the beauty ointment, Dongfang Dao mused, planning to hire a couple of helpers initially and then adjust the number as business picked up. The trio arrived at the largest pawn shop in the capital. After outlining their requirements to the manager, a group of over a dozen ragged young men was brought forth. Young master, some of these are sons of officials who have fallen into slavery due to family misfortunes, while others are captured minor officials from enemy territories. They are all literate and available for 3 or 2 taels each. The pawn shop manager succinctly described the situation of the potential servants. Instinctively, Yun Zhao and Chang Yi positioned themselves protectively in front of Dongfang Dao. Chapter 75. The twins Yun Zhao and Chang Yi instinctively positioned themselves in front of Dongfang Dao. These men, clad in tattered garments, were certainly not fit to stand before her. Fortunately, they were now in a state of servitude. Otherwise, according to the customs of the Luanfeng kingdom, Dongfang Taotao's mere glance at their ragged appearance would tarnish their innocence, obliging her to take responsibility for them and admit them into her household. Hey, you are all blocking my view. How can I select my attendants? Dongfang Dao exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice, as she attempted to push past the 2 imposing figures before her. Reluctantly, they shifted aside, creating a narrow gap for her to choose from the men behind them. Paying no heed to their peculiar behavior, Dongfang Dao navigated through them and began to scrutinize her options carefully. The Yuyan Pavilion would soon open its doors to guests, catering to both male and female clients, and thus, her attendants needed to be astute and possess fair, delicate skin. Is there anyone among you who can keep accounts? Dongfang Dao inquired. Young master, my brother and I are skilled in accounting, responded a melodious male voice. Following the sound, Dongfang Dao beheld a tall, slender man gazing at her intently. To her astonishment, the man beside him bore an identical visage, both strikingly handsome and pale-skinned. Who are they? Dongfang Dao turned to ask the steward. Young master, these 2 are the sons of a former minister of revenue. Due to their father's corruption, their entire family lineage has been reduced to servitude, with the collateral branches stripped of all their possessions, the steward replied. What of their other family members? Dongfang Dao vaguely recalled that, in her previous life, after the Minister of Revenue's estate was confiscated, Fu Buxian had succeeded him. All have been purchased by other noble families in the capital. Due to their unique circumstances, these brothers have been overlooked, the steward lamented, having hoped to sell them for 10 taels of silver each to a brothel, but their staunch refusal left him no choice but to sell them as ordinary slaves at a pittance. Are you willing to work as attendants in my establishment? It is a modest venture, quite laborious, and you may face some indignities, Dongfang Dao asked, unsure if these pampered young gentlemen could humble themselves to be amiable shopkeepers. Young master, we are willing and shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to the task, the man replied, bowing respectfully, while his silent brother remained reticent. Very well. Steward, I shall take them both. Please arrange for 2 clean garments for them, Dongfang Dao said, appreciating the man's composed and perceptive demeanor, yet puzzled by his brother's continued silence. The steward, relieved to have offloaded this burdensome pair and receiving the silver, swiftly procured the requested clothing and handed over their contracts to Dongfang Dao. The brothers had previously declined to serve the spoiled young princess, leaving no noble family willing to purchase them. Their refusal to work at a brothel had made them difficult to sell, and today, this young master from afar had indeed been a boon. Which of you is Yang Ju and which is Yang Zi? Who is the elder? Dongfang Dao carefully stowed away the contracts given by the steward. I am Yang Ju, the elder brother. My younger brother is Yang Zi, the man who had spoken earlier clarified. Your brother seems rather taciturn. Dongfang Dao observed, noting that Yang Zi had not uttered a single word. RZ has never been able to speak since birth. However, please rest assured, my brother and I will fulfill your expectations. RZ is exceptionally intelligent, despite his inability to articulate, Yang Ju explained, bowing once more to Dongfang Dao. Dongfang Dao felt a pang of sympathy. It dawned on her that the young man was not merely shy but was unable to speak at all. Being a lively person herself, the thought of someone destined to a life of silence stirred an inexplicable sorrow within her. She stood on her toes and gently patted Yang Zi's shoulder, hoping to offer him some comfort. Yang Zi, who had kept his head bowed, had expected disdain from Dongfang Daodao but was taken aback by her kind gesture. He lifted his gaze, his eyes as clear as mountain spring water, and slightly parted his lips, seemingly wishing to convey something. "Can you write? If you wish to express anything, you can write it down for us." Dongfang Daodao spoke slowly to Yang Zi, before turning to Yang Ju and asking, "Can Yang Zi hear?" "RZ can hear perfectly well. He simply cannot speak, but otherwise, he is no different from anyone else," Yang Ju clarified, seeing that Dongfang Daodao did not regard RZ with disdain eased some of his worries. He also realized that this young master was not from the capital. The twins, being rare examples of siblings born together, had attracted much attention since childhood, and nearly everyone in the capital was aware that one of the Minister of Revenue's twin sons, though mute, possessed remarkable artistic talent. "That is good to know. I will take you both to the shop now. You will reside there from henceforth," Dongfang Daodao announced, leading the way toward the yet-to-be-named Yuyan Pavilion. On the way, she briefly explained the business scope of the Yuyan Pavilion to the brothers. They soon grasped her reason for purchasing the disgraced slaves. To safeguard her secret formula, those who crafted the Yuyan ointment must either be her trusted confidants or slaves who could never betray her. "Master, we shall serve you diligently," Yang Ju assured her. "I trust you," Dongfang Daodao replied, confident in her judgment. Moreover, the law designated slaves as the property of their masters, entirely at their mercy. As long as the brothers' contracts remained in her possession, they could never forsake her. At that moment, Yang Zi bowed deeply to Dongfang Daodao, then lifted his head to gaze at her intently. It was then that she discerned the subtle differences between the two brothers. Their features were identical, yet Yang Zi's eyes were childlike and untainted, graced with a charming little mole between his brows. Yang Ju, on the other hand, resembled a fallen nobleman, his resilience peeking through the cracks of his misfortune. Could these two indeed serve her well as attendants? "Here we are. The signboard has yet to be painted, but please come in and take a look. The first floor will serve as the reception area for guests and a showcase for the Yuyan ointment, while the second floor is designated for displaying other beauty products for esteemed guests. The backyard will be where you live and create the Yuyan ointment," Dongfang Daodao explained as she shared her vision with the brothers. They listened attentively, grateful that they could finally settle down. This modest shop would be their sanctuary henceforth. "I am not particularly skilled in shop decoration, but I desire understated luxury, avoiding anything gaudy. Yang Ju will be the manager here. Please devise a decor plan, and if feasible, enlist a craftsman to commence work promptly. I wish to open as soon as possible." Dongfang Daodao outlined her specific requirements, believing that since the brothers were the sons of a minister, they would possess refined tastes, making it a sound decision to entrust them with the shop's decoration. "RZ will quickly draft a blueprint for your approval," Yang Ju responded respectfully, having understood Dongfang Daodao's intent. "RZ is good at drawing." Dongfang Daodao realized she had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 76, The Dupe, is Ace skilled in painting? Dongfang Daodao pondered whether she could recount the painting she had seen at Suihua Tower to Ace and then create a replica. Since Ace was one of her own, there was no need to worry about the painting being exposed. Upon hearing this, the well-behaved Yang Zi nodded in agreement. "Ace, what other talents do you possess?" She mused that typically, if one was adept at painting, they would also have a graceful hand in calligraphy. "Ace calligraphy is commendable," Yang Ju interjected to assist. In truth, A's talents extended far beyond mere calligraphy. He was renowned as the finest young master in the capital for his artistic prowess. "Then Ace, would you be so kind as to inscribe the characters Wenchu and Xieju for me? I wish to hang it above the gate of my residence outside the city." Dongfang Daodao had been contemplating seeking out a celebrated calligrapher in the capital for the past few days, and now, fortune smiled upon her as the esteemed artist stood before her. Ace was hers, and in the future, should she open a branch, she could request as many inscriptions as she desired. With a delighted pat on Ace's arm, she declared, "Ace, you shall be entrusted with the plaque and the shop's design. You and your brother can settle into the shop, and I shall return in a few days. Having arranged for the Yang brothers, Dongfang Daodao made her way to Yangbin Tower, her concern for He Ji weighing on her mind, as his health was exceedingly frail. "Shopkeeper, where is your master?" Upon entering, Dongfang Daodao was greeted by the shopkeeper. "Young master, the proprietor has gone to another establishment and will return for lunch. The master instructed that you may order freely. We assure you will be satisfied," the shopkeeper replied with a respectful bow. "Very well, I shall dine while awaiting his arrival." In her heart, she commended He Ji for his meticulousness. He was indeed a reliable friend. At midday, a weary He Ji appeared at Yangbin Tower, bypassing his private room and heading directly to Dongfang Daodao. "Esteemed Miss Dongfang, are you satisfied with the fare at our humble establishment?" He Ji seated himself across from her and inquired softly. How did you know?" Dongfang Daodao was taken aback. Although she had arrived in the capital and wished to be open about her identity, He Ji's swift recognition was unexpected. "One ought to be well acquainted with their savior," He Ji replied, his gaze tender as it rested upon Dongfang Daodao. Earlier that morning, when his subordinates reported on Dongfang Daodao's identity, he had found it hard to believe he had never encountered a woman of such beauty, nor had he heard of any noble lady dedicating a decade to the study of medicine, a feat that even many young men might struggle to endure. Now that Dongfang Daodao had acknowledged her identity, he was confident in her claim that she could heal his ailment. He found himself unable to articulate his feelings towards her. Inexplicably, he had trusted her from the start. Learning she was a woman filled him with joy, and he eagerly anticipated their next meeting. "Is it truly so simple? Just a dose of medicine, and my illness is cured. Please, do not regard me as your savior." "I do not dare accept such a title. I merely hope to retain my right arm." Dongfang Daodao noted the stark contrast in He Ji's demeanor from yesterday to today. It was evident that his newfound courtesy stemmed from his realization of her true identity, which irked her inexplicably. "The esteemed Dr. Dongfang is renowned throughout the land. Since you claim you can heal, I shall place my faith in you. When I first heard your surname, I was surprised. Our Xuanji Pavilion has had no dealings with Xiangkao Pavilion. I never anticipated you were Dongfang Chu from Xiangkao Pavilion. I entrusted my life to a mere acquaintance, and it seemed reasonable to investigate your background. To my astonishment, I discovered that for years, Dongfang Daodao has been practicing medicine under the guise of Dongfang Chu. Since you chose to engage with me using your true name from the outset, I trust you do not mind my knowledge of your identity," He Ji elucidated, having sensed her rising irritation. "What? You are affiliated with Xuanji Pavilion. What is your connection to its master?" Ignoring He Ji's lengthy explanation, Dongfang Daodao's interest piqued at the mention of Xuanji Pavilion. She had initially planned to seek out the master of Xuanji Pavilion at a brothel, yet now, a representative of the pavilion sat directly before her, an opportunity not to be missed. "I am He Ji, the master of Xuanji Pavilion, and I am yet to be betrothed," He Ji replied, a charming smile gracing his lips. "Your marital status is of little concern to me. I wish to purchase information from you." Observing He Ji's sudden shift in demeanor, she wondered if this was a blatant proposal. Lacking experience, she felt uncertain and hesitant to express her feelings. However, as he was the master of Xuanji Pavilion, business could be transacted first. "Information from Xuanji Pavilion comes at a steep price," He Ji stated, pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a delicate sip, awaiting Dongfang Daodao's reaction. He found her businesslike demeanor rather unappealing. "Do not worry about the silver. Once I have earned it, I shall repay you in full. I seek all information regarding Fu Buxiu from his birth to the present, including the identities of his parents and his background." Dongfang Daodao calculated her available funds in her mind, realizing she might not possess enough to meet He Ji's demands. Yet, she was confident that once she profited from Yuyan Jiao, she would be able to settle her debts. "Unfortunately, I cannot provide that information at this time. Our Xuanji Pavilion does not extend credit," He Ji responded, unaware of Dongfang Daodao's inner deliberations. It was puzzling that a woman would disguise herself as a man for so long, and now, as she approached her coming-of-age ceremony, she seemed more eager to uncover her father's secrets than to prepare for the event. Moreover, information regarding Fu Buxiu must remain confidential until his health was restored. Name your price, Dongfang Daodao insisted, determined to uncover the truth about Fu Buxiu, whose past actions were shrouded in mystery. For her own protection and revenge, she needed to resolve this matter. 15,000 taels of silver. He nonchalantly stated the price. What? Why not just go rob someone? Dongfang Daodao felt a surge of indignation, perceiving this as an overt attempt to extort her. Did she truly resemble a fool? At that moment, her cheeks flushed with anger, and her eyes widened in disbelief, entirely devoid of the calm demeanor she had maintained when negotiating fees with Lu Jin in the past. Esteemed Lady Dongfang, you are soon to come of age. Simply wed a wealthy husband, and his dowry would cover this expense. He chuckled at her avaricious expression. In truth, the information she sought was trivial, and he would gladly provide it. His high demand was merely a tactic to buy time. He had already learned of her coming-of-age date and figured that once she celebrated the occasion, he would likely be recovered and could then furnish her with the information. If I were to marry, it would be for love. Furthermore, I am marrying a person, not a dowry. How I procure silver is of no concern to you, and I shall ensure the 15,000 taels are paid in full without delay, Dongfang Daodao retorted, displeased with Heji's interference in her personal affairs. Heji was taken aback by her words. To marry for love, disregarding the dowry, was this not contrary to the norms of the time, where women typically assessed a suitor's character and wealth before considering marriage? Many women underwent multiple marriages solely for the sake of securing substantial dowries. Seeing Heji lost in port, Dongfang Daodao decided she had no further interest in him and stood to leave. As she passed by him, she noticed his pallor and felt compelled to remind him, although your health is recovering, you must avoid overexertion, particularly in matters concerning others. Chapter 77, Awareness. As he passed by Heji, noticing the pallor of his complexion, he could not help but voice a reminder, though your health has been recovering of late, my lord, it is imperative that you avoid overexertion, particularly concerning the affairs of others. Was this an expression of concern? Heji gazed absently at the graceful silhouette of Dongfang Daodao. My lord, it is time for your meal, a guard interjected, stepping forward. Have the food brought to this room, Heji instructed, wishing to linger a little longer in this space, as if it were imbued with a faint, elusive fragrance of osman. Thus, shall I have someone tidy up here? He asked, apprehensive that his lord, who was typically fastidious, might be displeased by the remnants of Dongfang Daodao's meal left upon the table. Normally, his lord dined in his own exclusive private room. This was a first for him to eat in a public dining area. There is no need, this room shall no longer be open to others, but reserved solely for Dongfang, Heji commanded. Understood, the guard replied, departing to relay the order. To have initially acquainted oneself by my true name and insist on treating my ailments, I must hold a special place in her heart, Heji pondered quietly to himself. He sat at the table, reminiscing over Dongfang Daodao's every smile and frown. With his keen insight into human emotions, he reached a conclusion. Dongfang Daodao harbored feelings for him. This could explain her strong reaction whenever he broached the topic of marriage, emphasizing that she would only wed someone she genuinely cherished. Fuming, Dongfang Daodao returned to the hot spring cottage and headed straight for a bath. After bathing, she emerged still clad in heavy garments, intending to seek Yun Zhao to assist her with her hair. After calling out twice with no reply, she was reminded that Yun Zhao was occupied at the shop. Alas, Dongfang Daodao sighed softly, picking up a piece of cloth to attempt styling her hair herself. Since the moment she had shouted for Zhao Ji, Zhang Yi had been questioning whether he should reveal himself. It was only upon hearing Dongfang Daodao's sigh that he descended from the tree and approached her side. Master, may I assist you with your hair? Zhang Yi offered in a hushed tone. Having witnessed Yun Zhao style Dongfang Daodao's hair numerous times, he felt capable of the task. Here, Dongfang Daodao joyfully handed him the cloth, pleased that Zhang Yi was willing to help. Taking the cloth, Zhang Yi began his work, moving with utmost care, as if handling some delicate and rare treasure. Zhang Yi, there's no need to be so cautious, you may proceed a bit faster. I wish to don a woman's attire and stroll about the courtyard later, Dongfang Daodao urged him. How could he have been so decisive in killing before, yet now be so hesitant with merely styling hair? Understood. Chang Yi took a deep breath and quickened his pace, yet he remained gentle, fearful of accidentally pulling out his master's silky strands. Instead, he relied on his inner strength to assist her. In a short while, Dongfang Daodao's hair was already dry, while a sheen of fine sweat beaded on Chang Yi's forehead. Chang Yi, that was remarkably swift, Dongfang Daodao praised as she caressed her smooth, dry hair. She then rose to change her attire, leaving Chang Yi standing there, holding the cloth, at a loss. He wished to spend a bit more time with his master, and resolved to use less inner strength next time he styled her hair. Dongfang Daodao quickly donned her peach blossom dress and stood before the vanity, troubled. She usually found it somewhat challenging to style a man's topknot. A woman's hairstyle was far more intricate, and she truly felt incapable. Chang Yi, being an assassin, can manage hairstyling, but surely cannot handle a complex arrangement. I cannot very well wander about the courtyard with my hair unkempt, she lamented, cradling her face in her hands as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Suddenly, the sounds of a fierce altercation erupted from outside the courtyard. Without a moment to ponder, she sprang to her feet and dashed out the door. To her astonishment, it was Lu Jin and Chang Yi who were engaged in combat. Neither party yielded, the clashing of weapons, the snapping of branches, and the crashing of bricks resonating painfully in Dongfang Daodao's ears, causing her heart to ache. All of these things had been acquired with her hard-earned silver. I cannot endure this any longer, Dongfang Daodao shouted, stamping her foot at the two. Taken aback by her sudden appearance, both combatants ceased their actions simultaneously. Chang Yi lightly touched his toes to the ground and stepped in front of Dongfang Daodao, shielding her. He remembered how furious his master had been during his last encounter with Lu Jin. He knew she would not wish to see him now, so he had acted swiftly to block Lu Jin. Upon noticing him infiltrate the courtyard, upon seeing Dongfang Daodao dressed as a woman, Lu Jin's sword fell from his hand. "Who are you?" he stammered, captivated by the sight of Dongfang Chui dressed in feminine attire, struck by her beauty as if it were a revelation. In that moment, he was certain that Dongfang Chui was indeed a woman. Ever since their first meeting, the countless suppressed conjectures in his heart had finally crystallized into clarity. "You are a woman, aren't you? You have been disguising yourself as a man all along. Why have you kept this from me?" Knowing Dongfang Daodao's true identity stirred a tumult of emotions within Lu Jin, excitement, bitterness, and a myriad of unanswered questions. "Dongfang Daodao greets you," she said, curtsying in accordance with the etiquette befitting a lady. "May I inquire what brings you, young Master Lu, to my humble abode?" Dongfang Daodao voiced her displeasure at Lu Jin's unexpected visit, musing that had she not intervened, her courtyard would surely have been damaged. "Dongfang, may I come inside to speak with you? I have something of great importance to discuss," Lu Jin implored, striving to maintain his composure. Chang Yi remained steadfast in front of Dongfang Daodao. Unless she permitted it, Lu Jin would not approach her. "Chang Yi, allow him to enter," Dongfang Daodao gently urged, reassuring him. Lu Jin followed Dongfang Daodao into the front hall. She resumed her position at the head of the table, reminiscent of their first meeting at the Jianzhu Xiancao Pavilion. Yet this time, the once handsome youth had transformed into a strikingly beautiful young woman. "What counsel do you have, young Master Lu?" Dongfang Daodao inquired coolly. "May I call you Daodao?" Lu Jin ventured cautiously. "Refer to me as Master Dongfang," she replied, wishing to maintain a certain distance from her future brother-in-law. "Very well. I have heard that Master Dongfang recently acquired the Yang brothers from the tooth shop." "Is this true?" Lu Jin questioned, perplexed by her distance, unsure of his misstep. However, those matters could wait. Today, he had come hurriedly to help her evade trouble and danger. "Did you send someone to follow me?" Dongfang Daodao's brow furrowed slightly. "With only Chang Yi by your side, I grew concerned for your safety. Upon learning of your unannounced departure, I dispatched a group of Qingyi guards to protect you from a distance. I did not pry into your affairs. After you took residence here, they remained outside the courtyard, never stepping foot inside. If Master Dongfang disapproves, I shall command them to leave at once," Lu Jin explained cautiously, sensing her simmering anger. "Thank you, young Master Lu. I intend to open a shop in the city and require staff, so I went to the tooth shop to acquire 2 literate assistants," Dongfang Daodao acknowledged, recognizing that Lu Jin had not deceived her. If anyone had infiltrated the courtyard, Zhang Yu would have detected them immediately. There is nothing wrong with acquiring assistance, however. Purchasing the Yang brothers is ill-advised, Lu Jin stated, concern etched upon his face. Chapter 78, Tears. It is inconsequential to purchase a mere servant, however. Acquiring the Yang brothers is rather inappropriate, Lu Jin remarked, his visage betraying a hint of concern. I am aware they are the sons of the former Minister of Revenue, Dongfang Daodao replied, once harboring reservations herself. Yet, upon learning that their kin had all been sold off, she presumed the court's punishment was merely a life of servitude, and thus, she decided to bring them back. Not only are they the sons of the former Minister of Revenue, but they also declined to serve as consorts to the esteemed Princess Chunhua. The princess, having been slighted, took no action when they fell into misfortune. The noble families of the capital, uncertain of her feelings, have since refrained from purchasing them. Lu Jin patiently elucidated the matter to Dongfang Daodao. Does this imply that I have already offended the princess upon my arrival in the capital? Dongfang Daodao suddenly realized the gravity of her predicament. There are remedies to this situation, Lu Jin continued. Since I have purchased them, they are now under my protection and shall not be sent away. Having once faced dire straits herself, Dongfang Daodao recalled the feeling of being discarded like refuse in the snowy wilderness. She understood the helplessness and despair that follows the extinguishing of one's sole hope. Having endured the rain in the past, she now sought to offer them shelter under her umbrella. Furthermore, the Yangzi, who could scarcely utter a word, would surely be cast into the depths of despair if abandoned. Lu Jin sighed softly. Having anticipated such a response, she would not forsake those in hardship. She never had, and she never would. Since childhood, the little princess has lived a life akin to that of being adored by the stars, with even the crown prince catering to her whims. Prepare yourself for the possibility of her targeting you. Moreover, the noble women of the capital look to the princess as their leader. Once you reclaim your status, you may not find acceptance among them. A shadow of concern crossed Lu Jin's features. That is of little consequence. I shall not force myself into circles where I do not belong. I will exercise caution in the future. Noble women may hold great esteem, yet the little princess cannot dispose of me at will. Besides, I shall not allow anyone to bully me, Dongfang Daodao declared. She intended to be her own support and to safeguard those around her, refusing to be victimized, manipulated, or beholden to anyone. Having been granted a second chance at life, she resolved to live it with fervor and abandon. Is it true that you would go to great lengths to protect those by your side? Lu Jin inquired, gazing at the radiant Dongfang Daodao, his heart heavy with bitterness at her recent distance from him. I shall only invest my efforts in those who are worthy, Dongfang Daodao replied, her lips pursed in contemplation. She wished to inquire why he had insisted on Fu Rongrong marrying him, but ultimately, she remained silent, merely sitting there quietly. Are you aware of the rumors circulating? Lu Jin ventured, struggling to articulate his thoughts, uncertain of Dongfang Daodao's feelings towards him, or if she still considered him among those she wished to protect. I have heard them. I am quite curious about what it is you find appealing about my sister. Why, at first, did you avoid her like the plague, only to later shower her with attentions in the inn and secretly escort her back to the capital? And why, disregarding your reputation, did you petition for her hand in marriage? What transpired that compelled you to remain by Fu Rongrong's side at all costs? Lu Jin unexpectedly broached the subject, prompting Dongfang Daodao to release her pent-up frustration and inquiries. Perhaps due to her agitation, her clear eyes brimmed with tears, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Lu Jin was taken aback by her response. It was the first time he had seen her so furious. The usually composed Lu Jin found himself at a loss, standing there in stunned silence, yearning to console her but fearing her disdain. Speak. Dongfang Daodao urged, interpreting his silence as a sign of guilt, which only intensified her ire. Please do not be angry, Dongfang. Allow me to explain. I have always believed you to be a boy, regardless of whether you were to marry. I wish to remain by your side, however. My father has long held the obsession of marrying me off in a legitimate position, hence the matter with Fu Rongrong. I have never held affection for her. The actions I took were meant to sever any possibility of a union with her. I assure you, I have never been enamored with her. You know I cannot engage with women, Lu Jin confessed, like a child caught in wrongdoing, his head bowed, awaiting Dongfang Taotao's reaction. So, Lu Jin did not harbor feelings for Fu Rongrong and would not be her little attendant. A breath of relief escaped Dongfang Daodao, yet, why did he persist in staying close to Dongfang Chu? Was he willing to sacrifice his most cherished reputation to avoid the repercussions of marriage? You believed I was a boy, and regardless of my marital status, you wished to remain by my side. Dongfang Daodao echoed softly, pondering his sentiments. She had once harbored affection for Lu Jin, even contemplating marrying him, yet, in his eyes, the Dongfang Chu of today had always been a boy. Did Lu Jin have a preference for males? The thought overwhelmed her, and tears cascaded down her cheeks, unrestrained. You prefer boys, Dongfang Taotao's heart ached, clutching her chest as if she could hear the sound of her heart shattering, a pain far worse than hearing of Lu Jin's intentions toward Fu Rongrong. Upon witnessing her tears, Lu Jin rushed to her side, eager to wipe her tears away. How could you favor boys? What does that make my feelings for you? Dongfang Taotao's eyes swelled with tears. Lu Jin, do not cry. When have I ever favored boys? From the very beginning, it has always been you, because I cherish you, regardless of whether you are Dongfang Chu or Dongfang Daodao. It is solely you, and only you. Lu Jin finally confessed the feelings he had buried deep within his heart. At his words, a rosy hue crept across Dongfang Taotao's cheeks. Although tears still fell, it was evident that her resistance towards Lu Jin had begun to wane. He gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, drawing her closer into his embrace. As he watched her weep, he felt both sorrow and joy. It dawned on him that his Dongfang had always harbored feelings for him too. It was never a one-sided affair. The clouds of doubt that had lingered in his heart for days finally dissipated. The atmosphere in the room softened. While Dongfang Daodao cried, Lu Jin wore a gentle smile, offering comfort. After a time, Dongfang Daodao recalled that this person still owed her a medical fee. Lu Jin, when will you repay the money you owe me? She asked, her tear-streaked face suddenly breaking away from his embrace, her gaze meeting his. Whenever you wish, it is all yours, Lu Jin replied indulgently, his heart melting at the sight of her, tearful yet charming, and any man would gladly devote his life to her. Feeling somewhat comforted, Dongfang Taotao's heart lightened, and her sobs gradually subsided. Lu Jin gently patted her back and poured her a cup of tea, offering it to her lips. Dongfang Daodao, her throat parched, nestled against Lu Jin and took a generous sip from the cup he held. Daodao, why have you always refrained from telling me you are a girl? Lu Jin inquired softly, his curiosity piqued now that her emotions had settled. Chapter 79, The Forgery. Peach, why have you never revealed to me that you are a woman? Lu Jin gently inquired, observing that Dongfang Taotao's emotions had calmed. I cannot disclose that. The journey is too long, and our close companionship could tarnish your reputation. Moreover, resuming my identity as a woman would present numerous inconveniences, Dongfang Daodao replied earnestly, raising her fair visage to meet his gaze. When do you intend to come of age? Do you wish to continue masquerading as a man indefinitely? Lu Jin felt a sense of relief in his heart, realizing that she had always been considering his well-being. However, perpetually disguising herself was not a sustainable solution. I will arrange the necessary matters promptly, and soon I shall reclaim the identity of Dongfang Daodao. At that time, I must pay a visit to my mother. Mentioning her coming of age, Dongfang Daodao bit her lip, a flicker of apprehension crossing her face. After all, in her past life, she had perished before reaching that milestone. What do you need to do? I can assist you, Lu Jin offered, gently stroking Dongfang Taotao's flowing hair. I prefer to handle it myself. Should I encounter difficulties, I will seek your guidance. Dongfang Daodao recalled the harrowing experience of being pursued and wished to spare Lu Jin from further danger. All 15 of the Qingyi guards will be at your disposal. You can command them without worry. Lu Jin respected her decision and unconditionally supported her. Lu Jin, thank you, Dongfang Daodao said sincerely, her beautiful eyes sparkling with gratitude. Be cautious regarding the Yang brothers. Do not act rashly, it is better to bend than to break. Lu Jin remained apprehensive, sensing that the presence of the Yang brothers could bring endless troubles. Very well, I promise to be cautious, she assured him. Zhang Yi, stationed outside the hall, listened to the sounds of laughter and tears from his master, his fists clenching and relaxing in a rhythm of unease. Finally, he could feel a sense of relief. Yet, he couldn't shake the discomfort in his chest, an urge to fight bubbling within him. He glanced towards the hall, finding Lu Jin's silhouette particularly irksome. Let us dine at the Yangbin Tower. I am famished, Dongfang Daodao declared, rising to her feet. Shall I help you style your hair as a woman, or would you prefer to change into a different outfit first? Lu Jin observed her in a vibrant skirt, uncertain of her choice between feminine or masculine attire. I nearly forgot. Please wait a moment, I will change my clothes, Dongfang Daodao said, hastening towards her room. Lu Jin's gaze remained fixed on her retreating figure until it vanished from sight. The woman he cherished was indeed a lady, and she harbored feelings for him as well. His heart brimmed with sweetness, akin to honey, as a genuine smile spread across his face. Before long, Dongfang Daodao returned, looking splendidly attired. The three of them mounted their horses and rode back to the city. Lu Jin led Dongfang Daodao to his esteemed establishment in the capital. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the decor, which was entirely different from the ostentatious grandeur of the Yangbin Tower. This place exuded an understated elegance, where even the tables and chairs were exquisitely unique. However, the most striking feature was a painting hanging prominently in the center of the hall, a piece that was both familiar and foreign to her. Dongfang Daodao stared intently at the artwork, noting only one difference from the painting by Master Wu that lingered in her memory. Lu Jin, what is the story behind this painting? She queried, pointing towards it. Lu Jin gently shook his head, signaling her to remain silent for the moment. He then took her wrist and led her to a private room. Once they were inside, he dismissed the attendant and fixed his gaze on Zhang Yi, who continued to stand resolutely beside Dongfang Daodao, ignoring Lu Jin's scrutiny. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Zhang Yi, you must be weary as well. Go and have something to eat, I will call for you if needed. Dongfang Daodao felt compelled to make arrangements. Understood, Zhang Yi acknowledged with a glance at Lu Jin before making his way outside. The sour feeling in his heart surged once more. What was he experiencing? Lu Jin closed the door and sat beside Dongfang Daodao, saying, You should have noticed that the painting is not an authentic work by Master Wu. It is my imitation, though it would be more accurate to say I modified a small portion of it. You concealed the birthmark on the child's ear, Dongfang Daodao asserted confidently. Indeed, that is the only difference, Lu Jin admitted openly. Then why display it so prominently in the Jinlu? This place sees countless visitors daily, so many eyes have laid upon it, she questioned, perplexed. Lu Jin sipped his tea, a smile playing on his lips as he remained silent. Was this intentional? Did you deliberately mispaint it to let everyone know you possess this artwork? Have you discovered who is pursuing us? Dongfang Daodao's heart raced, as if an answer was on the cusp of revelation. I intentionally hung the altered painting here to safeguard our well-being. When I acquired the original, I suspected danger would follow, so I quietly replicated it and had both paintings secretly sent back to the capital. After we were targeted, my speculation was confirmed, and I instructed for the forgery to be displayed here to confuse our adversaries, thereby creating a temporary shield for our safety. Lu Jin elucidated the origins of the forgery. Have you identified those who are pursuing us? Dongfang Daodao pressed further. Not yet. The Bloodlight Pavilion has strict protocols to protect the identities of its clients. To prevent any disclosure, the assassins assigned to the task only know their target's identity, while all else remains unknown to them. Thus, we are still without leads, he explained. Why did you specifically obscure the birthmark on that young boy's ear? Dongfang Daodao racked her brain, trying to recall if Fu Buxiu bore a similar mark in her previous life. Because the child's features are the most distinctive in the painting. Moreover, the tale of the former emperor of Chaoyang giving birth to twins is nearly common knowledge, yet no likeness of the twins has ever surfaced. It is said that there exists not a single portrait of the twins in the kingdom. A child's appearance can change significantly as they grow, yet a birthmark remains unmistakable, Lu Jin elaborated on his reasoning. Thus, you suspect that the one orchestrating our assassination is the child with the birthmark, Dongfang Daodao stated with conviction. Indeed, Lu Jin acknowledged, impressed by Dongfang Taotao's intellect and her ability to arrive at the same conclusion. If you were that child, would you conceal the birthmark on your ear? Dongfang Daodao sought to validate her thoughts. Yes, because the birthmark is too conspicuous. However, I would only attempt to hide the mark, not harm myself. The body is a gift from one's parents and should not be easily damaged. That is one reason. If the birthmark were to become a scar, it would only draw more attention. That is the second reason. Lastly, those who enter the court as officials must not bear any blemishes on their appearance, Lu Jin articulated. Then, if we are in the light while he remains in the shadows, is it not perilous? Dongfang Daodao recalled Fu Buxiu's perfect disguise from her previous life, a chill running down her spine. With no evidence yet, should she confide her suspicions about Fu Buxiu to Lu Jin, or should she focus on earning money quickly to have the Xuanji Pavilion investigate? It is indeed dangerous, which is why we must first satisfy our hunger to gather strength for our plans. Lu Jin chuckled at her serious demeanor, affectionately stroking her hair. Prompted by Lu Jin's reminder, Dongfang Daodao suddenly realized her own hunger. She called for the attendant, and just as she was about to order, Lu Jin preempted her, listing off dishes: squirrel fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, Osman thus cake, silver thread noodles. Dongfang Taotao's laughter lit up her face, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. He remembered all her favorites. Chapter 80, Deception. Dongfang Daodao smiled brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped, and he remembered it all too well. This was their first meal together after they had laid bare their hearts to one another, a delightful gathering for both host and guest. I want to visit the newly acquired shop. I wish to open it as soon as possible. Having had her fill, Dongfang Daodao rose to bid farewell to Lu Jin. I shall accompany you, perhaps I can be of assistance, Lu Jin said, draping a prepared fox fur coat over Dongfang Taotao's shoulders. All right. In the carriage, Dongfang Daodao furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Are you troubled by something? Lu Jin inquired. I had originally planned for the twins to help at the shop, but it seems they are not yet suited for public exposure. I must visit the pawn shop again to acquire some help, Dongfang Daodao confessed, a hint of worry in her voice. The individuals she had painstakingly selected last time were unsuitable, and she wondered if this. Let us first address your urgent needs, and once your shop is established, you can cultivate your own staff at your leisure, Lu Jin proposed, wishing to alleviate Dongfang Taotao's burdens. He was uncertain as to why she was so eager to open the shop, but he was determined to support her in her endeavors. That would be splendid. Dongfang Daodao replied, feeling that there was nothing too challenging for Lu Jin, who effortlessly resolved her concerns. Upon arriving at the shop, they discovered that Yun Zhao and the twins had already transformed the place into a refreshing new space. Yang Zi presented several design sketches for the shop to Dongfang Daodao. Each illustration was clear, beautiful, and distinct in style. Ace, you are truly remarkable. I will select one, and we shall save the others for when we open a branch, Dongfang Daodao praised Yang Zi sincerely. Lu Jin stood by, admiring the sketches alongside Dongfang Daodao. He could not deny that Yang Zi, the renowned genius painter of the capital, was indeed deserving of his reputation. Dongfang Daodao handed the chosen sketch to Yun Zhao. Zhao Ji, have the craftsman arrange the shop according to this design immediately. Ace, Yang Ju, you both shall temporarily reside at the hot spring cottage. I will have others manage the shop's affairs for now. By the way, you are entirely responsible for the production of the Jade Beauty ointment at the hot spring cottage. Dongfang Daodao rearranged the Yang brothers' living arrangements. It was beneficial for both to focus solely on the ointment, as the future demand would be considerable. Understood, Yang Ju replied, relieved that Dongfang Daodao did not seem to mind his brother's inability to speak. It appeared that his brother's life would not be overly difficult. Yang Zi blinked at Dongfang Daodao before reverently producing several sheets of rice paper from his sleeve and presenting them to her. Dongfang Daodao opened them to reveal yet another delightful surprise. Yang Zi had written several options for the names Jade Beauty Workshop and Hot Spring Cottage for her selection, thoughtful and meticulous. Ace, you have truly amazed me. Dongfang Daodao exclaimed, playfully patting his arm. Seeing that Dongfang Taotao's praise was genuine, devoid of pity, Yang Zi beamed with heartfelt joy. Ace, you look so handsome when you smile, Dongfang Daodao remarked, finding the boy before her to be extraordinarily beautiful, almost ethereal. The spontaneous compliment sent alarm bells ringing in Lu Jin's mind. He scrutinized the youth before him, acknowledging his striking features. It was no wonder that the twins had caught the eye of the gentle Princess Chunhua. "Master, my brother and I are willing to serve in your household, hidden from the world," Yang Ju declared, reassured by Dongfang Taotao's genuine admiration for Yang Zi, confirming her goodwill towards them. Given their backgrounds and previous entanglements with Princess Chunhua, it would be best for them to remain out of sight. "Very well, you shall stay at the Hot Spring Cottage, which is situated far from the capital, where the nobility seldom tread," Dongfang Daodao surmised, understanding Yang Ju's desire to minimize their exposure to potential dangers. He was indeed a perceptive individual, adept at reading the situation and responding appropriately. "Zhao Ji, I will entrust the management of the shop to you from this point forward," Dongfang Daodao said, then turning to Lu Jin, she added, "Jin, do you have a steward who can assist Zhao Ji?" "I will have the steward from Jinlu come to help tomorrow," Lu Jin readily agreed. It was no trouble at all, he would gladly offer the entire Jinlu to Dongfang Daodao if need be. "Excellent, it is settled then, let us strive to have the Jade Beauty Workshop open in 3 days," Dongfang Daodao declared, brushing aside the need to select an auspicious date. She was eager to commence operations before her coming-of-age ceremony, ensuring that should any misfortune befall her, Zhao Ji would have a place to call home and a means of livelihood. After leaving the shop, Dongfang Daodao and Lu Jin strolled leisurely through the bustling streets. Suddenly, the throngs of people were parted as soldiers forced their way through, creating a path in the lively marketplace. Following a protective escort was an exceptionally lavish carriage. This was Dongfang Taotao's first encounter with such a grand spectacle since entering the capital. "Who is inside the carriage?" she whispered, standing on tiptoe to lean closer to Lu Jin. The warm breath brushed against his ear, causing it to flush crimson. "From the insignia on the carriage, it appears to be His Highness the Third Prince," Lu Jin replied. "The Third Prince, wasn't he the one who had benefited the most from her previous life's misfortunes?" Dongfang Daodao felt as though she had stumbled upon a significant revelation. She fixated on the procession, striving to capture the elusive thoughts swirling in her mind. Suddenly, a discordant figure, a guard, leaped into her view. Tall yet slender, his steps were unsteady, suggesting he was not a typical martial guard. He walked with his head bowed, obscuring his features, yet Dongfang Daodao felt a pang of familiarity, yearning to discern his face clearly. She pushed through the crowd with determination, hoping to draw nearer to the procession for a better look. "Daodao, be careful," Lu Jin cautioned, positioning himself protectively beside her. Zhang Yi appeared just in time, also shielding her as they moved toward the carriage. Fortunately, the procession was moving at a leisurely pace, allowing Dongfang Daodao to finally glimpse the face of the guard. Both she and Lu Jin froze in astonishment. It was Jinju. Jinju was the personal attendant of her beloved sister, now laboring under a cleverly crafted guise to remain incognito. The person within the carriage must certainly be her dear sister. What would the townsfolk think if they were to learn that Fu Rongrong was seated within the Third Prince's carriage? As this thought crossed her mind, Dongfang Daodao discreetly tugged at Zhang Yi's sleeve, whispering, "Is there a way to lift the carriage curtain so that the surrounding people can see inside without us being detected?" Zhang Yi instantly grasped Dongfang Taotao's intent and nodded. "It will require a few taels of silver from you, master." Dongfang Daodao retrieved all her silver coins from her sleeve, discreetly placing them into Zhang Yi's hand, then held her breath in anticipation of the unfolding drama. Zhang Yi focused his inner strength, calculating the angle before sending the coins hurtling towards the window ledge of a nearby shop. The coins cascaded outward, striking the carriage curtain just right, causing it to fall. The couple within the carriage barely had time to react before being thrust into the gaze of the onlookers. The woman nestled tenderly in the man's embrace suddenly paled at the unexpected turn of events. The man instinctively pulled her closer, shielding her with his body, while the guards nearby, mistaking the incident for an assassination attempt, drew their swords, ready to defend against an unseen threat.